All right. Welcome back, everybody. I shouldn't have updated. The mouse was working before the update. The ping fixed the mouse. And
Stream
then
Elements says, Old Mage Guy is now live. Streaming Just Chatting, 3 days and Widows still have not fixed the mouse issue.
pretty sure it says it's 4 days and Windows. Pretty sure I corrected myself from yesterday. Anyways, we're back. No, you're not going through there, little monster. Yeah, me your haunted. You saying hey, buddy? Okay. No, I got your feeties. I got your feeties. It's the only time she won't tear me up for doing that.
Charles Exum sought to
Well,
assassinate you,
not tear
and
me
then
up, but
DHS sought to assassinate your character. That is unconscionable and intolerable. Mr. Rascom, how do you feel now about what happened to you? I gather the emotions are still with you.
Yes, sir, they are. I feel like I still look over my shoulder, and so does the rest of my family. And it's tough to relive the situation and think about it on the daily because our fight is not over.
I would like to ask you, Ms. Rahman, because your outrage and your anger was so powerful, whether you would endorse the kind of remedies that would enable you to bring a lawsuit against the agents who so brutally abused you.
Yes, this is a solvable problem. I'm very angry that it's not being solved.
And Ms. Martinez, would you want to seek justice and accountability?
I do.
Mr. Rascom?
Yes, sir, I do.
And just finally, I'd like to ask this entire panel, all the United States citizens here, please raise your hand. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
that was kind of difficult.
I think I want to
saw
call
that.
Representative Krishnamurthy,
painful.
please, for his 4 minutes.
Okay, so really quickly, we wanted to talk to you about Arknights Enfield, an upcoming action RPG that blends real-time combat, exploration, and large-scale.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the witnesses for your courage in coming here and telling us your testimony. Mr. Stoughton, during Operation Midway Blitz, Secretary Noem posted on Twitter the following. She said, "We will make America City safe again. Chicago, we're here for you." I'm a representative of the Chicago area, so this was something I paid attention to. Let's look at what DHS has done to, quote unquote, make Chicago safer. According to the
You're
Chicago
okay.
Sun-Times, in November, a federal agent
Come here.
pepper sprayed this 1-year-old baby in a Sam's Club parking lot in Cicero. That didn't make people safer, right? And Chicago wasn't safer when,
Heard
according
that.
to CBS, ICE agents tased Edgar Ruiz, pictured in this middle panel, a U.S. citizen, in the face after he didn't open his car door to allow them in, correct? And it didn't make my constituents in Elgin, Illinois safer when, as ABC7 reported, ICE agents in this panel here deployed tear gas and smoke bombs in a residential neighborhood against peaceful protesters, right? And my constituent Evelyn, an 18-year-old U.S. citizen, was not safer when she was dragged from her car and tackled by agents in a residential neighborhood, as reported by Chicago Tribune, right? And Ms. Martinez, You were certainly not safer when, according to your own testimony today, you were shot with 5 bullets. Is that right?
Correct.
Let me turn to the story of Mr. Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. Here's a picture of Mr. Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. Mr. Romanucci, he dropped his kids off at school one morning, and then ICE agents stopped his car. When he tried to drive away, the agents claimed that they, quote, feared for their lives and then shot him in the neck. Mr. Villegas tragically died of his injuries. Mr. Romanucci, videos from the scene do not show Mr. Villegas Gonzalez hitting or attacking the agents. You're not aware of any evidence to the contrary, right?
I am not aware of any of that.
DHS also claimed an agent was, quote, seriously injured, but body cam footage showed the agent in question said his injuries were, quote, nothing major. You're not aware of any evidence to the contrary, right?
I am not, and that is very typical of the cover stories that we hear in the false narratives in order to defend their actions.
There was no evidence. This is part of a pattern. As you know, Mr. Romanucci,
That's what he was just
Mr.
saying.
Villegas Gonzalez was stopped and then he was shot dead. The nation knows the names of Renee Good and Alex Preti, but let us please not forget Mr. Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, a Chicagoan and a father of 2, pictured here. Let me turn to another topic. Mr. Stoughton, in a ruling on DHS's excessive use of force, U.S. District Judge Sarah Ellis accused Greg Bovino, a commander in the Customs and Border Patrol, of quote-unquote outright lying. That's what this poster shows, and that's what he did in a court of law, right?
Yep.
In fact, during his deposition, Mr. Bovino falsely claimed and lied that he was attacked before he deployed tear gas at peaceful protesters in Little Village in the Chicago area, correct? It did not happen. He also lied about something else. In court, he falsely claimed that he did not tackle a protester to the ground during a demonstration outside of Broadview's ICE facility.
Bullshit.
But here are the pictures of him
He
doing
certainly
just
did.
that. He lied, and he lied again. I've already called for Secretary Noem to be fired or impeached. Today, I'm calling for Greg Bovino to be fired. In addition, he must be investigated and held accountable for his actions, and I believe crimes, in Chicago and across the country. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'd agree. Damn right.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. I want to thank Brent and Luke for their powerful testimony earlier and for being with us to honor the memory of their sister and my constituent, Renee Good. Senator Smith and I had the privilege to meet with them ahead of time. I also want to thank you, Ms. Rahman, for coming forward in the hardest of circumstances to tell your story of, despite the claims that ICE's focus is to go after the worst of the worst, the most violent offenders. In fact, they went after you when you were on your way to a doctor's appointment. Our state is once again the center of America's heartbreak, but I hope my colleagues see that we're also the center of America's courage and hope. Courage and hope when 50,000 people march peacefully in below zero weather. Courage and hope when neighbors are helping neighbors and people they've ever even met. And courage and hope when you, Ms. Rahman, are willing to come forward and Renee's brothers are willing to testify in her memory. So I had seen the video, Ms. Rahman, of what happened to you, but hearing your story is even more chilling. Could you talk about the chaos in the moment as you're just driving to a doctor's appointment that made it hard for you or really any other person to figure out what to do?
Yes, there are no signs. There's no sign of the skill that elementary crossing guards have. There's no single person giving instructions. Inside the Whipple Center, it is like that also. And I have an auditory processing challenge that means multiple voices sound like they're at the same volume. I did comply with at least one of those people.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think when you listen to the professor talk about
All right, tell him how much
policing
trouble
and how
she
it's
is
supposed to
having.
work, or our Minneapolis Police Chief O'Hara, who's
I
been
get
very
it.
outspoken on this, part of the
really-
problem is
really
you have these
fucking do.
people that are not police officers in our state. They're not following the rules of conduct, and you were a victim of that. Mr. Ramanucci, I know you're representing Ms. Good's family, but I'm sure you've also heard about, to your firm, other constitutional violations. I just use examples that may not be your clients, but the 2-year-old deported that my office worked on in the middle of the night to get this little girl back. The 5-year-old Liam, who was brought back, and people were very happy about that, with his a little blue hat with the ears and his Spider-Man backpack. And we just found out today that the Deputy Attorney General has announced that they're appealing that ruling out of Texas. The Hmong elder who was pulled out in his underwear when they figured out they had the wrong guy, and he was driven around for an hour, and then they realized the guy that they were trying to get was already in jail. Publicly available information had been for years. Can you talk about the repeated constitutional violations happening in my home state?
Madam Senator Klobuchar, we see this routinely. It's cringeworthy to watch the video every day on the news and to see what is happening in Minneapolis to American citizens who are having their rights violated consistently, routinely. It sounds like a schoolyard when you're saying constitutional violation, First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment. It's like we're reciting something. It is consistent, it's routine, and it must be stopped. There needs to be accountability. Without accountability, we will continue this day in and day out until law enforcement officers are able to be held accountable.
And speaking of that, how does the Trump administration's refusal to cooperate with our state attorney general's office, Keith Ellison, our local authorities, refusing to have the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigate your client's family's loved one's case, interfere with holding people accountable?
Well, it absolutely starts with the false narrative that officers, law enforcement officers, have absolute immunity, because that gives them the right to think they have absolute impunity. And without any significant parallel investigation or cooperative investigation, there cannot be accountability either on the civil side, administrative side, and certainly there's going to be compromise then on the civil side without meaningful, transparent, real investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Representative Ro Khanna, please.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, the entire country needs to hear your story. You were born in Chicago and raised there. You're an American citizen, correct?
Correct.
And you were in your car driving around in the neighborhood as ICE agents were there, and your interest was simply to warn neighbors that ICE was in the neighborhood, correct?
Yes, I was also gonna take clothes to donate at my local church.
And as you were driving along,
That's
following the rules of the road, an ICE agent slams his car into your car, correct?
correct.
And you panic. You immediately stop. The ICE agent doesn't ask you politely get out of the car. The ICE agent comes, and so you panic. You move to the left lane. And then the ICE agent gets out and starts to shoot you, correct?
As I was driving away, yes.
Shooting an American citizen. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
That you testified that my life was nearly taken by my own government. And then, correct?
Correct.
And then the ICE agent doesn't say, how can I help, when you've got blood running out of your body. The ICE agent doesn't call 911. You have to drive a mile before you call 911 to get medical attention, correct?
Correct.
And then you go to a hospital, and they're so concerned about detaining you, they don't even let you get adequate health care. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have to beg them to take you for medical care
Correct.
as an American citizen.
Correct.
And then you're arrested, detained, and called a domestic terrorist after this ICE agent shot you 5 times.
Correct.
I'm angry on your behalf, Ms. Martinez. Tell me What do you want this government to do to apologize to you and make you whole for what happened to you?
Apologize and accountability. That's all I want. Just a sorry. You're not a domestic terrorist. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking for. For them to admit that they were wrong. Everything that they said about me, I just want accountability and for them to say, no, you're not a domestic terrorist. We were wrong. And a sorry, a simple sorry. That's it.
And I know you mentioned Charles Exum, the agent who shot you 5 times.
Correct.
I believe he should be arrested. I believe he should be prosecuted. I believe it is outrageous what happened to you. This government owes you an apology, and I appreciate your courage for telling your story here today.
Thank you.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you both, Senator Blumenthal and Representative Garcia, for convening us once again on these difficult but necessary conversations and to bring these stories to light. And I want to thank all the witnesses for your participation here as well, for your bravery, for your courage to share your stories, particularly Ms. Martinez, Ms. Rahman, and my constituent from California, Mr. Rascon. I know it's not easy. It's time on your part, emotion on your part, so fresh because of what has happened to you and to your families. I don't want to
Stream Elements says, find me in other places, Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as
Not just for
Mage.
this committee or these committees to hear, but for the world to hear, right? Because the cameras are here, the press is paying attention. We hope the American people hear what's happening through your eyes. But I do want to add a couple of other elements to the context here. First of all, why is it just us? It's the House, it's the Senate, but why is it just Democrats? Where's the administration in engaging in this truth and accountability conversation? Sadly, we've come to not expect it from Donald Trump because we know who he is. We're not shocked at how his cabinet acts because they're just a reflection and extension of him. Let's not let our Republican colleagues off the hook. Because under normal circumstances, regardless of who's in the majority, when tragedies like this happen, congressional committees convene to conduct our job to provide that oversight. But our Republican colleagues refuse to. Not in the House, not in the Senate, not in the full committee, and not even the subcommittee level. But at least we are here doing what we can to bring this information to light. Now, over the course of the last year, we've all seen the images because while Minneapolis is in the most intense spotlight right now, what we're seeing and hearing began in Southern California, in the greater Los Angeles area. We've seen incidents in Chicago. We've seen incidents in Charlotte. We've seen incidents in Portland, and now we're seeing it intensely in Minnesota. We've seen the masks, the unmarked cars, the agents who refuse to identify themselves. We've seen the agents coming out of helicopters rappelling onto an apartment building in Chicago, kicking in doors indiscriminately, all for purposes of making a promotional video for themselves. We've heard and seen about the tear gas. We've seen the shootings of cars like Mr. Rascon's experience and others. And a few weeks ago, we saw the killing of Renee Good. And it brings us back to that point because under normal circumstances, you might get a sense of like, oh, let's bring the temperature down a little bit. There was an officer, not just use of force, officer involved shooting, a fatal officer involved shooting. And instead of proceeding with the best practices of an independent investigation, what do we hear from the administration? All the way to the top. No, these officers have complete immunity. Number one, that's not true. It's wrong. Number two, it's the opposite message, the wrong message to send to the agents in the field. So as heartbroken as I am, I'm not shocked that less than 3 weeks later, Mr. Preddy was shot 10 times in the back All for what? Because Ms. Good and Mr. Peretti were exercising their First Amendment rights? They're speaking up on behalf of their neighbors? That's so core to our democracy, freedom of speech. I appreciate Mr. Stoughton's contribution to this conversation here because under normal circumstances, right, I've been in public service a long time. I've served in local government, state government, and now at the federal level. Under normal circumstances, we lean on a credible, independent investigation. Sometimes it's administrative at the beginning to find out what happened and if consequences or accountability are in order for an officer. Absent that, because our country's history is not perfect, under normal circumstances, we turn to the Department of Justice and the Civil Rights Division to oversee a credible, independent investigation and bring forth consequences and accountability when warranted. But sadly, we're not living in normal times. And so we do need to exercise any leverage point we can and restraints of what's happening on the streets for the safety of our communities and our constituents. And I bring that independent investigation as an example because when it comes to state and local law enforcement, our citizens have yet another recourse. They can bring a civil right of action when the government fails in their responsibility. But colleagues, sadly, that is not an option when it comes to ICE agents or CBP or other federal law enforcement officers. So we're living at a time when victims of their violence have no other recourse for justice. And Senator Blumenthal and I and others, both sides of the Capitol, are working hard to advance legislation to that effect. Ms. Martinez deserves justice. Ms. Rahman deserves justice. Mr. Rascon deserves justice. The people of our country deserve better. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator. Next up, we have Representative Brown.
Thank you. Law enforcement has two very straightforward goals: keep people safe and build trust in our communities. Yet somehow, President Trump has managed to weaponize ICE and CBP in a way that has shattered trust and made entire communities more dangerous. What we are seeing right now is not normal. It is not acceptable, and it is not right. In just the first month of this year alone, 2 U.S. citizens, Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA, and Renee Good, a mother, were killed by federal agents. As if that weren't bad enough, top administration officials like J.D. Vance and Kristi Noem rushed to publicly justify those killings and slander the victims. Just weeks earlier, Keith Porter, a 43-year-old father, was shot and killed by an off-duty ICE officer in Los Angeles. And nearly every day since, Americans have watched footage of masked federal agents dragging people from cars, menacing peaceful protesters, tear-gassing neighborhoods, harming bystanders, including babies, and ripping children from their parents. These are not one-offs. These are not honest mistakes. These are predictable results of an administration from the president on down that uses disgraceful language to dehumanize immigrants as criminals, rapists, and invaders. And it is the result of a regime that prioritizes quotas over judgment, intimidation over restraint, and political theater over human dignity and life. When the government kills its own citizens and then rushes to defend itself, rather than seek the truth and ensure justice, something is fundamentally broken. And just this week, that same recklessness was aimed at my home state of Ohio. In Springfield, thousands of Haitian families, people who have lived and worked legally under temporary protected status, have been thrown into chaos. Not because they broke the law, Not because conditions in Haiti have improved, but because Trump's ICE needs bodies to deport to meet draconian political-driven quotas. These families are workers, taxpayers, parents. They have stabilized local economies, filled critical jobs, and strengthened their communities. Even Ohio's Republican governor, Mike DeWine, has raised concerns about the damage this will cause. Just last night, a federal judge blocked this administration's attempt to revoke TPS for the hundreds of thousands of Haitians that legally live in this country. The judge also noted that the administration was motivated by racial hostility against Haiti. This was wrong in Minneapolis, it is wrong in Ohio, it is wrong in every corner of this nation. And Congress has an obligation to say clearly and unequivocally that this is wrong. So, Mr. Stoughton, can you briefly explain why this administration believes it is appropriate to publicly exonerate agents and blame victims before independent investigations are finished? And is that practice consistent with the constitutional principles and basic accountability?
I could not begin to offer a rational explanation for why the government and the current administration preemptively and prematurely exonerates officers prior to any investigation. There is no perfect.
There's like, no, I'm not even gonna fucking try. No, I don't have any kind of rational idea. This doesn't make sense to me either. Bro. At least you're being real about it.
Rational or democratically appropriate justification for doing so.
Thank you. And would you say that practice is consistent with constitutional principles and basic accountability?
It certainly is not.
And Mr. Stoughton, does stripping legal status from law-abiding immigrant families make our communities safer or our borders more secure?
Both legally and empirically, no, it does not.
Thank you. See, this isn't just about immigration policy, politics, or party. It's about people. It's about defining what kind of country we are. We can be a nation that enforces the law without sacrificing human rights. We can be a nation that protects people who are contributing to our communities and honoring the law. And we can be a nation that demands accountability when the use of force goes too far and when innocent lives are lost. Because every life deserves dignity, safety, and justice. And at the end of the day, this is about this administration's lack of respect for human life, lack of respect for the Constitution, and lack of respect for the rule of law. Enforcement without accountability is not justice, and silence in the face of harm is not leadership. We owe our constituents and the families who have suffered better. Thank you.
Senator Urban.
I want to thank all of the witnesses who appeared before us today, my friend Tony Romanucci. And I particularly want to call attention to Ms. Marimar Martinez. Your name on this side of the table is El Milagro. You are a miracle. The fact that you are here today after being shot 5 times to tell your story. God had a purpose for you. And your purpose was served today by telling us this story. I'm the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I want you to know for the record, Secretary Noem has not appeared before our committee in over a year. She's too busy. Come and answer for the mismanagement of this agency and the damage that's being done, not only to the people of America, but to our reputation in the world when you consider the police tactics that are being used. Mr. Stoughton, I was going to go through some of the things that Ms. Martinez lived through and ask you to comment. I sense from your earlier answers what you will be saying. But this much I want to make clear. Chicago was one of the first victims of this policy of massive deportation. I came to the Senate Democratic Caucus luncheon and I told my colleagues after it got started and after I visited Little Village and the neighborhoods and saw what happened, be prepared because this show is coming to your town next. They may leave Minnesota, and I'm sure people in Minnesota can't wait for that to happen. They may leave some other place, but they're headed to a new place. You see, they appropriated billions of dollars for this effort, this mass deportation, billions of dollars, so that the force that they have created, that we've heard described today, is larger than the United States Marine Corps, larger than the FBI. They are prepared to take this show on the road and to visit it to polling places and schools, nurseries, Montessori schools, all across America. We have to do something. It is up to us. The courts are doing some things. I wish they would do more. But we have to do our part. That's why we've made it clear that this negotiation to change the standards for ICE is critical for us to continue funding this agency. Critical. 10 days. The Republicans are arguing it's not long enough, we need longer. No, 10 days is plenty of time to do what needs to be done. The basics, Mr. Stoughton, the basics of policing. All we're asking is that this effort by ICE and other federal agencies adhere to the same standards and principles as policemen and policewomen across the United States already. That's not too much to ask. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Next up is Representative Stansbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start out by saying thank you all for being here and being brave enough to share your stories. I don't know what to say, but I do have to say that I'm literally shaking and my heart has been pounding sitting here listening to your stories. And particularly, Ms. Martinez, as you shared your personal story of sitting outside the jail as you were bleeding out and having your picture taken. I don't normally talk about my own personal experience with the justice system and my family because it's such a painful experience, but your story for me really made me think about an experience that our family had about a decade ago. And the reason why I want to share it here in this space is because I think it helps to amplify and hopefully show that we're listening. And that is that I had a member of my family who about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, was picked up not in a detention for immigration, but for other reasons, and was taken to a local county jail where he had a medical emergency in the jail. And the agents in the jail not only did not help him when he had a medical emergency in the jail, they watched him and laughed as he died. And in the aftermath of his death, the agents that were involved, both the local law enforcement and the jail officials, tried to intimidate members of my family to try to cover it up. And at the end of the day, obviously there was a wrongful death settlement, and Department of Justice was ultimately brought in to provide oversight over this county jail because this was not the only incident in which that had happened. And I think that goes to the points that the senators were making, which is that at the end of the day, this should not be happening. This should not happen to anyone in America. It should not be happening to U.S. citizens. It should not be happening to immigrants. It should not be happening to anyone in America. I don't care who you are or what your identity is or how your status is under the law in this country. This should not be happening in the United States, and there are systems in place to provide a check and balance to make sure that this does not happen to people in our country. And so to hear your stories and to hear the violence that is being committed in our communities against our people And then to see White House officials, the President of the United States, disparaging entire communities, going after members of Congress, the Vice President telling the American people that these individuals have total immunity, to see Kristi Noem go on national television and lie about you, to lie about you, that they're tampering with evidence, and then to see that the actual agents committing these crimes, because I want to be clear, these are crimes. This is not in the line of duty. You don't shoot, murder, and harm people in the line of duty. That is a crime. That is crime. And this is not an accident. I want to be clear about that. There's a lot of discussion going around in these halls about they need better training, that this is just a few isolated incidents.
No.
Well, let's be clear about what's going on here for the American people. Over the last year, over 37 individuals have died in immigrant detention. Multiple people have been murdered and gunned down in the street. We have 3 individuals in front of us here today who, in front of the entire world, their lives were shattered. And this was not an accident or a lack of training. This is the policy of the United States government, and it is being paid for by your tax dollars. Because literally, this chamber passed $85 billion in funding to allow this to happen and to arm these agents with those night vision, with those guns, and then to unleash them under a policy that is so based in cruelty, so based in a lack of humanity, so based in a lack of basic respect for human dignity, the Constitution, due process, that they would allow people to die in the streets and then go lie to our faces about it. So I don't know what to say about what comes next, but I do want to just say to Mr. Granger, both of the brothers who came here to share about your sister today and the story of her light, her sunlight, being like a dandelion. I mean, this isn't just about sunlight. We're here to bear witness. We're here to tell the truth. But I'm sorry, we need to defund and dismantle this agency immediately. And a bill just passed a few moments ago before we walked into this hearing room to give another 2 weeks to think about a deal.
Hell no.
It's time to defund this. This has to end. I think I'll just close out by saying, because I really don't know what else to say, that there's, a saying, Nelson Mandela said that both the oppressed and the oppressor are robbed of their humanity. And what this administration is doing right now is robbing America of our humanity. And it has to stop.
Senator Warren, if you are ready. If not, we can give you a few minutes.
I'm always ready.
That's what I thought.
I never want to pass this up. So I really do want to start by saying thank you very, very much to Congressman Garcia, to Senator Blumenthal for holding this important forum, and thank all of you for being here. You've already said it many times over, ICE is terrorizing our communities. They have used military-style riot gear against peaceful demonstrators. They've seized school kids. They've gassed a baby. They've gunned down American citizens on our streets. And meanwhile, Vice President Vance is telling agents that they have, and I want to quote him, absolute immunity from any repercussions. And Trump and Republicans are now trying to shovel billions of additional dollars into the ICE funds so that they can continue to run amok with no real constraints over their behavior. It is not a surprise that ICE agents seem to think that they are above the law. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the Republicans are treating them like they are above the law. It is the responsibility of the United States Congress to make clear that no, the law applies to everyone, and that includes ICE agents in America. So I appreciate your being here. Let me just ask a couple of questions. Ms. Martinez, you've told us that last October you were driving in your car when a Border Patrol agent rammed the back of your vehicle, pointed an assault rifle at you, and opened fire, shooting you 5 times. You weren't ever found guilty of any wrongdoing, and yet you were shot 5 times by Border Patrol. So my question is, do you know if anyone will ever be held accountable for this?
I don't even know, but I hope soon.
Do you know what happened after you were shot? What happened to the agents who shot you?
I'm not too sure what happened to him, honestly. I just know that he drove his vehicle back to Maine. That's all I know. But I don't know if he's working or, honestly, I don't know.
So as I understand it, this agent left town, making it even harder for an investigation to go forward. And I take it you at least have not been apprised of any investigation that's ongoing against this agent who shot you at point blank range?
Correct.
So we just need to be clear here. Immigration agents shoot our neighbors at point blank range with no justification, and here's the big part, and no accountability afterwards. And Ms. Martinez and Mr. Romanici, did I get that right? Good.
Yes.
You're an attorney. You represent the family of Renee Good. We appreciate your being here today.
Thank you.
We've all seen the videos. Renee was coming back from dropping off her kids at school. She has stuffed animals in her glove compartment when an ICE agent shot and killed her. We've got a serious issue with accountability for the agents involved, and I know you've testified to issues with seeking relief for plaintiffs. On top of that, it seems that there haven't been any consequences for the agency itself to prevent these abuses from repeating themselves in the future. ICE is still sitting on this massive slush fund that Republicans put together last year as part of Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, an amount that is larger than most countries' military budgets. So let me ask you, has even a penny of ICE's slush funding been frozen in response to the killing of Renee Good?
Senator Warren, I am not aware of any money being frozen as a result of what is happening in Minneapolis or any of the other cities. But what I can tell you is this: there will never, ever be accountability until we have real investigations that become public. Could you ever imagine the disaster that happened just miles from here? American Airlines crashing, a helicopter crashing into American Airlines, and the NTSB saying, we're not going to investigate or ever release any public findings. We would all be sitting here with our jaws wide open. Yeah. There needs to be investigation, and I would support any pinch point that would not or that would increase accountability for ICE and CBP.
Well, you and I are on the same page here, and I so much appreciate, and I'm sorry for going over here, but I so much appreciate all of you being here today. There are a lot of new rules we need to put in place. You know, the police in Massachusetts do not wear masks. If there's an officer involved shooting, there's an independent investigation. There are a lot of things we could put in place. But a key has to be accountability. If you shoot people, if you gas children, if you seize little people out of elementary schools, if you break the law, part of what our whole system relies on is there's ultimately some accountability. We understand that we get things wrong, but the way we get things better is we demand accountability of ourselves and of those who broke the law. And for me, that's what this hearing is about, and that's what this moment is about. It is Congress's responsibility to step up and say, we are going to put new rules in place for ICE, but most of all, we're going to demand accountability for those who break the law. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next up is Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, to both of our ranking members for holding this hearing. And I just first want to associate myself with all of my colleagues who have acknowledged that you can't reform authoritarianism and that we can't unmask fascism and cruelty and oppression, and that the call now is to abolish this agency. ICE and DHS agents are terrorizing communities. They're violating constitutional rights. They're harming, even killing people. They're calling for body cameras and codes of conduct, quite frankly, isn't enough when the agency doesn't care about the current laws or the rules that they're already supposed to follow. The problem is that these immigration enforcement agents are operating exactly how they were meant to operate. ICE is uniquely and deeply an American creation. A lot of my colleagues have called ICE the Gestapo, which makes them seem foreign and new. It allows people to say that what we're experiencing right now is in some way the alarm about racial bias and discrimination in law enforcement. Yet any tiny steps forwards have been erased to support tough on crime policies. The lessons learned in the wake of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery have been completely abandoned. And ICE has been able to take advantage of that and run with it. ICE and DHS are inflicting generational trauma. Just listening to our witnesses today and what they've been through at the hands of our government should be difficult for anybody who claims to love this country to hear.
Yeah.
Anybody. Mr. Escone spoke today about going out and running errands with his future in-laws when immigration agents stopped their car. Ms. Rahman told us she was going to a doctor's appointment when ICE ripped her from her vehicle as she yelled that she had a disability. Ms. Martinez explained how immigration officers rammed her car and then shot her and then tried to blame her. And we heard from Mr. Romanucci today because we can't hear from Renee Good because ICE killed her. Mr. Escone, after the sketchy traffic stop and after they came to your home right after, these immigration officers actually terrorized your family a third time, almost 2 weeks later, when they broke your front door down, correct?
That is correct.
What went through your head as all of this went down at about 4 in the morning?
Just fear.
And your fiance, she was pregnant at the time?
Yes, she was.
Did they make any effort to make sure that she stayed safe and calm?
Not at all. They just kept pointing the lasers at her and the rest of us.
How, if you don't, and it's okay if you can't right now answer, how has your family coped in the aftermath of this?
Just staying strong together and having faith and slowly moving forward as best as we can.
I want to thank you and all of our witnesses for coming in today and for speaking your truth. For this cannot be overstated that in these times, it is actually dangerous to speak out against this administration. It's dangerous to speak out against this agency that we know has the ability to target people. When our federal government is willing to lie and to slander anyone who speaks out against Trump or his minions or their plans, it is brave and it's honorable for you to do this and be here. This country needs to really reflect on how we got here. We have to look back and learn rather than sanitizing our history and forget our flaws. We can't just stop at abolishing ICE because that's no longer enough. We need to prosecute the wrongdoings and hold these agents and leaders and anyone who had anything to do with that accountable. I thank you for your time and I yield back.
Thank you. Just a reminder about the 4-minute rule. Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Chairman, for organizing this hearing. I had a chance to hear some of your testimony, your opening statements, which were incredibly powerful, and I am grateful that you're here and willing to share your experiences with all of us. I want to follow up, Mr. Escone, and ask you more about your experience. One of my Minnesota colleagues sent a clip recently of a woman filming an ICE vehicle from her car. The ICE vehicle stopped. The agents got out, guns drawn, three ICE agents pointing guns at her through the windshield. She could have easily been killed. And if you're willing to share a little more about your experience, what was that like, being in a vehicle, encountering that kind of threat of and use of force by agents? What is that like? What should people understand about what goes through your mind at a time like that?
Ask any
It felt
veteran.
like we were about to be attacked for no apparent reason by, it seemed like, nobody, no law enforcement that was legit. Just seemed like masked individuals with crazy head power. Once they had broken the windows and my father-in-law bravely drove away, and the shots fired into the vehicle, I just thought that one of us would have been killed. But thankfully we're all okay, and I'm sorry to the victims that didn't survive.
And what's it like when you drive now? What are the after effects of experiencing that now when you're out in the community? What impact has it had on you and your family?
I feel like my head is on the swivel, always looking everywhere to make sure that nobody's gonna attack us without us being aware of it, or anybody else in our community.
Now, I know they made accusations against your family.
Yep.
Were those, did they ever bring
PTSD.
charges? Did they drop charges? What was the status of that?
They claimed that we had ran them over, and the judicial judge had watched the video and evidence, and there was no evidence that we did anything to them, and so they dropped the charges.
And how long was it after you were arrested before they dropped the charges?
My father-in-law was arrested 2 weeks after the first incident.
And how soon thereafter were the charges dropped? Do you remember?
I would say about a week or two later, maybe two to 3 weeks later.
Anyone ever apologized to you for what's happened to your family?
No.
Just our loved ones, not the people who were
Not the ones that matter in this case. That
And
matter because
Ms.
of
Rahman, how
what
about
they did.
you? Anyone ever express any kind of remorse for slamming you to the ground, for not getting medical treatment for you, for what you had to endure?
Nope.
And people wonder why I'm a shut-in
Senator
right
Padilla
now.
and I were recently at one of the large detention facilities in California, and we asked about medical treatment there, and people who were diabetic weren't getting the medicine they needed.
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases. Loaded. Pay less. Game more.
You didn't get any kind of medical assistance. How long were you in custody?
I have not been provided information about that from DHS. I know that the timestamp of my arrival at the emergency room was after 1 o'clock. I know that I was on a trip to the doctors just after 9:35, and I know that we asked for medical assistance at 11 a.m. So an hour and 47 minutes later, I was brought into the ER unconscious.
And Ms. Martinez, similar question to you. Anyone ever apologize for how your family was treated, how you were treated?
What's the question?
Has anyone ever apologized to you for how you were treated?
Nope, nobody. Till this day, no apology.
And what is may I ask one last question, Mr. Chairman? What is the impact on, you testified earlier about how this has impacted your view of all law enforcement. which you had venerated before now because you thought they were there to protect the community. Has there been a spillover effect? How much trust do you think people in your neighborhood have for law enforcement? Or are people able to separate out ICE from the local police department or others?
It's scary because, you know, when I was at the hospital, there was like FBI agents and ICE agents, and I didn't know. I was scared to even talk to both of them because I was like, I don't know if they're working together. So it's scary, right? Like, people don't even know who to trust no more. They don't know if they should talk to police no more. So it's really concerning what's happening, and I don't want that to happen.
So yes,
but it's the reality what's happening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next up is Representative Kassar.
Americans know that ICE agents shot Renee Good, but you should know what happened next. The ICE agents did not render first aid. They left Renee to bleed. Then a doctor approached the scene, and he wanted to help. The doctor
Stream Element
shouted,
says, find me in
the
other
bleeding.
places: Discord, Twitter,
Instead,
YouTube, Steam,
3
Xbox,
minutes
and PlayStation
and
Old
26
Mage Guy on
seconds,
TikTok as
ICE
Mage.
agents held back that doctor that might have been able to save Renee. So for the next 3 minutes and 26 seconds, I want each of us to imagine someone we know and love, and imagine that they are shot, bleeding, suffering, and dying, and silently think about them being denied help for the next 3 minutes and 26 seconds.
welcome to a mind with PTSD if you were doing exactly as he said. We deal with that shit all the time.
Stop the bleeding, the doctor shouted. And for 3 minutes and 26 seconds, ICE did not. Renee still had some pulse when the firefighters arrived, but no breathing. CPR didn't start till 10 minutes after she was shot. It was too late, but it's not too late to prevent this from happening to more people in our country.
Thank you. Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you for that almost unbearable amount of time.
thank all of you for coming. I am fully aware of what it takes to discuss and tell again and again when you've gone through trauma. And I appreciate it because what you're doing is helping the rest of the country to become aware of really what's happened. I want to talk a little bit about masks. I think transparency and accountability are fundamental to every form of law enforcement. And yet we've witnessed more and more masked agents operating in unmarked vehicles, creating fear and confusion in people all over this country. Now read this. Research shows that anonymity can change behavior. When individuals conceal their identities, they may feel less accountable, be more willing to engage in conduct they would not otherwise consider. We also know that criminals have been putting masks on to impersonate federal agents and then commit crimes. Crooks generally put masks on. I guess the question, and Mr. Stoughton, I'd ask this of you, how does allowing ICE officers to wear masks, how does that affect law enforcement to distinguish between legitimate operations and a group of armed impersonators? And what are the consequences of this policy in terms of public trust, core of how we keep our communities safe?
Anonymizing law enforcement dramatically reduces public trust. When law enforcement agents act at the local, state, or federal level, they act with public authority. That is, they are policing in my name and they are policing in your name. And that should mean that we, as the public, have the right to know who is doing what in our name.
Yep.
When we don't have that, it undermines accountability and it dramatically hurts public trust. It also creates tremendous confusion for the individuals who are interacting with anonymous agents who may not know who they are interacting with. There are now at least a dozen or more stories of individuals who, upon being confronted with ICE or Customs and Border Protection agents, called the police because they did not know who they were being confronted with. These masked, armed individuals who are aggressively approaching them. There is nothing to clearly distinguish that kind of enforcement operation from a criminal kidnapping or carjacking without clear identification.
Great, exactly my point. I would just go down, and I was here for all three of your, when you gave your testimonies, and again, words can't express how much I appreciate. I think all of us appreciate that. Mr. Rascon, when exactly did the federal agents, how did they identify themselves? At what point?
After repeated requests, they did not identify themselves.
And Ms. Rahman, same question. At what point exactly did they, and how did they identify themselves?
They did not identify themselves. I even asked them their names to have a conversation in the car, and they were silent. And Representative Lee has already talked to us about the history in America of masked men taking it upon themselves to do things to people of color. And I don't even come from a family where that has happened for generations by masked men.
Thank you.
I can understand your seething.
Ms. Martinez, I can't answer
really
that question
can.
because you never even got a chance. Anyway, I've got more questions, but I appreciate what you've all done to be here, and I think it is more powerful than you can possibly imagine. So again, thank you each. Thank you all. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to now yield to Representative Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ranker. I am so frustrated. It is so hard to sit in allegedly power positions, yet see this happening in my country every single day. We are arguably the most powerful people, not just in this country, but in the world. Yet some of our colleagues have decided that they wanted to abdicate their oaths and their duties, and they have decided that instead of following the law or the Constitution, they want to follow a single man. There are those that say that our democracy hangs in the balance. With every passing day, I feel as if we are slipping further and further into a full-on dictatorship. When we live in a country where a journalist by the name of Don Lemon can be arrested, or Georgia Fort can be arrested, when we live in a country where a 5-year-old little boy, Liam Ramos, can be thrown in what looked like a penitentiary, because I did go and see him at Dilley facility, and the reality is that Liam's picture went viral. But there are so many children that are rotting away in that facility, and it seems like nobody cares. When we see what happened to Alex and Renee, and my colleagues are silent or they're in defense of what took place, I start to wonder, what is our purpose? If we are sitting here and we are seeing our Constitution desecrated at every single turn, and then when we have an opportunity in the minority as Democrats to say we are going to stop this because it's not working out very well for the Republicans. In my state of Texas, they just flipped a seat where it swung 30 points. It's not working well for the Republicans when the Republican governor in Texas decides to say, well, maybe we're a little off track. It's not working well for the Republicans when Donald Trump steps in and says, well, let me go ahead and give you a sacrificial lamb by the name of Bovino. It's not working well for them. So we are in the best position that we could be in, yet and still that package passed, and we gave a 2-week pass for them to continue to negotiate. My question is, what are we negotiating for? What is it that we're trying to get? Because we know that they already will ignore the law. The First, the Fourth, the Fifth, and the 14th Amendments have all been thrown out of the window by this administration. So, Mr. Stoughton, DHS's internal use of force policies are supposed to be guided by constitutional protections under the Fourth Amendment. Do you think that we're seeing that?
The policies on paper are fairly good. I do not see those being translated into practice.
In fact, we know that the opinion that was written by the judge that ordered the release of Liam and his father, it says this case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children. This court and others regularly send undocumented people to prison and orders them deported, but do so by proper legal procedures. Apparent also in the government's ignorance of an American historical document called the Declaration of Independence, 33-year-old Thomas Jefferson enumerated grievances against a would-be authoritarian king over our nascent nation. Among others were, he has sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people. He has excited domestic insurrection amongst us, for quartering large bodies of armed troops amongst us. He has kept amongst us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislature. We, the people, are hearing echoes of that history. And then there is this pesky inconvenience called the Fourth Amendment. Right now, I must say that the only branch that has not completely failed us is the judiciary. It is time for us to empower the people, people like you that have been traumatized by our government. We need to make sure that your lawyers can stand up and they can get money. They can go and get some type of justice, because if our president can sue our own federal government for $10 billion, then something tells me that maybe we need to loosen the reins around some of the protections that these officers have so that y'all can go and get something, and maybe, just maybe, they will decide that it's not worth it to go out and traumatize its citizens. Thank you so much, and I will yield.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also Representative Garcia for convening all of us here. And I was watching the proceedings on C-SPAN, so I very much thank our witnesses for sharing your harrowing experiences. What we are dealing with, as far as I'm concerned, is a lawless regime. and with agencies that behave in lawless ways. And we all should be motivated by the fierce urgency of now to do something about this lawlessness. There have been over 500 lawsuits filed against this administration's actions to prevent the continuing lawlessness. And so the testimony you provided shows us how critical it is for us to It's really hard to describe how we all felt watching what happened to so many of you, but to really put some parameters, some guardrails around the behavior of ICE and Border Patrol.
God, she's trying.
Some
She's
common
hurting.
sense kinds of requirements that has to do with not wearing masks, but having body cameras. There are some
That one hit her
common
pretty good.
sense kinds of behaviors that law enforcement officials all across our country abide by, but apparently not ICE. And so in this, what I would call the fierce urgency of now, we need to put in some immediate parameters to how ICE is operating so that they cannot drag people out of cars, they cannot smash car windows, they cannot beat people up, and yes, of course, he cannot murder people in front of our very eyes. And so my hope and expectation is that the next 2 weeks that there will be these kinds of parameters and guardrails put around ICE behavior. And at the same time, we need to look at some longer-term reforms, such as what's happening in our detention facilities, such as enabling people to sue federal agents, which they cannot for their lawless behavior. I do have one question for Professor
Please,
Stoughton?
please do set that up.
When you have a senior aide to the
Nice.
president say to
good thinking,
ICE agents, where he says, and I'm talking about Stephen Miller, to quote, "To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties, and anybody who lays a hand on you or tries to stop or obstruct you and is committing a felony," end quote. Now, this is a senior person to President Trump, and this sentiment was agreed to by the Vice President. Professor, when
We know how
you,
she feels about him.
say things like that, what kind of environment, law enforcement environment, does it create for ICE and Border Patrol agents?
It provides every reason for them to believe, as Mr. Romanici put it, that they will be able to act with impunity, that there is no meaningful oversight, that any attempt or any lip service paid to accountability is purely performative. It creates an extremely dangerous precedent and risks undermining professional culture and cohesion.
I would say that probably all our witnesses agree that this kind of lawless environment was created by the very kind of statements made by senior officials in this regime. Thank you.
I miss
Thank you,
my
Senator.
Mothman throne.
Moving on to our next member, and just as a reminder to the 4-minute rule, please, if possible, Representative Randall.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Garcia and Ranking Member Blumenthal, for holding this important hearing on the deadly use of violence being inflicted across the country under the pretext of immigration enforcement. I also want to join all of the witnesses. I want to join my colleagues in thanking all of the witnesses for joining us. Many of you, as we have heard today, have experienced ICE's violence and brutality firsthand, and I'm grateful for your courage in testifying today, for reliving your trauma for the benefit of others, to shed light on these abuses. I hope my Republican colleagues, who, as others have pointed out, are not here today, also take the time to read your stories and hear about your experiences, because what is happening across our country is simply indefensible, and it shouldn't be a partisan issue. In fact, it isn't a partisan issue in our communities. Recent polling shows that ICE is underwater. 58% of Americans have an unfavorable view of the agency. That's a 19-point increase since Trump took office. 54% of independents and even 21% of Republicans nationwide support impeaching Secretary Noem. What has become incredibly clear to me, my neighbors, and to a broad majority of our fellow Americans is that we need a fundamental reimagining of what a just and humane immigration system should look like. Shooting people in the streets, tear gassing and pepper spraying protesters, none of this is an accident, and it's not happening in a vacuum. The Trump administration is recruiting unqualified individuals, giving less training to those who are most enthusiastic about joining this fascist, and I'm using air quotes here, police force, and has even proposed giving them bonuses based on how many people they round up each day. They're pouring $100 million into, again, air quotes, wartime recruitment strategy. Who exactly are we at war with? The 5-year-olds who are being kidnapped from their parents? Folks on their way to the doctor? Individuals expressing their First Amendment right to free speech and protest? In my 6 visits to the Northwest Detention Center in my district, I've seen a shocking lack of medical care and detained individuals being subject to inhumane conditions. As you have testified, Ms. Roman, no timely access to medication, and in our community, no private conversations with doctors when they are taken out of detention for specialty or serious medical care, always with an ICE or GEO agent in the room with them, despite of HIPAA protections that are offered to all of us, including incarcerated individuals on felony charges in Washington state. Detainees not even provided enough clean underwear to wear every day. First, the administration took away health care for millions of Americans through H.R. 1 and through letting the ACA tax credits expire. Then they started shooting nurses in the street and physically obstructing and assaulting citizens who are simply trying to get to doctor's appointments. It turns out wartime is accurate, and this fascist regime is engaged in a full-on assault on everyone's right to health care, to live and survive in this country. Ms. Roman, what you were subjected to is appalling. I understand. As you have told us, you are trying to get to a routine doctor's appointment when immigration agents smashed your windows, dragged you out of your car, and detained you. Is that correct?
That is correct. My 39th appointment at that facility.
You told them you needed medical care and that you have a disability, correct?
Many times.
You've spoken out about the dehumanizing practices you were subject to after you were detained. Can you share again what their response was when you told them about your disability and that you needed medical care?
First, they said too late. Then they just laughed. Then silence.
I'm particularly concerned by the statement you shared that 2 local officials said they didn't want to step on ICE's toes while you were trying to get medical care. Healthcare is a human right, full stop. And what you've shared today with us and what I've heard from individuals at the ICE detention center in my district makes it clear that this administration is doing the absolute most to sow chaos and confusion and avoid providing clear guidance to agents and local health officials about the rights of detained individuals. Every human, immigrant, citizen, criminal or not, deserves access to health care. We must impeach Secretary Noem. And beyond that, we have a lot of work to do to fix our broken immigration system. And part of that is making sure folks can access quality and timely care. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Representative Subramanian.
Taxes was feeling
Hey,
unwelcome.
are you the one that bought them from me?
Now taxes is an open door, literally. The new
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you to everyone who spoke here today. And thank you to our witnesses. Really, thank you for your courage. Thank you for speaking out. There's a lot of people that don't want you to tell your stories. There's a lot of people who want you to be silent and to be quiet victims of what ICE has done. But you speaking up makes a huge difference. It makes it harder for them to keep doing it when you speak out. And so please continue to speak out, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. Because the reality is you are inconvenient to ICE and to this administration. They told us from the very beginning, all they were going to do is go after the worst of the worst. They were only going to go after the criminals, right? And they were going to keep our streets safe. But in the first 10 months of the administration alone, Nearly 75,000 people were swept up in immigration operations with no criminal records at all. And you all are American citizens, too. Is that keeping us safe to go after American citizens, to terrorize American citizens, to terrorize families, rip families apart? And this is not an isolated incident. You all are not the only ones, although your stories are heartbreaking. This is widespread. In my community, we had an American citizen who was a Trump voter himself who had this happen to him. He was detained by ICE agents who were looking for someone else, and they thought he was the right person, and so they harassed him and detained him, driving to work. And what's interesting, and what I keep seeing over and over again, and what you have shared in your stories, is that there is no accountability. There are no stands. It stands for everything that this country should not stand for. And so what I want to see, first I want to see Secretary Noem impeached. I think she needs to go, resign, or get impeached. We need to see a complete overhaul and reform of ICE. But I really want to ask you all, what do you want your leaders to do? And what can we do to both bring the healing that you deserve and need, as well as bring the accountability that we should see when it comes to immigration and ICE? Mr. Romanucci?
Am I on here? Yeah. Thank you very much, Representative. I don't think there's any question that without a legislative change, in order for these fine people to be able to seek redress by filing direct lawsuits against law enforcement officers and having a public trial, if the circumstances warrant, where there can be transparency and the truth comes out, we will have failed. We will not have done our job if there is not legislative change, because transparency is truth, and we can't get to it unless these people can have the right to sue federal law enforcement officers in the same way that the estate of George Floyd was able to sue the police officers who murdered him.
Yeah.
Ms. Martinez?
Same. I just want accountability, change. For starters, change.
Ms. Rahman?
I do not believe that violence from law enforcement against communities is a new problem in any way. However, I believe that this moment has provided new lenses for people who may have needed them to engage with a very old problem. It is only the tip of the iceberg, and if we can set precedent that you should be very afraid to hurt someone like this, then maybe we can solve some of that larger problem. Because even someone who was committing a crime should not have been treated the way that we were treated.
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Ruscone? Ms. Ruscone?
I believe the 3 individuals overseeing the immigration process should be held accountable. That's because it starts with them: Trump, Vance, and Noemi.
Mr. Stott?
Thank you, Representative. I think there's a very long list that I don't have time to fully flesh out, but in a nutshell, professionalism demands accountability, both administrative and legal, and it demands improvement. That is, an agency learns from its mistakes and learns where it can do better. That's a good place to start.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Next is Representative Ansari.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia and Senator Blumenthal, for hosting this very important hearing today and doing something what both House and Senate Republicans refuse to do, which is to hold this administration and in particular ICE accountable. Thank you all, more importantly, for sharing your stories. Like many of my colleagues have expressed, I am in awe of your bravery, and just the horrors that you've had to go through should never happen to any American in this country or any human being in this country, regardless of what their immigration status is. So I am deeply sorry for what happened to you, and I can assure you that I will not rest until everybody from the very top, Kristi Noem, to all the way to the bottom, and these ICE agents who are acting violently and lawlessly must be prosecuted and held accountable for their crimes. This description, what you have put forward and what we've seen across this country, ICE is not law enforcement. They're also not immigration enforcement. They are literally Trump's personal paramilitary force turned against civilians, no different than many authoritarian regimes around the world. My parents fled an authoritarian regime to come to this country, and the tactics are extremely similar. Now, I want to dive into some of the details of Ms. Rahman's testimony. You described that you were violently pulled from your car by DHS agents while trying to drive to a doctor's appointment. Agents had told you to move your car towards other federal agents, an action that, according to the Trump administration, was justification for the lethal force that was used against Renee Good. Were you concerned for your safety if you had followed their directions?
Absolutely. There were people everywhere.
The violence of your detention, per your description, just seems so senseless. Why do you think they acted the way that they did?
Because I think that they are trained towards cruelty. Their tactics do not logically make sense to me as an immigration strategy. That would be things like helping immigrants access jobs and things. It doesn't make sense to me as a public safety strategy either, but it does make a lot of sense as a strategy for teaching the population to be afraid and not speak.
And DHS called you a, quote, agitator and claims that you were arrested for obstruction. Is that how you view yourself?
No. I am a software engineer who was going to a doctor's appointment.
Exactly. Did federal agents treat you with dignity and respect during your detention?
It doesn't seem like they know what that is.
And what do you think the agents meant when they told you that you wouldn't be a problem if you were, quote, normal?
I think the agents believe there is exactly one kind of person who's appropriate for being allowed to live their life in America.
When were
I
you
don't
first?
fit that.
Thank you. When were you first informed of your rights?
I was not informed of my rights.
And were you allowed to speak with a lawyer?
No, I asked many times and they said that would happen later, but I was never actually taken to an interrogation room because there were too many, quote, bodies occupying those rooms, and I blacked out before I was able to ever talk to anyone on the phone.
And did you receive appropriate medical care or disability accommodations while you were detained?
No, I requested them many times and finally thought to ask for a wheelchair, which they didn't know if there were any. Nobody should not know the answer to if there is a wheelchair in the facility, and then when I was put in it, I was taunted, which is strange to me because that did not make their job any easier.
Were you worried that immigration agents might let you die?
100%, because I read books.
Thank you for your testimony. I yield back.
I'm with you, girl.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Next up is Representative Bell. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, Ranking Member Garcia. Also to our survivors, for your courage, as well as our witnesses as well. My first foray into politics was as a city councilman in a small city called Ferguson. And one thing that I learned as a city councilman is that the relationship with citizens and their city.
Okay. I'm not upset because I still got the loot from the character that I killed, but its name is not right. That is not a glowing Snellygaster. Never mind a legendary glowing Snellygaster. That's a legendary Mothman cultist. Bethesda! You got things funky again.
There was a direct correlation with their relationship with law enforcement. I would have people come up to me about their trash and they'd come up to me about a pothole in their street and they're just hot. But as soon as that trash was picked up, as soon as that pothole was filled, they were ready to bake you cookies.
Yeah.
A bad interaction with law enforcement doesn't go away so easily, though.
No. No.
And I say all that because as a Ferguson City Councilman, as a later on a municipal court judge, we worked hard to change not only policies, but also the perception of law enforcement in our local communities. We worked hard to get body cameras on every single officer and implementing policies that required those cameras to be on. We worked hard to implement community policing, where police officers weren't just evaluated by how many arrests they made, but how many people they knew in the community, how many conversations they initiated. We worked hard to expand treatment programs for folks struggling with mental health and addiction. And we worked hard to get law enforcement to buy into that. And they did in our community. And so it's like taking one step forward and 2 steps back when we see these masked agents that I talked about earlier in this year running around with weapons, with the color of law enforcement around them, but yet without the training, without the adherence to the policies that actually we've seen start to build that confidence, that trust back in many places around this country. And so it's very frustrating when we look at how much effort we've put in, and then we see Renee Good and Alex Preddy shot less than 2 miles from each other just 3 weeks apart. 1 step forward and 2 steps back. And Mr. Stoughton, I just want to ask you quickly about the force continuum and dig in a little bit about the use of force and how that is predicated on the amount of force that an officer, if you could just talk about that and then the duty to render aid as well.
Thank you for that question, Representative. In very abbreviated terms, officers can, and in the performance of their legitimate duties, may have to use force to overcome actual threats that would undermine the policing goal, whether that's making an apprehension or conducting a search or seizure. The idea of the force continuum is essentially just a way of demonstrating the relationship between the nature and the severity of the threat presented by someone's actions and the nature and severity of the force that the officer gets to use in response. This comes from a 1989 case, Graham v. Connor, which lays out the idea that force must be objectively reasonable, which requires balancing, and the word that we typically use in this context is proportionality. That is
just out of respect for time, you can't use an AK if the threat is a fly swatter. Would that be fair?
Yes, Representative, that's a good analogy.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Next is Representative Simon. I just want to remind our folks to stick to the 4 minutes because I think our time in the room, in the chamber is also wrapped. And so, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you for leadership for bringing us here today. I think it's important to also lift up the voices for the past 22 years of folks on the ground in communities, human rights attorneys, civil rights organizations who have been clear.
No.
Just got my laptop for my degree at Maestro. I'm so excited. But what's really amazing?
That across administrations, ICE has been a damaging force in our communities. So what you all have experienced is the ticking up of an unchecked body. I say we listen to women of color, particularly women of color organizers and activists and organizational leaders on the ground who have been citing this rallying call to deaf ears for too long. Today we heard a school teacher talk about being shot 5 times. Sister, thank you. Thank you for being here, the courageousness in your voice, and the tears, so much power. I wish that we as legislators had the courage of you all standing here, sitting here with us today. We heard from a disabled woman who was yanked from her car and thrown on the floor and made bloody and incarcerated with other folks who had not been Mirandized. We heard from an expected father who was literally terrorized by
Stream
ICE
Element
agents.
says, find me in other
lived to
places,
tell
Discord,
the
Twitter,
story. The
YouTube,
betrayal is a
Steam,
betrayal,
Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage guy on TikTok as
systematic
Mage.
betrayal. And we need you to survive. We need you and the rest of the American citizens and the folks who are in a process to gain their citizenship during this moment of tyranny. We need you to survive. I am so thankful. In Minnesota, brothers and sisters, just a couple of weeks ago, many of us went out to a hearing to hear from folks. We were able to go to Mrs. Good's memorial site, where good Christian folks were reciting the Lord's Prayer over and over. We heard from a few of those folks that in Minnesota at night, you hear two things. You hear whistles. You hear whistles and you hear screams. The whistles are coming from the thousands of volunteers who have answered the call from their Lord to bear witness. The screams are coming from the children, coming from the mothers and fathers who are being drugged from their homes, from men and women who have sworn to abide by the Constitution. What you all have done here today, and I know it's been a long day, but you are bearing witness. Your words are sacred. Your experiences should hallow the halls of these hallowed halls. Now, Ms. Rahman, your testimony did something to my spirit, as all of your testimonies did. I came to Congress as a disabled woman to consistently humanize our experiences in an abled world. Thank you. You represent millions of people today who have had interactions with law enforcement and were dehumanized. Just one question, but before the question, again, my deep gratitude for you, Ms. Good's family, and all of you all have come here today. But my question, Ms. Rahman, is for folks with disabilities, now that you become a part of a tribe of folks who have been disrespected and almost murdered by law enforcement, what would you like to lift up? Your testimony was beautiful today, but being a disabled advocate, being an engineer, being a scholarly voice all over the country, as a disabled woman, I'm wondering if you could give us a few more seconds about your experience and what that means for disabled Americans.
Disabled Americans have great worth in this country, and anyone who does not identify as disabled should probably be aware that any one of you can become temporarily or permanently disabled in your life.
Yep.
And you will need the wisdom from folks who have been having this conversation. Thank you very much for your work also.
I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative. Next is Representative Min.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, for hosting this hearing. And I think it's just very unfortunate that not a single person from the other side of the aisle is here at this hearing, because they are also needing to hear your powerful testimony. They're the ones that I think need to grapple with their consciences. I want to thank you for taking the time to share these deeply traumatic stories, particularly the three witnesses in the middle. What we heard today was so deeply disturbing and shocking, and to think that this could take place in America is just very, very surreal. But this is also very inevitable, because for now a year almost, we have been seeing an escalation of lawlessness and violence that is being permeated, it is being fomented and encouraged by the top levels of this administration. And we saw this happen last year in Southern California. And Mr. Rescone, you're just to the north of us in Orange County. We saw lots of incidents in Orange County, in Los Angeles. There's a gentleman named Narciso Barranco who was videotaped. It went viral because he was being punched in the head repeatedly. He's a gardener who'd been in the United States for almost 30 years, the father of 3 Marines. And as with you all, the administration followed a well-worn playbook of trying to blame the victim. They accused him of being a domestic terrorist, of trying to attack the ICE agents with a weed whacker until that narrative no longer could withstand the videos that clearly contradicted it. And unfortunately, what we saw here, Mr. Rascon, Ms. Martinez, is that same playbook. And I just want to be clear, you were confronted by masked agents who approached you, threatening you with guns drawn, and you in your case, Mr. Rascon, your father drove the car away. Ms. Martinez, you drove the car away, and in both instances, it's clear you were trying to flee. You were not trying to hurt anyone. You were not driving at agents, and yet they fired gunshots both times. You were hit 5 times, 7 bullet wounds, and I'm so sorry to hear that, Ms. Martinez, but they blamed you. And that is exactly the same playbook that they followed with Renee Nicole Good and Alex Pretty. And like my colleague, Representative Simon, I had the privilege of going to Minnesota to hear from local law enforcement, to hear from activists, and they shared the same story. And what is happening right now is that they are gaslighting us here in America. They are trying to lie about what's happening, even when they have videos directly contradicting that. Now, some of us have raised concerns for a long time that ICE is hiring the wrong type of person. And I know there's been a lot of emphasis on training. Mr. Stoughton, you talk a lot about the need for better training, and I agree with that. And yet what we've seen over and over is stuff that I don't think training would cure. We see violence perpetrated by people in ways that dehumanize their victims. And so I just want to ask you a few questions, Mr. Stoughton. You've seen a lot of these videos. Is it safe to say that walking up to someone and punching them in the face because you don't like what they're saying, is that something that's acceptable for law enforcement to do?
Absolutely not.
Is that a crime?
Yes.
What about pepper spraying somebody who's standing with the sign you don't like? Is that appropriate for law enforcement to do?
No.
Is that a crime?
Yes.
And if you just decide to tackle someone, blindside them in the street, they're not resisting arrest, they're not doing anything criminal, is that a crime?
Yes, it very well could be.
And should that be subject to an investigation?
Absolutely.
Now, we have not had any investigations until the murder of Alex Pretty. In no instance that I'm aware of, and we've written letters to DHS asking some of these questions, have we once gotten any responses indicating that any investigations are underway with any of these victims. So Ms. Martinez, Ms. Rahman, and Mr. Rascon, I just want to ask you a few last questions. Did anyone from the government ever apologize to you? You can just say no.
No.
No? Or yes or no?
No.
No.
When you were in the hospital, Ms. Martinez, did anyone ever visit you from the government?
Only FBI and ICE agents.
Nobody, did Christy know nobody else who called you a domestic terrorist, they didn't come visit you?
No.
No apologies, no visits, no regrets, apparently. I want to apologize to you on behalf of the United States government. This behavior is criminal. We need to prosecute it. Every single person in Congress, upon taking office, takes an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. We need Republicans to step up right now and honor that oath. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Tlaib.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I come from the city of Detroit, the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, so I'm going to keep it real. Can I blow this? Is that going to be a problem? And this. That's all of our residents are using right now to protect themselves in the streets. Do you understand? This is what they're using. Whistles and their camera. I want to show you. Let's see what this army, fascist army disguised as some sort of federal agency is using. This is the home of Tiana and Garrison. This is their private home. Let's see what they have, and I want Seth to pay attention to this, because I know you probably read about all the toys that they have. U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement agents, I'm not talking about Border Patrol, they got stuff too, are equipped with a range of tactical weapons, including AR-15 rifles. Options such as pepper spray launchers, I don't know what that is, taser devices. They also utilize military-grade tactical gear, including camouflage pouches and specialized rifle attachments. They have ammunition rifles, like endless amount, attached to their body. They have night vision and thermal cameras on drones, armored vehicles. I even heard, Martin, at your house, they were using drones on your house. Contractors like Quantico, you know who I'm talking about, Quantico or whatever, Tactical, and these groups provide these materials. They make money giving us this stuff. Remember that. And every day they keep any of our immigrant neighbors who are asylee seekers, some of them are literally just waiting their turn to be able to get that pathway to citizenship. They're making money
off of our babies being imprisoned. You know, there's a lot of equipment here and military gear here, Seth. A lot of weapons here for whistles and cameras and our disabled residents, people going to drop off, you know, donations to their church, a father, kind of stuff in war zones. Seth?
It does not belong in day-to-day.
Look how many people showed up to her house. They're unhinged. And I just have to be honest with my colleagues. They're not here to listen to this, but I'm going to tell you all, it's not a slogan, abolish ICE. My residents in Southwest Detroit have been telling us for years. For years they've been telling us. You know, thinking of that father, I saw the emotion that Martin and especially Miss Martinez had seeing that father of two boys being murdered. No one talks about Mr. Gonzalez as much as they talk about Renee and Alex. And I know they would hate that. But I have to be honest with all of you, all of my colleagues that are not here, they think if we unmask them, they'll stop killing us. They think if we just train them more. But do you know, Seth, that murderer agent, John Ross, that executed Renee, he's been with Border Patrol since 2007, then goes to ICE in 2015. I think he trains people with guns. So it's not more training. This is an agency that was built to terrorize communities and neighborhoods. It is an agency that was created with this culture. It cannot be so-called reformed barriers. They violate their own policies. I saw it in my own neighborhood in 2010 and on. So it doesn't matter who's president. This needs to be dismantled. With that, I yield.
Thank you. And I believe we have Representative Presley, who we can grab a seat wherever she would like. And
There's no point in buying it. Vanguard's
sure.
Kidding, we don't have enough.
Last week, I traveled to Minneapolis at the invitation of my sister in service and by bond, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, to the Minnesota 5th, a district I'd been to many times doing justice work. I went to bear witness to the trauma that so many communities are being forced to endure. I met residents who have watched rogue, masked agents detain, deport, and even kill their neighbors in broad daylight, in cold blood, without due process, without care for what their violence leaves behind. Public executions, public terror. 5-year-olds are being detained. I'm thinking of Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old child held detention for a week, and the over 3,000 other children whose names we don't know, who remain in detention centers across the country. I'm thinking of his classmates who wrote letters to ICE agents pleading for mercy, appealing to whatever humanity they hope still existed. I will not accept a system that rips children from safety in the name of quote-unquote law and order. This is trauma, and the witnesses here today live with it. I so look forward to a day when people do not have to relive and weaponize their trauma in order to compel action from their government. But I'm grateful to those who bear their heart for the good of humanity. Each of you have shown immense courage, and it is time for Democrats to show that same courage and fight against fascism. As we negotiate funding for DHS, we have a real opportunity to do more than express concern. We have the chance to reject this campaign of terror, and we have a responsibility to do so. As Democrats, we can say we give a damn, but that is not enough if we refuse to act with courage. Requiring agents to remove masks or obtain warrants before entering homes is important, but let's be honest, that is the bare minimum. We can't leave power in the hands of bad actors to decide whether or not to follow the law. We can't make demands of people like Trump and Noam and then hope that they willingly comply. Our Constitution doesn't rely on good faith. It demands checks and balances. If we want real change, we must check this administration and rebalance power in the hands of the people where it belongs. Here is a simple fact. People should be allowed to sue ICE agents for violating their rights and killing their loved ones, period. That should not be controversial for Democrats, Republicans, Independents, or anyone, but there are barriers in the way. Congress must remove these barriers with a two-step legislative fix. Step one, we need to close the loophole. There is currently a loophole in the law that prevents federal officials from being sued under Section 1983, which is a civil rights law protecting constitutional rights. If victims of violence can sue state and local law enforcement, they should also be able to sue federal law enforcement.
Yes.
Step two, we need to abolish qualified immunity. Qualified immunity is an unjust, court-invented legal doctrine that says law enforcement misconduct can be excused. That includes violations of constitutional rights. The Supreme Court has expanded qualified immunity to the point where even Clarence Thomas thinks it's gone too far. This accountability two-step is critical to reining in this extremist administration. During these negotiations on DHS funding, Democrats must prioritize giving power to the people to protect their rights. Mr. Romanchuk, you are the lawyer representing the Good family during this unimaginable, painful moment. You've spent decades litigating excessive force cases. How does qualified immunity impact your ability to seek accountability for your clients?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Qualified immunity is a tremendous barrier. It's a hurdle to achieve civil justice and accountability for people who want to sue police officers. I liken it very much to a get out of jail card on a monopoly board, because unless it's clearly established that the officer violated a law, they get a pass. They get qualified immunity and the lawsuit is dismissed. You cannot achieve that. By your suggestion, which is a good one, we're aligned, by abolishing qualified immunity and making the employer, the agency, the law enforcement agency responsible for the police officer's actions, we have accountability. We have a system of justice that would be fair and gets rid of that hurdle.
Thank you. We need laws that empower families like those that have testified before us today. We should use these negotiations to rebalance power, to restore accountability, and to protect the people that we were actually sent here to serve. I yield back.
Thank you. And I want to thank you all first. Our witnesses, just thank you for your courage, your testimony, for being here. I know it was difficult. I thank you for answering all the questions, and I want to thank all the members of the House and the Senate. We had a large participation today for joining us, and so thank you very much.
It's damn time!
Alright.
Hello, peasants.
Hello. I've given her. Oh. Thought I got that upgraded. I gotta get one more point there.
You know, I'm really
shield
puzzled
on.
by something. It's 2026, believe it or not, and
I should
even
just
though
go-
we live in this modern digital world where we can ask our smart assistants to
I
close the blinds for us,
don't want-
we're still
SGS_sign
excited
says,
about finding
time
voice-
to start XP farming for my build.
That feels
Are you just gonna run West Tech? You work yet? No, damn it. I keep hoping because this fucking touchpad sucks.
SGS_science says, between that and doing a lot of events on our event team.
Fair enough. I'm getting ready to join a, well, was getting ready to, I might not now. Might just focus on getting my heavy class rebuilt.
Why was Don Lemon, the independent journalist?
Now that I think about it, because I sat here and changed
arrested
this class around
violating a statute
for
that is supposed to protect women, so they're not
melee and small
abused
guns,
verbally or otherwise, as they try to go to abortion clinics. And in what world
trying
does
to figure out why I was
jury
doing more damage with
Don Lemon for
my heavy
covering
guns class
other
versus
people's
with melee
protests
weapons versus
as a journalist against
melee
ICE?
class?
I mean, who's going to be arrested next? Trevor Noah on the Grammys because he covered Bad Bunny saying "Ice Out" during the Grammys? We cover that and so much more as true independent journalists, just like Don Lemon here on the Midas Touch Network and on Legal AF. And here's a clip.
But Don Lemon wasn't even protesting. So I just want to make that distinction too, because I don't think the protesters engaged in any crimes, yet alone the Federal FACE Act crime. Lemon said, I'm a reporter, I'm here videotaping, that's all I'm doing. When someone at the church touched Lemon, Lemon said, please don't touch me, I'm just here to report. And Lemon repeatedly said on the live stream, over, I'm not with them, I'm here to report. Like, he said it multiple times out loud. So with all of that, Trump and Pam Bondi and Harmeet Dillon and all of the people in this Trump regime wanted Don Lemon arrested, though, because the right-wing base on Twitter now arrest Don Lemon, you need to arrest him.
SGS_science says, probably going to start on Grind Tick Blood, so I can give you more for more Vamp mods lol. Cheers.
But they then go, Don Lemon, they try to get a magistrate judge to sign off on
I've got your
criminal
troubleshooter
complaint
mod
against Don Lemon. That fails. They go to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeal. That fails. Popak, in a bit, you'll talk about this Judge Schultz, who had to even send a letter to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. And this same judge is a George W. Bush appointee who's this past week said that this Trump ICE has violated hundreds of court orders already. In January alone, more than agencies have violated in their entire existence. That's what ICE has done, and he's never seen anything like this before. So the
SGS_science says, as in you can make them.
That fails. Then they go for this indictment.
No, as in I
They
have a
somehow
single one
get an
for you.
indictment, which we'll learn more about. Remember, they got indictments of Comey and Letitia James. Okay, and yes, you can indict a ham
Yeah,
sandwich,
I'm still working on trying to get to where I can make them.
juries that didn't indict Letitia James after that first indictment succeeded, but then Lindsay Halligan, we learned, did all of this misconduct in the grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia, gave the grand jury incorrect legal rules, didn't show them evidence, brought somebody who stole attorney-client information, and engaged in all of this, misconduct. So one of the things we'll see, and I'll turn it over to you, Popak, though, is we don't know what went down in the grand jury room. I doubt the Trump regime's lawyers who they sent in there, who apparently are not Minnesota or not lawyers from Los Angeles. I mean, that these are lawyers they brought in just for this. I doubt those lawyers showed the full video or showed the full evidence. My gut is they brought in a single FBI agent. The FBI agent who's a Trump regime lackey. I'm just giving you my guess, because this is what we've seen before. I'm hypothesizing based on past experience of this Trump regime. Gave a hearsay story, because you can do that in grand juries. Yes, did he physically intimidate? Yes, he did. What do you see him do? I saw him got in front of the door, and the evidence shows he pushed back. Anything else you saw? Okay. No. Does that constitute physical intimidation, Mr. FBI officer? Yes, it does. All right, grand jury. Physical intimidation. You heard the FBI officer. So if you believe physical intimidation, you have to sign this. That's my gut when we find the grand jury transcript, what's actually what actually went down. But in any event, they then arrest Don Lemon in Los Angeles with federal agents. Also, Georgia Fort, another reporter who was doing the same thing Lemon was doing, who was videotaping it. They sent like DEA dressed as SWAT teams to her house and basically scared her to death and scared her family. And what you're supposed to do in situations like this is, you know, one, not do this in the first place, but you would get a warrant. You would reach out to the person like a Don Lemon or a Georgia Fort. You would say, show up, you've been criminally indicted. You would negotiate a surrender, and that's what happens. But the Trump regime wanted the theatrics, they wanted perp walks, they wanted to inflict fear and pain, and that's what they're doing. Popok, take it from there and maybe connect to Judge Schiltz's order.
Okay, well, let's start with Judge Schiltz. I said on a hot take, and I still believe, that Judge Schiltz, who is the right-wing former Antonin Scalia on the Supreme Court clerk, Republican appointee, chief judge of all the judges of the district courts of Minnesota, who was assigned to a number of cases involving the Trump administration so far. When he wrote his letter and his email, which I've rarely seen in 35 years, constituting his response to Pam Bondi's attempt to get an arrest warrant against Don Lemon for the very thing that you've at length described, he, the chief judge, effectively vouched for Don Lemon that he didn't commit any crimes. There's no other way to interpret Judge Schiltz's writing to the Eighth Circuit, who asked him, we're about to decide whether we should issue an order forcing you to issue an arrest warrant, overriding the decision of a magistrate judge, which never in the
just got a single
history of the Eighth
troubleshooters
Circuit
module,
of any federal court has
I'm
that
still
ever happened.
working
How do I know
otherwise.
that? Because Judge Schiltz did a survey and told the Eighth Circuit that. Tell us
Trying
what
to
your
get
thoughts
one of
are.
those
And the
videos
judge
quick as
wrote an
possible.
email and a letter and said, I'm at home because it's snowing and I have an adult child who has special needs. But I'm going to write to you about an application that I can't see, that I don't know what it says, that seems to be sealed even against me, and you want me to respond, but I have a pretty good idea how I should respond. And in that letter, in that email, he said that the journalist and the producer, which is Don Lemon and his producer, did not commit a crime. And that's why he's not going to override, he shouldn't be forced to override the magistrate judge, who also found that Don Lemon and the producer were exercising First Amendment freedom of the press rights and didn't commit a crime. Anybody that follows Don Lemon's channel the way you and I do, as not even casual observers, as people that know that Don does live reporting a lot. Okay, if you were bored on New Year's and you didn't want to watch the ball drop, you could have tuned in to Don Lemon in New Orleans doing whatever Don was doing at the time and recording it for his live feed. Okay, that's what reporters do. You know, we got Katie Fang, who's a friend of ours as well, who's out in Minnesota right now doing live reporting. Just because, and even if she knew that there was going to be a protest at a certain moment and showed up to get the exclusive, it doesn't make her a co-conspirator with the people that did the protest. See, what Todd Blanche, back to Blanche again, what Blanche said is, in an interview on Fox a week or so ago, is so-called journalist Don Lemon embedding himself with agitators is not going to give him any kind of protection. All right, let's stop right there. Wherever you ply your trade, and frankly, hardcore journalists are now plying their trade on YouTube as we are, on Substack as we are, and they're not on mainstream media. See Exhibit A, flow of mainstream media onto YouTube platforms like Midas and Substacks. Okay? And the fact that they think Don Lemon, after 17 years on CNN, who's in a fight with Elon Musk over him being deplatformed and violating a contract when Elon Musk was going to put Don Lemon on and the Don Lemon show, and I don't want anybody to think for a minute these things are unrelated. The fact that Elon Musk would love to see Don Lemon in handcuffs. Okay, you don't think that played into this calculus? Come on. So just because Don's on YouTube with a channel like I am, like you are, doesn't undermine our First Amendment right. The Constitution's founders and framers didn't say that there's a First Amendment freedom of the press except for people that are on a YouTube channel or in Substack. They didn't write that out with a quill pen. Okay, so where he plies his trade, I don't care if he's in an old van riding around with a shortwave radio telling people his opinions. He has a First Amendment right. And I don't care whether, as is alleged in the indictment, they met for coffee before and he knew that they were going to. Okay, journalists get tipped off all the time about it. He didn't plan it. you know, and of course to troll Don and the American people and us particularly, you know, you got Tulsi, you've got Harmeet Dillon, who, full disclosure, you and I know, I litigated against her and with her in cases. Harmeet Dillon, who's busy chloroforming the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, trolled everybody, including Don Lemon, by putting up, retweeting a comment where somebody said something about the KKK Act, the Ku Klux Klan Act of conspiracy being used against Don Lemon in a conspiracy to deprive civil liberties and civil rights, which was used when the KKK went after newly freed slaves to deny them their rights. It's also being used against Donald Trump right now in a civil matter still going on by the Metro Police and the Capitol Police in front of Judge Mehta in DC. So she wrote, or somebody wrote and she retweeted, Don Lemon's now a Klansman. Like, you know, because the African American, the black journalist is now is under the KKK Act. So in Minnesota, every federal judge, magistrate, and chief judge that looked at the facts said no arrest warrant because no crime. And so that, as I said in Hot Takes, that doesn't stop them from trying to get a grand jury to indict. Now, there's been a couple of grand juries they either didn't present to or they finally found one based, as you said, on, let's just talk about grand jury process for a minute, because sometimes we do shorthand and I don't want to. Who's in the room? The defense is not in the room. The defendant is not in the room. The lawyers for the defendant is not in the room. And you don't even need to bring in actual witnesses. And certainly the other co-defendants are not in the room. It's just the prosecutor. And if you're right, I believe you are, an FBI, a sort of roadmap witness, you know, somebody we call a composite witness, or somebody that just testifies about having, I reviewed the evidence and let me tell you what the evidence says. So it's like hearsay, you know, there's nobody to push back and cross-examine it. And then they just put that up. The guy saying there was a meeting in a coffee shop. Don Lemon was at the meeting. Then they went to the church. And then Don Lemon was filming, but he's a fake journalist and therefore conspiracy. Ta-da! They put up a board with the elements and they asked the grand jury to vote and return an indictment.
And by the way, it could literally be 10 minutes, just so people know.
Oh, yeah.
It can literally be just that, 10 minutes in and out.
We know that, to go back to an earlier story tonight on Legal AF, in the Epstein indictment of Maxwell, Judge Engelmeyer revealed that it was one FBI agent who gave it's called a summary witness, who gave summary testimony of his review of files, and the jury returned an indictment of, like you said, 15 or 20 minutes. That eventually got sustained through a conviction, but that's how it can happen. Now, just because there's an indictment doesn't mean it's going to stick, or that a federal judge, in this case, back in Minnesota, it's going to be back in Minnesota, right, Ben? The indictment's out of Minnesota.
It is, yeah.
All right, so it's going to be a federal judge assigned to the case. I'm not sure who, as we're recording, who the federal judge is, but one of them that has been struggling against the Trump administration could be Menendez, could be Schultz, could be Tostrup. There's a whole bunch of judges there who are going to handle this case. And immediately, Abbe Lowell, who, as I've said before, is going to be one of the action figures, you know, superhero action figures coming out of this administration, along with Don and maybe you, Ben. Maybe Legal AF that kids can have on their shelf, because Abby's representing Letitia James, representing Dr. Lisa Cook on the Federal Reserve, representing here Don Lemon, and rushing into the fire that is the Trump Department of Justice and justice system to defend Don Lemon. And now we got it. He got arrested, got an arraignment. Now it's going to be motion practice that he's going to argue this is a First Amendment right that's being violated, and the evidence doesn't support it. We'll see what's going to happen. You and I will cover it closely and then bond hearings and all of that. But this is nothing more than the Trump administration deciding to scratch Donald Trump's itch to go after media in order to have a chilling effect, not just on Don Lemon, because there's no way to chill Don Lemon, but to make the next reporter, maybe a younger reporter, think twice about following up on that story, or asking that question, or doing that reporting, or a corporate media publishing that investigative report. That's why Midas, ProPublica, all these independent entities that don't have corporate parents, that don't have to worry about a billionaire making a phone call to them, You know, we don't have to worry about Jeff Bezos, you know, putting out the Melania documentary as an obvious bribe to the Trump administration. Like, don't touch my interest, don't touch my Washington Post, don't touch my Amazon, okay? We don't have to worry about that. So these have to, it's the opposite. Don Lemon is independent journalism that has to survive. And this is the fight that we're going to see. Just like the Washington Post reporter who got raided at her home and had all of her devices initially captured before a federal judge stepped in. This is what they're trying to do. Look at the puppet theater that you and I report on every day. That is the press secretary's daily briefing, or the other one we don't cover as much, but we should, which is the Pentagon briefing. It is now just filled with a bunch of right-wing social media influencers. Riley Gaines, the swimmer who's against all transgender rights, is now in the White House briefing room throwing softball pieces of birthday cake at Carolyn Levitt. And the two of them, I almost vomited watching the two of them in action. Oh, Riley Gaines, nice to have you here. You get the first question. First, I want to say how you're going to be a girl mom. And I'm like, what are we doing? And then the Pentagon's even worse, because they've decredentialed any legitimate reporter. And now you got people like Laura Loomer at the Pentagon briefing, because this is what Donald Trump wants. And we have to be leading from the front, not from behind, as independent journalists. I didn't get backed off. I didn't get chilled because of what happened to Don Lemon. I know you didn't. I know our networks and channels didn't. It redoubled our efforts to get on the air against all of the weight of the Trump administration.
If anything, to your point, it motivated us more, and it shows the necessity of independent media right now. And as I've said before, like on this episode, I hope when you look back at it,
SGS_sign says, what would you like as payment for the troubleshooters?
That was, that should be the Democrats' position, or that's a Republican position, or that's an independent position. To me, this is a law and order show. And that means actually enforcing the laws,
honestly,
making sure they're faithfully executed, and calling out the facts. Where Howard Lutnick says, I never met with Jeffrey Epstein since 2000. And then he clearly did. That's disqualifying. Where Elon Musk says that, that's disqualifying. Where Trump says that, that's disqualifying. I mean, anybody involved in that cabal, in my view, it's disqualifying. It's a very simple moral question. In addition to a legal one, it's a moral question also. Who are we as a society? When ICE and Border Patrol, Gestapo are torturing, terrorizing, killing, we see it. We see it. I know that's not good. I don't have to formulate a political opinion. I could form a moral opinion as well. And I want the law to reflect our values of a society.
I have an Enclave plasma pistol I can trade you law.
And if ICE and Border Patrol are engaged in criminality and terrorism, they need to be held accountable. There shouldn't be discussions about
I'm not even trying to build a Enclave plasma pistol now.
What can we do to prosecute these criminals? That's what we should be talking about. You know, and I think the frustration we see from Judge Schiltz, Popak, and I'll let you leave this episode on this, is here's this George W.
I don't think
Bush
you're going to be able to pay me for it right now,
the chief judge, I might add, of Minneapolis, who is a major member of the conservative bar, somebody who you would, someone who clerked for Justice Scalia, someone whose life was as conservative as a jurist as you can be.
I think
and this would be someone that you and I at law school, Popak, used to have good faith debates and discussions with about
SGS_sign says, or do you just want more blood bags, lol?
I could always use more blood bags.
States' rights, different amendments, but we would ultimately try to reach solutions that were to the benefit of the country. But we would have legitimate good faith arguments. But now the conservative
I've almost got enough to make another vampires.
Is co-opted, and it is just a MAGA cult. And this Judge Schiltz, this chief judge in Minneapolis, he's out there basically saying, almost feeling alone and isolated right now, with all these other judges, but he's under attack from MAGA because he's just saying our orders are being violated. that the Trump regime
SGS_science
is not
says,
using
fine it
warrants,
settled,
that
it'll
they're
pay you in
not
blood.
giving bond hearings,
LMAO.
that they are violating the Constitution
Make
every
me sound
single
like an evil
day.
mage.
You know, and you know, Judge Schiltz wrote a letter to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals when the Trump regime tried to do an end run around the district court and file a mandamus petition against Judge Schiltz and not serve the document on him so he could read it. And he's like, I have to send you a letter, 8th Circuit, because the Justice Department didn't even serve me with their filing
Stream
right now.
Elements
And so I don't
says,
even know what they're
find
trying
me
to
in
say,
other places
other than I
Discord,
wanna be
Twitter,
clear
YouTube,
that this
Steam,
Justice Department
Xbox,
is
and
rogue and they're
PlayStation Old
engaged
Mage
in
Guy on
conduct
TikTok
that
as
I've never
Mage.
seen in my judicial career. That's a George W. Bush, as conservative as a judge, you know, saying that.
Welcome back. You're on Legal AF, the YouTube channel. Hit the free subscribe button or become a paid member. And I'm running a 35% off sale on annual memberships on Legal AF Substack.
I'll just go back
Come
to my
over there
base
and
to
help
work
us
on
and give us the
my
resources we
stuff.
need to make sure we're not the
And
next
leave
Don
this
Lemon,
team.
although we love and support Don Lemon and everything that he's about. And thank you for joining us here. Until my next report, I'm Michael Popak. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court
I'll join Law
filing
21.
or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that I do called, wait for it,
I'm
Morning
at Charlie.
AF. What else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new reporting. We got interviews. We got ad-free versions of the
I hate not having a work mouse. Yes, I do.
Will Donald Trump's state court criminal conviction for the hush money cover-up related to his affair with Stormy Daniels and the business record fraud, the 34-count felony state court conviction be overturned in a federal court? I'm covering a big story tomorrow in Judge Hellerstein's courtroom, a federal judge, based on instructions from the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. He's holding a hearing about whether the United States Supreme Court's immunity decision almost 2.5 to 3 years ago should have been properly evaluated by the judge, should have gone into the determination as to whether the state court case under federal removal jurisdiction should have been allowed post-sentencing. Donald Trump's already been sentenced over to a federal court to allow for an argument that somehow the state conviction needs to be vacated. That's all coming to a head in Senior Judge Hellerstein's courtroom tomorrow, Southern District of New York, off of instructions from the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. I'm here to cover it for you, give you a preview here on Legal AF on Tuesday. And I'll just come up and say it out loud. Michael Cohen's recent decision to say that he was coerced into testimony at the state court case that led to the 34-count felony conviction, of course, came up in Donald Trump's brief. You're on Legal AF. Great news. Over 300 people have decided to take me up on my offer, 35% off on Substack subscription annual membership. Join them. I'm running the sale for the rest of the week. Now's the time to give the resources to independent journalism that we need. Okay, let's talk about this case. We all remember, hopefully, and if not, let me catch you up. that a couple years ago, Donald Trump was convicted after several weeks in a state court case in what we call state Supreme Court, which is a trial level court by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, led by Alvin Bragg, of a 34 count felony conviction presided over by Judge Merchan, related to business record fraud in furtherance of election law fraud or election violation fraud, in order for Donald Trump to cover up the fact that he paid off Stormy Daniels $130,000 so that she wouldn't go public with her facts, her truth, her authenticity, that Donald Trump cheated outside of his marriage and slept with Stormy Daniels. He didn't want that coming out during the election against Hillary Clinton, the election that he won, but he didn't want it leaking out as an October surprise. So in October of that year, he paid her off. Michael, there was 3 parts to the conspiracy that were put before that jury. Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, and David Pecker, who was the then publisher of the National Enquirer. They called it the catch and release or catch and kill program. They would catch these stories by offering money, say that they were going to publish them in the National Enquirer, pay off the women, and there were more than one, including Stormy Daniels, and then never publish the story. They tried it once with a former beauty queen. David Picard, National Enquirer, laid the money out. Donald Trump cheaply didn't pay them back. This time Michael Cohen laid the money out because he was working for Donald Trump at the time, and then got paid back 3 times that amount, including bonuses, for having laid out the money and getting Stormy Daniels to sign. This all got presented in front of the jury. They raised the argument that Judge Merchan should recuse himself, disqualify himself from the case because his wife and he made a $50 donation or $25 donation to Act Blue. No. The court, all the courts said, and appellate courts said no. They said, oh, well, your daughter works and she works for Democrats. No, that's not enough either. He presided over it very valiantly, and the jury returned that verdict. Now, during the trial, and this is important, Michael Cohen testified. David Pecker testified. Donald Trump did not testify. Other people in the organization that were involved with the money flow from Trump to Stormy Daniels testified, like Alan Weisselberg, the CFO of the company, and Michael Cohen, who was the whatever of the company. And hearing that evidence, they convicted. The jury convicted. Just so you know, a year earlier, another jury convicted Donald Trump's entities, corporate entities, of tax fraud and business record fraud in a 19-count felony conviction in state court a year earlier. Okay. After the immunity decision comes out where the United States Supreme Court rules that Donald Trump or anybody occupying the presidency, if it has to do with core presidential powers or functions, has absolute immunity, you can't criminally prosecute them, and you shouldn't be using evidence of official conduct against them in any way. Now, at the trial, they put on the testimony of Donald Trump having conversations with Hope Hicks, the then press secretary, about how to respond to the Stormy Daniels issue. Now, they're claiming now that's official conversation, official conduct. Therefore, it could never have been used at the trial, and the verdict should be overturned. Now, they already tried this up to the appellate courts in New York and failed. They're now trying to get the case over to federal court to be presided over by a federal judge to decide if there's federal defenses that could not have been raised because that immunity decision came out after conviction and before sentencing. And Judge Hellerstein originally said, no. This is the second time he's had the case. They filed a notice of removal relatively early on in the case. The judge held a hearing a couple of years ago. We covered it. And the Judge Hellerstein, who's 94 years old now, is also presiding over the Maduro case, by the way. He said, no, a private affair between the candidate Trump, but then later President Trump, and Stormy Daniels, when he wasn't president, is not presidential conduct. Now, the question is whether the Hope Hicks testimony, or maybe in a way the Michael Cohen testimony about meeting Donald Trump in the White House to get checks and reimbursement, whether that was official conduct that could never have been put before the jury under the United States Supreme Court's immunity decision. So they litigated that up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals. The feds in November issued their order of a remand. This was issued on November 6th of 2025, a few months ago, telling Judge Hellerstein, hold another hearing, have more briefing, and focus on the immunity decision and whether, particularly, whether this gave good cause to filing a late notice of removal, and consider whether certain evidence admitted during the state court case, Hope Hicks and maybe Michael Cohen, relates to immunized official acts, and if so, whether those evidentiary immunity transformed that case into one that made this case about the color of law, the color of his official duties, giving him the right to remove the case to federal court. This is not about what should be done once the case gets to federal court, but under the Federal Officer Removal Statute, 28 USC, United States Code 1442A1, if you have a case, criminal or civil, about something you did under the color of your federal office, and you have a colorable argument of a defense in federal court, federal defense, then you get to try your case or go to federal court for all the relief and remedies that you're seeking, even after sentencing. So the Second Circuit said to Hellerstein, take this up, determine whether the immunity decision impacts your analysis on whether this was under the color of a federal office. So Hellerstein ordered briefing, and the hearing is tomorrow in the Southern District of New York in front of this Judge Hellerstein. We're going to have Adam Klasfeld of All Rise News actually in the courtroom, and then I'm going to ask him to come out and report to us on Substack Live, where we're running, remember that sale, to get people to encourage them to give us the resources we need here on Substack Live. That'll be tomorrow. Let me give you my thought process. I don't think that, and I've read the briefing, I don't think that Judge Hellerstein is going to find that this is under that Trump talking to Hope Hicks after he got elected about the affair and the cover-up of that affair or sex act and the payment all happening before he was president creates a color of federal office for removal purposes to take the case to federal court, nor that there's a colorable federal defense under the Federal Election Act, the Federal Election Commission Act, about whether he was trying to influence an election by way of falsifying his business records in New York. I just don't see it. I want to hear the arguments. I want to hear Adam Klasfeld's report on it. I just don't think that Hellerstein, having covered what he did 2 years ago, is now going to suddenly go, aha, the one conversation with Hope Hicks, the press secretary, that's enough to convert the whole case into a federal case, federal office, bring the case to federal court. I just don't see it. But whatever happens, I don't blow smoke or sunshine here. I'm going to report it. Now, I was troubled. I'll end it this way. I was troubled by the fact that Michael Cohen's, I'm not sure what you would call this, his recanting of his testimony in some way ended up in the Donald Trump briefs, although we should not be surprised. Here's what they say about Michael there on page 7. After attacking the judge again. The judge made a donation to Act Blue. The judge's daughter works for Democratic causes.
Okay.
He should have gotten out of the case. That's not what the ethics rules say, by the way. You're allowed to have a daughter who works. You're allowed to have a wife that works.
SGS_science says, wrong site, my guy.
Related to a party.
Found out real quickly.
There is more, they say on the bottom of page 7 for the Trump side. The prosecutor has now been publicly accused by its star witness, Michael Cohen, of, quote, pressuring and coercing him to provide only testimony that would enable them to convict President Trump, and frequently asking inappropriate leading questions to elicit answers that supported their narrative, citing to a January 16th posting Michael did on Substack.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
I don't know why he did that. You know our position about that. Certainly not shocked that it showed up in briefs and will probably show up tomorrow in the oral argument. We'll ask Adam Klasfeld about that. In the meantime, follow in the story. See you tonight on The Intersection, my podcast on Tuesday nights live. I have a special guest tonight on The Intersection over on Midas Touch Network. Until my next report, this is Michael.
I'm Michael Popak, and I got some big news for our audience. Most of you know me as the co-founder of Midas Touch's Legal AF and the Legal AF YouTube channel, or as a 35-year national trial lawyer. When Department of Justice lawyers break down in tears and beg to be sent to federal detention so they can get some shut-eye, and at the same time admit that ICE, their client, is violating court orders and they can't do anything about it. You know, things in Minnesota and around the country have gone to hell in a handbasket at the direction of Donald Trump and his corrupt Department of Justice. And no, more Pam Bondi in Minnesota is not making things better. It's making things, Gaines said, worse. We're going to talk about what's happening with the Department of Justice, why a Department of Justice attorney broke down in tears today in federal court. What it means, is that the canary in the coal mine for what is happening? And then, as long as we're on ice and how to apply heat to melt it, let's talk about what the Democrats. And yes, I would say, by the way, I don't want people coming to the intersection with Michael Popak, if I didn't do the introduction, and saying Popak never shows the clips of Republican elected officials standing up for the constitutional and civil rights and liberties of Americans. You know why? Because there aren't any. I would love to show them. My producers would love to find them. I assure you, I would do it, but there aren't any. And so when I say the Democrats are the ones that are holding the Oversight Committee hearings today, and we have reporting from the halls of Congress, I mean, it's the Democrats. It's the Judiciary Committee. It's bringing in Renee Good's brothers to testify. 3 or 4 other people who have been shot or maimed or wounded or threatened by ICE. It's not just Renee Good and Alex Pretty. That's bad enough. There are 40 or 50 other people who no longer exist. They are unalive. Is that the phrase? At the hands of ICE in detention or on the streets of America. So we're going to talk about the Oversight Committee hearings, what's happening in the courtrooms, what's happening with the federal judges who are under siege themselves in Minnesota. You think the 2,000 insurrectionists that attacked the Capitol, you think that backlog that backed up on the district courts in D.C., they have a lot of judges, they could handle it. Minnesota federal judges, not that many of them. And every time we watch, we talk about Operation Metro Surge, remember at the end of that, being speared by the ICE, by Donald Trump and Border Patrol, there are hundreds, thousands of people who are now in the criminal justice system, in the immigration system, through writs and habeas corpus petitions that have to end up in front of federal judges. And what do you think federal judges are doing? They're throwing up their hands and saying, like Judge Schultz, the chief judge of the Minnesota district courts, he threw up his hands and said, he was about to throw the book. He said, in the last month, January alone, I violated at least 100 orders throughout the district
hold Todd Lyons in contempt for head of ICE. Todd Lyons also the subject of a new
excuse me.
resolution and bill by the House Democrats and House senators, the Democratic senators, to have him rescind the May 2025 now not to exceed memo revealed by two whistleblowers, in which Todd Lyons, here's the business, took the U.S. the first you don't need a federal judge. Agent executed by a Trump official. That's all you need in Trump world. Arrested Democrats on the way, calling light to it, and public interest groups like Democracy Forward, Civil Liberties Union, and the rest running to court to get that memo rescinded. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Epstein files, the files that exist, the files that don't exist, the files that haven't yet been produced, the files that need to be the subject of another Epstein Transparency Act, if you can believe it. There needs to be one not just about the FBI and the Department of Justice documents, there needs to be ones about the Treasury Department documents, the Internal Revenue Service documents, and new reporting about connect the dots. Get your big board, everybody. Get your big homeland board with your red strings, because we're going to connect the dots to Epstein, to Putin, to the child sex trafficking ring, to money, to Robert Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, and then Donald Trump and Russian money and Russian money and Russian money.
Russian money and Russian money.
And we'll
and
do all
Russian
that because it's all out there. Old allegations resurfacing, new allegations being made, all coming out of the Epstein files, while the victims and their survivors, and as people know, I represent one, Lisa Phillips, are going to federal court tomorrow because in the 3 million document data dump, which is either 1/2 or 1/10 of what exists just in the Department of Justice, just in the FBI, they outed and doxed and re-traumatized more than 500 victims. They said they were taking their time because they had to get victims' names and photos and videos out. Yeah, they are out. They're out in public. And now Judge Berman, I don't know what he's going to do about it, but we'll talk about it. 2 major hearings tomorrow we're going to talk about today. One in front of Judge Hellerstein about whether Donald Trump's going to be able to drag his state criminal conviction, 34 counts related to hush money cover-up, and Stormy Daniels related to Michael Cohen, and his sentencing to drag it over to federal court or not. Yeah, back in the news, back in front of 94-year-old senior federal judge Hellerstein. That's tomorrow. The Epstein tomorrow. So I want to bring you all up to speed on that. And then I'm going to have 2 special guests tonight. Yes, it's a twofer here on The Intersection. I'm going to start with Bob Simon, civil rights lawyer, plaintiff's lawyer extraordinaire, representing people who have had, let's just put it this way, negative interactions with ICE, shot at, shot, maimed. And he and other lawyers like him and people that are affiliated with the Kopach firm are representing these people, these human beings who are being attacked by other human beings, many of them U.S. citizen on U.S. citizen, in the new civil war that Donald Trump has promoted. And Bob was a reporter for us today because he was down in the halls of Congress. He was at the oversight hearings. He was in all the rooms. And now he's going to come and join us and talk about these hearings today.
Kind of what I was thinking too.
The Trump administration, Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, Greg Bobino, you name it, accountable. Accountable. That's what our checks and balance system is supposed to be all about. I got a couple of updates about hearings or new matters in front of Jeff Boasberg that matter, the chief judge in D.C., and all of the rest. Now that I'm slightly out of breath from that introduction, that was a very Ben Meiselas-like introduction, right? You're on The Intersection. It's the podcast where I like ride solo, except when I have guests. I'll tell you about the second one in a minute. Here on the Midas Touch Network, okay? Midas is this close to 6 million subscribers. I think the Legal AF audience, the intersection audience, had a little something to say about that. And so I want you to try to get them over that hump to 6 million. At the same time, in about a year's time, we got 1 million and moving and plus over on Legal AF YouTube, another place where you can support independent commentary journalism and protect what we do with you and for you. Our second guest tonight is going to be Sky Perryman, founder of Democracy Forward. She and her organization just got an amazing new ruling from Judge Gia Cobb that puts, again, House Democrats back in the game to provide oversight at ICE facilities, having been sidelined and boxed out by Christine with a memo from January that said, oh, doesn't matter what's happened down at ICE, you got to give us 7 days notice. The place has been on fire. Give us 7 days notice. Yeah, after that. Let's talk about that. We'll talk maybe not totally away. Let's talk it over with Sky Perryman. And then we got our special treat, which is all of you.
Damage over time isn't working.
In the comment section, my team will capture the questions and post them for me in a chat screen that I have running over here, and I, at the appropriate time, will answer those questions. So that's how we can be interactive here on. I really appreciate all sort of kidding aside. Really appreciate you all being here. Let's just check in on our audience. Yeah, we got a very, very nice beginning here on the intersection. Appreciate each and all of you. You know we're live. I'm watching me. There I am. There you are. And need your questions and comments in the chat if you will. Grab them. All right, let's start with Epstein. I hope that's be mindful. I got yes and not. And here we go.
Hi, Science.
So let's start with the Epstein files. First, we got a hearing tomorrow led by the survivors and victims in front of Judge Berman, who, along with Judge Engelmeyer, said he was going to oversee the protection of victims' identity. And then in the same breath, these federal judges say, with a straight face, I don't have jurisdiction. Even Judge Berman is hearing tomorrow. It's like, you can all come down to my courtroom. I'm not sure I can do much.
Destroy the golden eyeball before the next round.
You know, you got the Trump administration. You're either being used as a shill or a pawn, or as cover by the Trump administration. See, federal judge oversight, but you're not providing oversight. Provide the oversight, protect survivors and victims. And the big problem is one of the lawyers in Florida that represents a lot of victims said for the violence, or the 500 victims that have had their names, identity, photos, all of it out by the federal government. The best they can do with their letter back to the judges. We got it, honey. Look at the number. We got a website that they tell us after that. Right. After the book is filled, after the couch is filled, we'll fix it. Well, then we'll fix it. No, you fix it before the waters. Jesus. So we'll see what Judge Berman's going to do, but the survivors have to do what they're doing. Continue to lead from the front and with courage. I got some great news too, folks. It just happened today. I've been working on it behind the scenes for quite some time. I'll break some news on the intersection. Bobak from Legal AF is joining forces with a group called Survivor Strategies out of California, led by former State Senator Joe Dunn and Sam Maloney, involved in DC Phillips, also in the collaboration to represent survivors of child and adult sex abuse. Announcing that very, very soon. We've got everything done related to it. We're working behind the scenes with them. And that'll be a national practice, a national focus. Because this is what we have to do. There's just some things. You just look at them. Look at the opportunity to do good. And you say, yeah, where do I sign? How do I get started? And this is something that's really near and dear to my heart. I'm working closely with Sam Maloney, who's a survivor herself in the music industry. Joe Dunn, hiring sex assault, sex abuse survivors. Almost his entire career. He has this organization.
I can't see.
Just legal services, but that's important.
It'll also have psychological counseling, emotional counseling, and lobbying efforts to change the law to allow these people to sue the people that were their predators. So we're involved with that. Second half of that is what we're finding from totally insufficient evidence. Now let me frame something for you that doesn't really know this.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the U.S.
You son of a bitch.
115 to 145 is considered high, and an IQ 145 is considered genius. Are you curious to know where you stack up? You can take this 2-minute IQ test. That will give you detailed results on your IQ.
The Epstein files,
Hey, look, I've got a mouse
as
again.
ordered to be released by Congress, are just the
I'm not
Department of Justice
updating it
and
if I
FBI.
don't absolutely have
That's
to.
it. I'm not saying that's right, but it's not the all of the executive branch. We've always said, you want banking records, you want the money flow, you want to follow the money, Treasury Department records, Internal Revenue Service, which is part of the Treasury Department records, Postal Service records. So the Transparency Act always should have been broader, and it can be amended. They'll bring a new bill. They're working on it right now, which would be every document which relates to Epstein, Donald Trump and Epstein and the rest, money flow, the Russians maybe, and that's housed in the executive branch. That's the way to settle that. And what we're finding from deep dives, Daily Mail just did a deep dive, as reported by Raw Story, is this: there's over, let me get the number right, over 2,000 references to Putin and Russia in the Epstein files, which, if you piece it together, including emails, it looks like at first blush, okay, that Putin is working for the Kremlin. I'm sorry, we knew that. That Epstein is working for, try to get, that Epstein is working for Putin, and that the child sex trafficking ring and the byproduct of it, like the blackmail, was because that's what Putin wants in order to have compromising information about the rich and powerful ensnared in this predator trap. So, for instance, we now know about former Prince Andrew. But if this reporting is right, Putin has known about Prince Andrew for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that incriminating evidence. And then fill the blank around about the rest. And then the connectivity is Robert Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, who died mysteriously on a boating accident, who also who's been linked to espionage, helped funnel money from Putin into Jeffrey Epstein's bank account. Would explain how a former middle school math teacher had billions of dollars under advisement in his bank accounts, especially if the money's being laundered through
cool
and through real estate transactions. Which
I still got my loot from the bastard.
So if that's happening, then you've got Epstein offering to help Putin in a meeting with Trump to let Putin know how Trump thinks. So intel in color about Trump. Now, at the same time, you've got Trump world is always in bed with the Russians. You've got resurfaced reporting about Don Jr.
I've got my mouse back.
Saying out loud that they get a lot of funding from the Russians, as opposed to American banks, right? Which then explains all of the things that Donald Trump has done,
SGS_sign says, I have 19 blood bags so far as a down payment on the troubleshooters law.
Like hanging the picture of Putin in the White House while he puts the Democratic presidents in the bathroom.
Well, it's just meant bye-bye.
Or turning a blind eye as Putin continues to kill innocent Ukrainians, even to this moment. Like
I
that.
think Mouse went bye-bye.
Claiming that he trusts in all ways while his intelligence community
Mouse went
says
bye-bye.
that he shouldn't be trusted.
Damn it.
In many, many ways, large and small.
Meet you at my base and we'll
Donald Trump acts like he's an
get to that troubleshooters.
of Putin. He may not be.
Precisely. Caught me off guard because I was just connecting the controller too. I was like, wait, what?
He certainly acts like a Trojan horse. He's doing everything that Putin, if Putin had a crystal
Christmas list. Donald Trump has been executing that Christmas list exquisitely since he got back into office. Attacked NATO, the European Union, and the United Nations, all sworn enemies of
How about
undermined them. Put Americans at each other's throat. Used armed forces, the military, National Guard, and federal security forces against other Americans as a prelude to a possible second civil war, and destroy our unity and our patriotism as Americans. Check. This is exactly what Putin would have wanted. And maybe this connectivity between Epstein and Maxwell, Putin, the money, Trump, money, Russia, money, all sort of comes together, right?
Kind of said it did.
As we continue to drill down on whatever documents have
So
already
many of
been
us kind of said
When
Putin
we,
had something on Trump.
I talked about the Hellerstein hearing. Let me just do 1 minute on the Hellerstein hearing. Tomorrow there's another hearing we'll be following on Legal AF. Donald Trump, once again with new lawyers, Sullivan and Cromwell. Negative shout out to the law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell representing Donald Trump. They convinced the Second Circuit Court of Appeals that Judge Hellerstein should go back and look at whether the immunity decision from the United States Supreme Court,
That's not what I was trying to do.
somehow converts the Stormy Daniels hush money business record election interference fraud case. You know, the one that Michael Cohen testified in.
The game's having issues.
34 felony counts. And
Nope, wrong button.
If that should somehow lead to his conviction and his sentencing being overturned because of the immunity decision. 4/5, 5, 6, 7,
And
8
Dublin just brought me a
of whatever
legendary
Donald
guitar
Trump
sword.
jury convicted him of.
And
Before
an
he was president,
anti-armor
when he was running for office. That was
rocket
the
sledge
cover-up
or
was
sledgehammer?
to not have an October surprise about Stormy Daniels going public with having been in a
What
sex
did you bring me,
act or whatever
little
it was with Donald Trump while he was running for office against Hillary Clinton. That's why he paid her
Can I get that?
through Michael Cohen.
Troubleshooters. Oh,
The
that's upstairs.
only evidence that came out of trial about the White House is after he got elected, he had to deal with some of the fallout. He had a conversation with Hope Hicks, the press secretary, okay, about the cover-up. So his argument is, see, official duty. I was talking to my press secretary. Converts the whole thing into an I have immunity. And the New York, the Manhattan DAs in their papers is like, what are you talking about? If you're talking about private personal conduct, it doesn't get converted into official conduct because you're talking to your press secretary who cried on the stand, right? Or the fact that Michael Cohen visited you in the White House to kind of talk about the payment, the repayment of the money that was owed him doesn't give you immunity. So what they want, the Second Circuit wants Judge Hellerstein to decide, and he's going to use a hearing tomorrow to help him, is whether somehow the immunity decision makes some aspect of the case official conduct to allow Donald Trump to then take the case from state court to federal court, which is what he wants to do, then argue some federal defense, i.e. immunity, and get the whole thing thrown out. I don't see this happening with Judge Hellerstein, but we will report on it. In fact, Adam Klasfeld of All Rise News for Legal AF will be at the courthouse tomorrow. He's going to pop outside, and we're going to do a live
Things I keep,
on
I'm gonna
Legal
start keeping,
AF Substack. These are the ways to support everything that we do in this world of intersection, right? You do this. We have a Substack, which we're now number 3 in rising of all U.S. politics devoted Substacks, and I'm running a sale, everybody. 35% off. About 500 people have taken advantage of this already. 35% off annual membership makes it about $6.50 a month. These are the resources we need to keep all things Legal AF in the intersection on the air. We've got the YouTube channel for Legal AF, right? Which is growing by leaps and bounds. We've already crossed the 1 million subscriber barrier. We've got a new paid subscription way for you to also contribute to what we do. 10, 12 videos a day. Legal AF YouTube, right? And then we've got our sponsors who've just recently joined the intersection, because we're only about 8 months old, 7 months old, and we really appreciate them as well. So we're going to take a break from for our sponsor.
Yeah,
when we come
I need
back,
to
Bob Simon,
goddammit.
civil rights plaintiff's lawyer extraordinaire, who is in Congress today, in the hearing room today about the Oversight Committee hearing, is going to join me for a special segment And then following him, stick around, we got Sky Perryman of Democracy Forward talking about her group's big new victory about ICE oversight by Congress. But now a word from our sponsors. Can we talk about Incogni and your online privacy? I used to get tons of spam calls, and my email, it was flooded with junk. The scariest of those messages were scams, and it was terrifying to see how much they knew about me. Turns out my information is spread all across the internet without me knowing. That's why I've partnered with Incogni. It helps reduce spam and take control of my online privacy by taking away my private data from shady companies. Online data breaches are relentless and rising annually. Anybody could be caught up in one. A breach of our data could put us at risk of scam attempts, identity theft, and just a general lack of privacy online. Our data can be exposed on broker databases, shady directories, search results, and even
Stream
via
Element
AI.
says,
Incogni
find me in
is a
other
service
places:
that
Discord,
helps
Twitter,
protect you online.
YouTube,
It
Steam,
tracks down these
Xbox,
shady
and
sites
PlayStation Old
and
Mage Guy on
automatically
TikTok as
removes your
Mage.
data without you even having to lift a finger. It allows you to wipe yourself from the internet completely. Incogni automatically tracks down and removes your personal data from multiple sites. It handles any objections. It continuously monitors and ensures your data stays off the market with repeated removal requests. Using the custom removals feature, your data can be removed from any site at your request. Simply send Incogni a link and your dedicated privacy expert will do the rest. I'm truly so impressed with Incogni, and I know you will be too. And best of all, you can cancel anytime, and they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can get it completely risk-free. Right now, you can get 60% off an annual plan by going to incogni.com and use code TRUTH. That's INCOGNI.com/truth and use the code TRUTH at checkout. Welcome back, and thank you for being here on the intersection on the Midas Touch Network.
Oops.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to answer a couple of questions, then we're going to bring in Bob Simon. Somebody asked,
why is there
when do we expect an answer regarding the tariffs? You know, big decisions like this take a minute, because you've got the majority opinion, whatever that's going to be. You got the concurrences and the dissents. They all have to be done at the same time, or at least completed. You know, if there's a dissent that's hanging around, that's the tail wagging the dog. You know, I've seen some speculation that the delay is actually a good thing for Trump, because it means, I don't know what that means. I think there's going to be dissents. I think this is not going to be 9-0. I don't think this is going to be 7-2 or 8-1. I think this is going to be more like 6-3 or 5-4. And therefore, there's going to be dissents and concurrences and that type of thing. So I'm not reading the way some of these people are reading, which is, oh, every day that goes by, the Trump administration, you know, is no. It's like a criminal defendant who thinks the longer the jury's out, that automatically means that it's better for them. It doesn't. So my gut is it won't be February. It'll be more like March or April. I could be wrong, but I think that's where we are with that. And then what about, can the president nationalize voting, from Susan Brooks, 9612? No. He can try. He's been trying to do it with executive orders and change the voting date, change the way mail ballots are counted. But these all get challenged because these are reserved to the states in our system of federalism. Will he try? Absolutely. You know, he's already trying to scare off votes now by threatening to use the National Guard and take over and all that. But no, he can't. By constitutional restriction, he can't do that. Are we ready? I'll ask my producer. Are we ready for Bob? You want me to stall?
Ready. No. Ready.
Oh, all right. Let's turn him around. Looks like he's sideways. There's Bob Simon. Bob, you're new to my audience. Let's get you right side up. Okay, great. Thank you. How you doing?
I'm doing well to quite well.
There we go.
You're on the streets of D.C., right?
Yeah, and there's absolute mayhem here. They had to call the National Guard. Wait a minute. No, it's actually very peaceful. Adams Morgan, undergrad, D.C. Love it. We're outside of Jack Rose, famous bourbon bar. We're holding a reception after being on the Hill all day. So,
all right. Well, let's get to the hard news here. So we had an oversight committee hearing, a couple of things that are being considered by the Democrats. One of them in particular is to have the May 2025 memo from the head of ICE, Todd Lyons, rescinded, which would allow, without a federal Article 3 judge's warrant, to have your door broken down, and with an administrative warrant from a Trump judge, an immigration judge, have you ripped out of your home. So that's something that they're focused on. But then the Oversight Committee hearing was also about, and there's another bill about making Border Patrol and ICE constitutionally accountable. They're supposed to be constitutionally accountable by way of an oath that they take to uphold the Constitution, right?
You would think. But, you know, we see the lawlessness. I practice out of Los Angeles primarily and also Arizona. They're just not empowered by what they think is immunity. It's a qualified immunity. And a lot of the stuff today we were talking about with the press conference with Representative Tran, Salinas, and Senator Merkley out of Oregon, that they want to build just a single 4 pages, and all it says is that you can be able to hold agents civilly liable for any constitutional violations. And it sounds so simple because every state can do it, right? And you can do it with your local police departments, but you cannot do it with federal agents. They hide behind the guise. They do not have complete immunity, so it's very clear. And then there were several victims of, citizens that were doing nothing wrong that were brutalized, and we saw the same the partisan politics and propaganda that came out. They would just immediately say if something happened, they were domestic terrorists, and they would go all, witness victim blaming rather than actually finding or investigate the truth. And you see the same repeatable pattern. So at the Oversight Committee hearing, a lot of the survivors went and testified, including they had the brothers of Renee Good, and it was honestly incredibly powerful to hear them talk about it and how they're an American family where they have people from all walks of religion, political affiliations, but they all get along, how beautiful of a soul she was. And
I'm going to bring in the clips there, Bob.
Yeah.
Why don't we show some of the things you were in the room for, and then you can respond. Yeah. Bring in Renee Good's brothers.
My name is Brent Ganger, and I'd like to share some thoughts from the eulogy that I gave on my sister's behalf this past Saturday. When I think of Renee, I think of dandelions and sunlight. Dandelions don't ask permission to grow. They push through cracks in the sidewalk, through hard soil, through places where you don't expect beauty, and suddenly there they are, bright, alive. Unapologetically hopeful. That was Renee. And sunlight, warm, steady, life-giving, because when she walked in a room, things felt lighter, even on cloudy days.
Thank you, Ranking Member Blumenthal and Ranking Member Garcia and distinguished members of Congress. My name is Luke Ganger, and I'm here with my brother Brent. Renee Good is our sister. We're here on behalf of Nay's big family and those who loved her. We're here to ask for your help. I was talking to my 4-year-old last week when she noticed I was not doing well. I had to come here today and talk to some important people. She knows that her aunt died and that somebody caused it to happen. She told me that there are no bad people and that everyone makes mistakes. She has Nay's spirit. The deep distress our family feels because of Nay's loss is in such a violent and unnecessary way is complicated by feelings of disbelief, distress, and desperation for change. In the last few weeks, our family took some consolation, thinking that perhaps Nay's death would bring about change in our country, and it has not.
Yeah, and then if you were in the room for that, Bob?
Absolutely, and I represent one of the later, and they shared a very special moment behind closed doors where those two, it was extremely, and to see all those people come together from all across the country experiencing the exact same thing of, as soon as something happens, we're not at fault. They're
SGS_sign says, if you're able to make crude skull masks, they are cheap to make and sell for a good bit. Just a heads up for easy caps.
But there was extremely impactful
I don't have the ability to make crude skull.
I would take the time to watch it.
I do have
they need to have every single Republican see this because it is. You have to have a bipartisan change. You have to
Death Claw Hunters
this is what they
masks.
About. Every single person there. You got to get
people seem to like.
And have some sort of accountability. That was a whole thing of. If I had one mantra of the day, it was the way to have this stop is let these agents know they do not have complete authority to do whatever they want. They need to have checked on their power, and it's the lot. If you can do that and say that they can be held civilly liable, and there was a bill that we were talking with the three representatives I said at the beginning. That's how you create change. Until you do that, and another attorney, Romanucci, who I think you probably know, he was there testifying, and he's awesome, and he said the exact same thing. He said, unless we make a legislative change.
SGS_sign says, I was meaning for NPC vendors.
We're here again. You have to be able to, like you can with any state officer that does something wrong. If you violate somebody's constitutional rights,
yeah, no, I didn't know about that.
You should be able to hold them accountable. You can't.
Yeah.
But they also haven't had
We
two.
have the oversight committee.
Okay,
here
so
up
I
on
do
Legal
still have
Live
my
YouTube. We had it live today. It's up there as a video. I do encourage people to watch it. Jasmine Crockett.
I just didn't get them scrapped.
Spoke
baby.
for America. Let's show a clip of Jasmine Crockett.
It's damn time! I don't understand why and where my colleagues are going on everything else, and now they want to be the protectors of girls and women. I didn't hear them screaming this when Renee Good was killed in the middle of the street in Minneapolis. I didn't hear any protection for Renee Good, a U.S. citizen that was killed by the same people that the vast majority of you just voted to give more money to. I didn't hear the same thing. In fact, it was a lot of crickets, specifically including the women, as we were just lectured about what we need to do as
damn
women.
time! Like I said, give me a moment. I will get to
In
it.
fact, we could not get
I'm not arguing it.
onto that discharge petition to the extent that we shut down the entire House, and there was no business that was conducted in this entire country on behalf of our constituents. But let me be clear: the Republicans are going to
That's
protect
what I was
girls
doing
and women,
before I forget the
because
fucking
that's
delay.
what this is all about. Is
For like the umpteenth time.
You're lying! Liar! Lies! The filthiest boy lies! He lies! Lies! I was lying! Tell us as women what we should be okay with, what we shouldn't be okay with, because it's just kind of like the same thing where I should be telling a lot of women on the other side of the aisle, I don't know how it is that you are not protecting women as they need protections over their own bodies to make their own decisions.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the reasons that it's so important to have somebody like Bob, who's a civil rights lawyer representing people who are the victim of the predatory nature of the ICE Border Patrol out of control under Donald Trump.
Pretty safe hearing.
It's important that it's not just the storytelling that we're reading about or even that I do on the commentary. You've got to
Sansi101 says, Oniabo is in the Epstein files.
If you could communicate to our audience, and you're
Hopefully
going to
it's
now,
a victim,
one
and not a
major thing that was a takeaway
not otherwise.
from today's oversight hearings that they can then take into their own lives and streets and the marketplace.
And I hate saying it that way
I'll
because
even give you two.
even though it comes out of my mouth, it doesn't sound good. Sounds like shit, but
to hold accountability, you got to stand up for the community, whether that's videotaping, whether that's going
definitely
to the grocery store in the area of town you may not go to just to be a
would
presence
prefer
of it that stops.
it if that was the case.
to white privileged people. They just don't. The other thing you could do is put pressure on your politicians. I do it consistently. Like,
Otherwise,
if got elected to the Hill, you know, crazily, but now they're there. Look, I'm texting them all day.
Sansu 101 says he was sadly down and dirty.
Use ChatGPT to write your own bill. They would love for you to write your own bill. But be on social media, be loud, be proud about it, and let people know how you really feel, because the tides have turned and people all feel that this is unjustified, and you can do simple things to be able to change and correct it. So I do believe in the power of the people and the power of social media for good. But yeah, I think we're at a catalyst right now. We gotta do something, and thank God for what you guys are doing. And it was exciting to see good people on the Hill, all with the same message, and it seems like there is a united front. And it was very encouraging on the appropriations bill for funding. There was at least 12.5 Republicans that voted no to that.
Who was the half?
I do know a few people who
it was 14 or 15.
heard of that.
I looked because we were watching as they were counting.
Victims.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Negotiation. You're in a position of power right now. Like, put pressure. If those are look it up. If you're in a Democratic jurisdiction and those are one of your leaderships that voted yes, you better give them hell. You better make it public and let them. I would shame them. That's what I would do. I'd shame them.
Yeah, and Bob, thanks for being here. I know you from various things and your leadership in the bar, but I want to introduce our audience here on the intersection on Legal AF to lawyers like you who every day fight for justice, who every day people ask, who are the lawyers that are representing the downtrodden? Right, the human beings that are being chased through the streets and being
Sansu
shot
101
at,
says,
and
I am
others.
just joking,
And Bob
Fakapstein.
Simon is one of those human beings. So glad you were able to make it on Legal AF. Thanks for stepping out of an event on the streets of Washington.
And remember, I only like ice in my whiskey.
I figured.
I forgot that T-shirt. Send that to me, will you?
I'll send you one. All right.
All right.
You like a medium, right?
Yes, medium. All right. Bob Simon, from the halls of Congress to the streets of D.C. Thanks for being on Legal AF and Interception.
Thanks, brother.
You too.
Traditional dropshipping is dead. What you need to do is register with AutoDS. The quickest, easiest,
So
newest,
your ad is
and best
traditional
of all,
dropshipping?
cheapest way to get started dropshipping. Now, to get started with this, the first thing we need to do is, of course, sign up with AutoDS, and then I'm going to click on Ad Store down here, and then we're going to choose the Build with AI, and then AI is going to start to build a store for us. AutoDS is not only going to give us our AI pre-built store in our specified niche, it's also going to give us a few winning products to go along with that store, and providing us a lot of extra tools. It's just so much easier. Really, it's the new way of dropshipping. It's the new way to get started testing out what works for you in dropshipping. You can get started right now for just
Checking on the
$1
pups
for the
while
next
down
2
here.
weeks. Go ahead and create 4 different stores, whether it be in the same niche or in different niches, and see which one of these stores starts to give you better results. AutoDS, the newest and the absolute easiest way that you can get started with your dropshipping business.
Go away.
And we are back. Okay, so what we're watching collectively are the various different ways that Americans can fight back and resist against Donald Trump. Look, there's a pent-up demand in this country to vote already. Unfortunately, the way our system works is we only get to it's like a class in school. We get the midterms and the finals. So the midterm is coming up, and it can't come up soon enough for almost everybody, including my staff. But in the meantime, there's lots of work to be done. Sure, we're doing it on this side of the glass, right? We're doing the reporting and the live reporting, and we've got status quo on the streets of Minnesota, and we're bringing on the attorneys generals and the former judges and the lawyers who are in the courtroom and the congresspeople, the representatives and the senators. Yes, that's to educate, that's to unite, so that when you're having your moment on social media, in your WhatsApp chat with your friends and family, on the streets, in the public square, whatever that may be, electronic or otherwise, that you're armed with data, right? That you're armed with information. And now you can use it to communicate with your elected officials or others, right? To attend, go down to Washington. There's things that you can actually attend.
and then help get us ready, besides in the streets, First Amendment protest, ICE protest, and the rest. You can also get us ready for the midterms. You know, don't let Trump rent real estate in your head for free. I see a lot of questions about, can he federalize the election? Don't worry about that. Worry about it. But the lawyers got that covered. The Democracy Forwards, the ACLUs, and the attorneys general kind of got that covered. What we need to worry about is what we can impact immediately, which is registration for voting, mail-in voting, absentee voting, getting souls to polls. That's what we have to do. Make sure you're registered. You know, it's sort of like being on a plane. You know, you got to put the mask on your child before you know, whatever it is. You got to register first before you can register other people. You know, so that we get everybody and everything out. So what I want to do, let me just see how I'm doing with my other guest. Let me check with my staff. Is let's cover, in the interim, let's cover a case involving Judge Boasberg, because I think that's very important as well. Judge Boasberg, the chief judge of the district courts of D.C. He's also responsible for all the grand jury proceedings, including what happened with Donald Trump and the grand jury proceedings related to that. Okay. So we have a case called JGG, which is, and that's 137 men who were disappeared, first to El Salvador by the Trump administration under the Alien Enemies Act without due process, and then horse traded by the Trump administration and the El Salvadorans to Venezuela, of all places. Right, we took enemy combatants and sent them back to the country we were at war or about to go to war with. Does that make any sense? No. So we sent them there to get them away from federal jurisdiction and federal oversight. That's why they were sent there. Fortunately for those men, and for us, the ACLU followed those men to Venezuela. And Judge Boasberg, while he's not busy trying to hold the Trump administration and Kristi Noem in contempt, and he's tried that twice, been blocked a couple of times by the appellate court, but we're not done yet. He's got the case. And in the case, he ordered that they be provided, those 137 men, be provided a route to habeas corpus due process rights from Venezuela or from a third country, or be brought back to the United States. And every time they throw up their hands and say, did we say we were in charge of Venezuela? Who said that? Donald Trump? Marco Rubio? Yeah, we're not really. We're in delicate negotiations with Delcy Rodriguez, the head of Venezuela, and we can't be bothered at these delicate negotiations to raise the plight of 137 men, and so we're not going to. That's what they told the judge. And if you make us, they threatened the judge in the filing from yesterday, in which they said, if you make us, we're going to take you right up on appeal. Because they're hoping they get a couple of the Trump judges up there. There's a couple in particular, Rayo and Katsas, that they'd love to get. Now, in the same 24-hour period, that same Judge Boasberg was cleared of any ethical charges brought by the Trump administration. See, he got the case 4 days after, in March of last year, 4 days after he had appeared at a judicial conference presided over by the Chief Judge, Roberts, in which he said that he feared. Think about this crystal ball. Chief Judge Boasberg said he feared that the Trump administration would defy court orders. Oh, shocking. Trump administration didn't like that because they were about to defy a lot of court orders. They just defied 100 in 1 month in Minnesota. It's been thousands since they got in office. So Boasberg was right. Aha! But 4 days later, he got a case in which they defied a court order to ground the planes and not take them to El Salvador. And they said, oh, he prejudged the case. He's totally unethical. Look what he did. Look what he did. And he raised it in front of the Chief Judge of the United States Supreme Court. Oh! He just got cleared by a Chief Judge of another court who looked at it and said, I don't know what you're talking about. You got an issue with Boasberg, file a motion to disqualify or recuse him. If you don't like the results there, take it up on appeal. There's nothing unethical about anything he did or said. Move on. But this is their strategy, right? Go after the federal judges, file bar complaints, get articles of impeachment against federal judges, middle of the road, moderate, conservative federal judges. They don't like Judge Schultz in Minnesota either. Judge Schultz, the chief judge of all judges in Minnesota. They don't like him. Rock-ribbed Federalist Society, constitutionalist Judge Schultz. Oh, he and his wife donated $50 to some immigrant rights project a few years ago. Oh, that changes everything. He's a Marxist, leftist, radical. You know, who buys this? Not the American people, based on the polling. Not at all. The polling, if the vote was held today, let's just see how we're doing. Okay, if the vote was held today, then Donald Trump would lose in a landslide. MAGA would lose in a landslide. I mean, right now the predictions are, but we have to make the predictions reality, that the Democrats take, 225 seats. They only need 218. 225 seats or more in the House. You know, open up the impeachment proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. All these oversight hearings we're doing now, they become the real hearings, right? Presided over by Democrats. And then in the Senate, you need a bunch in the Senate. You need 2/3 of the Senate to remove on an impeachment conviction. May not have that, but who knows? There's such buildup of demand to vote in this country.
25 poison, 25 fire, 3 energy resist.
But we got to put our energy and our attention and our commitment into things that we can do and make change right now. We talked about some of them tonight. Let me take some. Let me take some questions from the audience here, which I think will be fantastic. We have a question about the Fourth Amendment from Karen Ryan. Does it cover breaking car windows and opening car doors? Absolutely. When they went up to Renee Good and they improperly stopped her, that's a Fourth Amendment violation. It led to her summary execution on the streets of Minneapolis in broad daylight and on video. But that interaction, the moment before Alex Preddy was murdered and riddled with bullets, that's a Fourth Amendment violation. The ultimate Fourth Amendment violation against illegal search and seizure. He was been seized by 5 men who jumped on top of him like a rabid pack of wolves.
Agility,
and
heavy hitters,
extinguished his life. That's a Fourth Amendment violation. Door handles, yes. Windows,
Bro,
yes.
I've got canned coffee.
Also. And it's not just for citizens. Most of the Constitution provides protection for people.
I don't care about heavy
person,
hitters.
not a citizen. The framers didn't say, well, we don't really care what happens.
I need legendary
now,
modules.
If you're in the 4 corners of the United States, okay, no matter how you got here, even an illegal alien has First Amendment rights. You wouldn't know it by the Trump administration. Let's take another one. Benita Atwood said, what is stopping all the victims and surviving family members from coming together to file one big, beautiful lawsuit against the federal government for the cover-up and mishandling of the files?
One big, beautiful lawsuit. I like it.
Nothing. There's going to be lawsuits. The next wave of justice is the lawsuits brought by lawyers like Bob Simon, who we just had on, and others representing individuals who have been on the wrong end of the Trump lawless, unconstitutional, civil rights violating, civil liberties violating policies and acts. That's the next wave that we're going to be watching over the next 3 years. Perfect timing for my next guest, Skye Perryman of Democracy Forward.
Hi.
Hi. I was tap dancing.
I'm not sure mini nukes is what you want me to
what else can I answer? Okay, I'm glad you're here. And where are you? And where are you today?
Well, you normally see me in my office, but I actually got home before 10 o'clock at night, so I'm just at my house. Yeah.
Breaking news: Skye Perryman's home.
I'm home. I mean, so something must have, yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully celebrating an amazing, great victory. As I said at the top of the podcast today on The Intersection, A new lawsuit, a new ruling from Judge Giacob obtained by Democracy Forward, Sky Perryman, the founder of it, puts at least 13 Congresspeople back in the game, back in the saddle for providing oversight over ICE facilities without having to like they're checking into a hotel, give 7 days notice before they arrive, right?
Yeah, this is really important. Democracy Forward, we have a great team that's been litigating this case alongside our co-counsel at American Oversight. You'll remember in December, we won a court order to allow members of Congress to do their legal duties and go into ICE facilities. In the dark of night, unannounced, the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem,
Free Tax USA, where federal filing is always free with no games or pricing gimmicks. Because choosing your tax software shouldn't be a guessing game.
Somebody tried to go into my
to get
secret
around the
room.
court order. This is a trend we obviously see. And after Renee Good was
And
murdered,
obviously they didn't find the way
members
in.
of Congress tried to go to a facility in Minneapolis, and they were with our court order in hand, and they were barred from getting in. And so we quickly went and amended the papers, made an emergency motion, and we were really pleased to get this court order on Monday, yesterday, that is restoring access, including for Representative Morrison, who is the representative of the Minneapolis area and was being blocked by the administration.
And here's where we nerd out on the intersection in Legal AF. We're going to talk about a Section 527 rider. Did I lose anybody yet? Okay. So the I'm going to do my version, and then of course I'll turn it over to you. When Congress, back in the good old days when there was another Congress, funded
then you have to pour it out.
Homeland Security, they made sure that no funds from that funding at that time would be used to block members of Congress going down to ICE facilities providing oversight. Because wouldn't that be adding insult to injury? Okay. So the way that Kristi Noem, and by the way, if you have a pet, bring it on. We have a lot of pets on the
It's all good, yeah.
It's all good, right. And the way that Kristi Noem twice tried to get around that was by saying, I'm not using the 527 rider money from, no, I'm not using it from that funding. I have another pocket. I'm taking it from, I'm blocking the Congress people with other money, right? Other people's money, the one big, beautiful bill money. That's where it's coming from. I haven't gotten around to segregating the funds related to those two things yet. We will one day. Money's fungible, right? All looks alike. But, so that's okay, right? I'm going to use non-Section 527 money. I'll use this other money, this other pile over here. And just summarize.
Someone's got
Judge Giacob took a look at that and said, no, that's not all right.
Yes, and our team did a great job of pulling together additional information. I mean, I guess if we're just dorking out here, including declarations about why still this obligation under the other funding. The government did not even contend with that information or that new declaration that was put before the court. And so we're really pleased. I mean, as you know, and we've talked about a lot on this show, but as you know, the administration is viewing what's happening in Minneapolis as an optics problem. It's not actually changing its agenda. It's just mad the American people are seeing what is happening and deeply disapproving of it. And so you have them arresting journalists like Don Lemon. You have them arresting people that just see with their own eyes what's happening, detaining them without their counsel. We're all over that. And then, preventing members of Congress from going into facilities and conducting oversight. All of these things are designed to have people deny what they're seeing with their own eyes, or to prevent people from seeing what is going on. So we really view this victory not just as a victory for Congress's oversight role, our individual clients' oversight role, not just a victory for this continued game that the administration wants to play, where we go in and get a court order and then they want to make us play whack-a-mole to have to go get another court order. I mean, we won on all of those. We feel good about that. But also, this is really about the American people who are having a visceral reaction, rightfully so, to the inhumane and autocratic democratic actions of this administration in Minneapolis, this case is a victory for making sure that we're shining a light and that members of Congress are able to shine a light. And then, of course, there's so many other cases where we're helping people shine a light.
My two favorite parts of Judge Cobb's order, which is up on Legal AF Substack, one, it was my nerding out as a genius move by your lawyers, and then it led to my second favorite, which was the remark about the judge. Starts on page 5. Plaintiffs have presented evidence in the form of testimony by a former Department of Homeland Security and ICE legal and budgeting official. Shout out to your team that found that person.
And let me say really quickly to get that new information. I mean, this is hard for people that lawyer, you know that. This just sort of have to put all that together under difficult circumstances, for sure.
Yeah. And that person said it would be logistically difficult, if not impossible, for the Homeland Security Office to identify and segregate the expenditures to ensure that only funds from that one big beautiful bill bullshit were used to first promulgate and enforce the January 8 policy. Defendants make no attempt, Judge Coppin, to disprove the specific factual claims made by the declarant, right? They had nobody in opposition. And they run the Department of Homeland Security.
They have all of, right, correct. So it shows you why we should have prevailed on both the facts and the law. It also just shows you, I mean, I'm so proud of our team and for moving quickly, for being able to get this information that makes it very plain. Of course, we believe it's been clear since the members of Congress were denied access in the first place after Renee Good was murdered. We believe that there would be ways to, to enforce the prior order. But this is also a really sweet victory, taking the government at what it said, going back in, and the judge finds that we're right on the law and the facts. So and oversight is able to happen.
And here's my second favorite, which led from your team having gotten that unrefuted witness who used to work at the Department of Homeland Security. The judge said, perhaps reflecting that difficulty, defendants have not seriously attempted to argue.
Right, so that's the best.
Try to let people have the.
They haven't even argued that DHS and ICE ensured that only these certain funds were used before promulgating and first implementing in policy. Indeed, the language of the no memo anticipates that steps to ensure compliance will occur in the future, admitting that they're not doing it now.
Right.
Wow. Just really terrific. Question from the audience for you, Sky. Dana Colio Cloud asks,
I don't think I have
if they still refuse entry, right? You got the order. What accountability is there? What can you do about it?
Well, we will move to enforce the order, depending, the court's been very clear, so that could also mean moving for things like contempt. I mean, it depends on sort of how things would unfold. We are, and this is a theme that we talk about a lot, I talk about a lot with Legal AF, but, we are good at forcing the government to comply with the court orders we win. It is not easy. It is beyond the pale that we have to, that lawyers could go win court orders and judges could say things, and our own federal government feels like these are suggestions and they don't have to follow the orders. I mean, we should not normalize this. And so I want to make sure I'm saying not, we're not normalizing this, but we are very good. Our team is very good at monitoring compliance at the minute that we think that they're skirting what the court said going in, calling the question. And the judges are very good. You've seen the judges in Minnesota just this last week come out and really call the government out for their lack of fidelity to the court orders and engaging in proactive measures to ensure the government complies. So those are some of the mechanisms we have. Now, of course, there are other things. Lawyers shouldn't be signing papers and making representations to the court that are inaccurate. They have an obligation to advise their clients and to make sure their clients are complying with court orders. And so there's professional discipline that lawyers that continue this trend may face. In the future, some organizations are starting to file those types of complaints. So there's a range of tools that the court has. There's a range of tools that people and that the legal profession has. And I think you will start seeing those being used. The thing that we want folks to know is that we know this trend. We see it all the time in our cases, and we are getting into court and forcing compliance with these orders, and that is protecting people every single day, even if people are not as protected as much as we wish they were. Our ability to force compliance with these court orders is keeping food on people's tables, is protecting people in a number of cases.
Yeah, let me run one last thing by you here, and thank you for joining us here for the live edition of The Intersection. We had this reporting today. I'll put two couple things together. You got Judge Schultz, who issues an order 4 days ago, who says over 100 orders in the month of January alone in Minnesota district courts have been violated by ICE. And if it
Stream
happens
Elements
again,
says,
he's gonna
find
do
me in
something
other
about
places
it.
Discord,
Then
Twitter,
today, we
YouTube,
have
Steam,
reporting in
Xbox,
Minnesota in
and
front of Judge
PlayStation Old Mage
Blackwell
guy on TikTok
that
as
a
Mage.
lawyer who, it turns out, doesn't normally work for the Department of Justice directly, but works as a ICE attorney in immigration court, decided to volunteer to help with the habeas corpus petitions that are inundating the courts in Minnesota, and broke down in tears in front of Judge Blackwell, who said, why is ICE violating my orders in 5 different habeas corpus cases, in which the reporter said, she said out loud in court, because this job sucks, the system sucks, and I want you to find me in contempt.
So that's what the obnoxious is.
So you can send me to a detention center so I can get some sleep. What does that, and then also proceeded apparently in court to tell the judge that she cannot get, despite her best efforts, her client, ICE, to comply with orders.
Well, this is what we're seeing, and I've been watching that reporting too, and hope, I think we'll learn more. But this is, if taken at its word, this is an attorney for the Department of Justice, for the government that's coming into court, being honest with the judge about what's happening. The federal government is not operating consistent with how it should operate, and lawyers at the Department of Justice and working for the federal government are exhausted because there's very few of them left. We've had over 70% of the federal programs division at the Department of Justice. That's often the civil branch that defends the administration's conduct in court has left or been fired. We have people on our staff at Democracy Forward. We've got a colleague that was fired by the Department of Justice because he refused to lie to a federal judge in the Abrego Garcia case. This is something that is really rocking the department. In many of our cases, we receive filings that are not well done, that have mistakes all over them because of the lack of the lack of attorneys. Over the weekend, the administration was putting on social media, hey, you're an attorney, you want to come work for the government. And this is not, and it's really unbelievable. And so this report, if true, I think, says a lot of what we're seeing in court every day, what our team sees every day from people who are just exhausted, can't get what they need from their clients. By the way, have professional obligations that most lawyers are not willing to break, which is why many of them are having to either leave or they're being fired from this administration. It's really unbelievable. One thing as we think about this autocratic power grab, and we talk about things like the rule of law, and it's sort of like, does that sound, what is that? How does that really matter to people? The courts have been a major guardrail, even with the shadow docket, even with some setbacks. They have been the most powerful guardrail. And lawyers refusing to lie. Lawyers, forcing their clients to have to level with the courts as much as we wish that would happen more than it's happening. That is happening, and that is a huge guardrail. Judges, these judges, the chief judge in Minnesota, this is not a judge that was appointed by a progressive president, right? And so, judges that say, Actually, we are, we are a nation that is supposed to be a nation of laws, not people. And I'm going to fairly apply the law here and require what we're going to require for fidelity to these court orders. We're seeing that across the board with Trump-appointed judges, Republican-appointed judges, Democratic-appointed judges. And so one thing I think when we see these breakdowns is you understand why the administration is coming for the lawyers. They're wanting to threaten judges because this has been one of the most effective, this has been the most effective guardrail the first year. We're now seeing people are also an incredibly effective guardrail. People in the streets, businesses closing, first general strike in 80 years in the United States history. People are saying, we're not going to have this on our watch. But the courts have been saying that too. And I think that's why the president is now engaged and the administration's engaged in a greater and more accelerated series of threats, whether that is threatening people and journalists and protesters, or whether it is threatening judges and lawyers, because these are the guardrails that that are protecting what we have protected over the past year.
Yeah, and just two last points. The lawyer, you and I see it. I see it in all the filings that we cover. It's the same lawyers over and over again. They couldn't possibly be able to handle these cases from coast to coast in areas like, as you said, that they're not even regularly immigration and federal programs. And these are supposed to be different lawyers in different departments with different expertise and different staff. But when you hollow out and you lose 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 people and you don't replace them, as you can see from the, hey, you want to work at the Department of Justice, kids? Or ICE or any, I mean, no, nobody wants to. The lawyers that have left, are they, from what you can see, are they landing on their feet at organizations like yours and the attorneys general or the ACLU? Are they landing on their feet?
Many of them are, right? I mean, we are stronger for this. I mean, we have an incredible team. We've always had an incredible team, but there are lawyers that are still committed to working for the American people, don't feel like they can do that at the Department of Justice. We've taken in a number of some of the best attorneys in the country at Democracy Forward. We see this happening at the state AG's offices, at other organizations, like you said, ACLU, others. In addition, some of these attorneys are going to build their own firms. They're building small and mid-sized firms, and they're working on these cases with us. There are other attorneys that have been doing a lot of incredible research to show for the media, for the people, to say, we're going to track every place that DOJ backtrack. So someday there is that accountability. So, I don't have the full numbers of how many attorneys have left and where they are, but we're seeing these attorneys really be able to contribute to the protection of our democracy. What should concern every American is that we have a legal system now where people who can care about our democracy, many of them don't feel like they can have their careers at the Department of Justice. And that's really not been the case before. I mean, there are a number of career attorneys, right? People that work and defend the government, whether it's a Republican government, a Democratic government, a Trump government. And many of them are finding that they can't do that anymore because of the pressures at the Department of Justice to undermine the law, to not follow court orders, to not be candid with the court. And that should really concern everybody.
Yeah, there's a whole crop of people that have to skip going into federal prosecutor practice for this point in their careers, maybe come back to it in 2028, we'll see, or 2029, whatever it is. But there, normally there was a path, right, for people that came out of law schools like you're in mine. You'd go spend a couple of years in a big law firm, then you maybe a federally clerk, then you go to the U.S. Attorney's Office. No, now it's go to the Manhattan DA. Now it's go to the state, the Attorney General and the state prosecutor.
And it's not just happening with the litigators. I mean, we saw the field agent that was in charge of the FBI office near Georgia, near Fulton County in Georgia, retired from the FBI a week before the warrant was executed for this raid on the Fulton County elections office. Again, these are committed civil servants who have done a number of things throughout their careers, worked for a number of federal government under control of a number of presidents, that are feeling like they have to leave in this time because of how this administration is trying to politicize, whether it's the Department of Justice, whether it's the FBI, to create a situation where these lawyers or where investigators are made to feel as if they're serving the president's personal interests or personal vendettas, and that's not how justice is done in our country.
Yeah, very, very, very good point. Sky Perryman, Democracy Forward. If you don't know about her organization, we'll put the links down in the notes below. You need to know about it and all the affiliates around that are with Democracy Forward. They're in the courts every day, coast to coast, representing your and my interests, protecting and defending the Constitution, our civil liberties, our civil rights on big, important.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and $12.99 for a fitness app and more money for a bunch of other apps, that really adds up. So why not get YouTube Premium for just $13.99? It's like having all those and the entire
issues. We really could not defeat the Trump administration and overcome their lawlessness without organizations led like Democracy Forward, led by Sky. Sky, thanks for taking time out and joining the
I'm loving
intersection.
this new show. Thank you so much. See you anytime. All right.
All right,
bye-bye.
thank you very much. Sky Perryman, Democracy Forward. Well, it's a great way to close the show. We've covered a lot, from the Epstein files to ICE and how to melt ICE with Democratic leadership in the House and the Senate. We brought on a lawyer, Bob Simon, who's a civil liberties and civil rights lawyer who represents the individuals who are being abused by the Trump administration in cases like we've just discussed. We brought on Sky Perryman to talk about how on these bigger institutional issues, organizations like Democracy Forward are fighting it out every day in the courts, right? We got to make the bad things that are happening stop, or at least slow them down in time for the midterms to catch up. And people, as I can't tell you how many times I've had a penny for every time one of my guests, especially in the last month or two, has said that we, the people that I'm talking to, the newsmakers, the ones that are in the courtrooms, in the halls of justice, in the halls of Congress, say we can't do it without your audience, without the crowds, without the protests in the streets, without you. And it's just a reminder. They're not just saying that to like yank your chain and compliment you because they're on my show. They're saying it because it's necessary. It's important. We don't have the luxury of being the silent majority. We have to be the noisy majority. We have to be active and participate. This is democracy. Our version is a contact sport. It's a participatory sport, right? It's not to watch. It's to play in. It's to be a part of in our own way. And here on the intersection, such a fantastic audience that we've built here. And people ask, besides in the comments, how can we support the intersection? Okay, we're up on audio podcast platforms like Spotify, Apple, and all. 5-star reviews and comments. You'll see them. I mean, we're a relatively new podcast. The YouTube version is up the charts. We're regularly in the top 50, sometimes the top 20 of all YouTube podcasts because of you, because of your support. And then there's the things in the Legal AF ecosystem that keep us on the air and pay the bills and put a ring fence around our First Amendment right to be heard and your First Amendment right to hear us. And there are ways to do that are, you've got our Substack, Legal AF Substack. If you don't know about Substack, get on it. You'll find something you'll enjoy. Hopefully Legal AF Substack. Number 3 and rising right now of all U.S. politics Substacks, 7 to 8 to 10 pieces a day, 2 lives from me a day, live reporting on Substack. You get a notice, you get a notification, boom, you're on with me. We have 2,000-3,000 people at like lunchtime talk about matters. I'm running a sale, 35% off the annual membership on Substack. And then we've got our YouTube channel, Legal AF YouTube channel, where I've, along with about a dozen contributors, we've got 10, 12 videos a day, and then a paid subscriber level. Just in the last couple of days, I just interviewed an author concerning justice reform when it comes to the criminal justice system. We've got Michael Ludig, Judge Ludig, who's joining us for an interview tomorrow. We've had Senator Blumenthal on recently, Governor Shapiro on in the last week or two, Representative Torres in the last week or two, and the like. Adam Klasfeld tomorrow will be running around, I think, between 2 courtrooms in the Southern District of New York, one with Judge Hellerstein about whether Donald Trump's going to successfully take his state conviction over to federal court to try to get it dismissed ultimately, and what's happening in Judge Berman's chambers about courtroom about the Epstein victims. And we'll get Adam to pop out of the Southern District of New York courthouse and report on that probably on Substack Live. So I'm glad you're all here. Thank you for being such fervent supporters of what we do. And we'll see you on Tuesday. Wednesdays and Saturdays, of course, Legal AF, the podcast on the Midas Touch Network. So until my next report, shout out to the Midas Mighty and the Legal AFers. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that I do called, wait for it, Morning AF. What else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new reporting. We got interviews. We got ad-free versions of the podcast and hot takes. Where? Legal AF on Substack. Come over now to free subscribe.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Nina just built an app.
So we can all build apps now?
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a
I'll be right back.
Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator.
Book sharing app. Profesor de Español.
Stack with 21.
Loaded.com.
I fucking hate
game
Overwatch.
releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings.
I say, don't you start playing it.
Donald Trump just blew up during a disastrous press conference in the Oval Office when he was pressed by members of the media about his relationships with Jeffrey Epstein and the fact that he appeared 38,000 times in the partial release of the Epstein documents from Friday. Only 3 million documents were produced. There's at least 3 million documents that are still being concealed by Trump's DOJ. So when Trump was asked about his connections with Epstein and his appearance all over the files by Caitlin Collins of CNN, Donald Trump just lost it at her and he started saying, you know, my problem with you is that you're a young woman and you don't smile. You need to smile more, young woman.
That's
gross.
very jokery.
Just watch what took place. Let's play this clip.
Time for the country to get onto something else, really. You know, now that nothing came out about me, other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. You know, what did you say? Go ahead,
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they have gotten
you are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't
Wow,
think
that's
I've
a really
ever seen
fucked
you
up thing
smile.
to tell
I've known you
report
for 10
survivors.
years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth, and you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, go ahead.
Of sexual abuse or health care.
And then more questions were asked of Donald Trump's about his dark past and the fact that he appears 38,000 times in the Epstein files, 5,000 different documents he appears. Donald Trump says, you know, the real issue here, this is just a Democrat problem, and I've been vindicated. No, you haven't. There are some of the most grotesque allegations imaginable in these files about you and about people in your regime. Here, play this clip.
Got to get back to running the country, too. Millions and millions every week. You know, when Epstein was alive, nobody cared about him. When he's dead, they care about him. But it's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem. The only problem Republicans have is that we have to get back to number one, running our country, and then number two, very importantly, letting the public know what a great job we're doing.
And Caitlin Collins, who was on fire during this Oval Office presser, she did a great job. She said, well, what do you say to the survivors, the victims, whose images, whose names, whose personal identifying information was put out there by your regime in the incompetent and malicious way you've all handled the Epstein file production while you're still withholding documents. And Donald Trump seems to attack the survivors publicly. Here's what he's doing here. Play this clip.
I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
The fact that they thought they released too much. You know, I heard that, and you tell me something else. No.
Then Caitlin Collins doesn't stop there. She says, well, what about the fact that lots of people very close to you have their names all over this thing? Have you seen it? Have you read about it? Elon Musk, Howard Lutnick, and others. And Donald Trump says, nah, no one's even talking about that, so it can't be a big deal. It would be in major headlines. It is major headlines.
Yep.
Right now, world leaders across the world are being toppled by their connections. And you're at the heart of the cabal, Donald. Here, play this clip right here.
What do you want?
On the Epstein files, you talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I didn't. I have a lot of things I'm doing, you know, a lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned two names. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who were...
Donald Trump is asked about the fact that the prior Lord Mendelsohn, former United Kingdom ambassador to the United States, he's had to give up his titles, his affiliations, everything, because his connections with Epstein were less than Donald's. But they feel shame in the UK. There's something called shame, and they feel it, rightfully so, for engaging in despicable acts. But Donald Trump's like, whatever, it's too bad. Here, play this clip.
Mr. President, a few months ago you had in your office here Peter Mandelson, the British ambassador. You were shaking hands with him over a trade deal. He's today been forced to resign from the House of Lords, the upper house of the British Parliament, over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Just wondered if you had any reaction to that, since obviously he was...
I didn't know about it, but I really don't know too much about it. I know who he is. It's too bad.
And then Donald Trump was asked about someone else who appears in the Epstein files over and over again, in connection with Donald Trump's first administration as well, Vladimir Putin. So yesterday during a press conference, Donald Trump said that he spoke with Putin, and because it was so cold in Ukraine, Putin promised Donald, according to Donald Trump yesterday, that there would be no more attacks in the foreseeable future on Ukraine. They would stop the Shahed drones from Iran. They would stop the ballistic missiles and cruise missiles being shot at residential complexes and energy infrastructure and government buildings and on bus stops and at people in Ukraine, in Kyiv and Kharkiv and across the various oblasts. And Donald Trump said, no, Putin's a man of his word, Donald Trump said. He said he would do it for a week. So the week ended on Sunday. So when I told you on Monday, I had meant that it was actually done, and Putin kept his word. What are you talking about? Here, play this clip.
On Ukraine, Mr. President, yesterday you were talking about how Vladimir Putin had agreed to a pause during the cold weather. Overnight, those attacks have started up again. Apparently, the worst.
It was Sunday to Sunday, and it opened up, and he hit him hard last night. No, he agreed. He kept his word on that. It's a lot. You know, 1 week is, we'll take anything because it's really, really cold over there. But it was on Sunday, and he went from Sunday to Sunday.
Do you just want to begin to go further or go longer?
I would like to. I want him to end the war.
And then Donald Trump, you want me, before I go to that, you want me just to show you what he said yesterday so you can contract? Okay, I just showed you the statement he made today in the Oval Office. Okay, 24 hours ago, this is what Donald Trump said in the Oval Office, just so you can see he's just the biggest liar about everything. Here, play this clip.
There's tremendous hatred between Zelensky and Putin. Tremendous hatred. I mean, it's a shame, but it's taken longer than we thought. I did call up President Putin, and he's agreed. He's put it out to. They have the same cold wave that we do. Maybe different because it's pretty far away, but it's the equivalent. And Ukraine's a very cold country. It's much colder than us. It's colder than, they say, on average, it's Canada or colder. And on top of that, they have a tremendous cold wave. Then I asked him if he wouldn't shoot for a period of 1 week, no missiles going into Kiev or any other towns, and he's agreed to do it. So it's something.
This episode of the Midas Touch podcast is brought to you by Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first bake from frozen subscription box for sourdough breads, artisanal pastries, and fresh pastas, and everything bakes in 25 minutes or less. It feels like having a real bakery on standby whenever you want it. What I love about Wild Grain is that unlike a lot of the store-bought bread, they use simple ingredients you can actually pronounce, plus a slow fermentation process that can be easier on your belly and richer in nutrients and antioxidants. No preservatives, no shortcuts. I've tried a bunch of their items, but the sourdough breads are absolutely my favorite. Warm, crusty, and perfect straight out of the oven. It's become my go-to for easy dinners, cozy weekend brunches, or just warming things up on a cold day. I've also been loving the giant chocolate chunk cookies, and the convenience is huge. It shows up at your door, lives in your freezer, and you're eating in under 25 minutes. Wild Grain's boxes are fully customizable too. They have a variety box, a gluten-free box, a vegan box, and even a new protein box, so there's really something for everyone. There's nothing like having an artisan bakery in your freezer to chase away the winter chill. Now is the best time to stay in and enjoy comforting, homemade meals with Wild Grain. I highly recommend giving Wild Grain a try. Right now, Wild Grain is offering our listeners $30 off your first box, plus free croissants for life when you go to wildgrain.com/Midas to start your subscription today. That's $30 off your first box and free croissants for life when you visit wildgrain.com/Midas, MEIDAS, or use that promo code Midas at checkout.
So then Caitlin Collins again, superstar. She's been asking great questions. There are times where I don't like Caitlin Collins interview. This is really good stuff. I got to give credit where it's due. And so here Caitlin Collins asked Donald, what did you mean when you said that you wanted to nationalize elections? And Donald Trump's like, well, when you think about it, states are just agents of the federal government anyway. Okay, so you don't believe in the First Amendment, clear. You don't believe in the Second Amendment because you all said that if someone has a concealed carry license, they deserve to be killed. You don't believe in the Fourth Amendment because you don't believe in judicial warrants. So you therefore don't believe in protections against unreasonable searches and seizures. And you hate states' rights, the 10th Amendment, right? The whole thing is states' rights, states' rights. That's what they told us all along. This is about states' rights. Well, now you're saying, actually, states don't really even exist. They're just agents of the federal government. Okay, you don't understand. You don't understand the way federalism works, but you do understand how you behave like a wannabe authoritarian. Here, play this clip.
What exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections, and which 15 states are you talking about?
I want to see elections be honest, and if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Because, if you think about it, a state is an agent for the federal government in elections. I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway. But when you see some of these states about how horribly they run their elections, what a disgrace it is, I think the federal government, when you see crooked elections, and we had plenty of them, and by the way, we had them last time, but go to 2020 and look at the facts that are coming out. Rigged, crooked elections. If we have areas, take a look at Detroit, take a look at Pennsylvania, take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta. Look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
Then Donald Trump goes on to lie about Detroit, Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia. Play this clip.
Federal government, when you see crooked elections, and we had plenty of them, and by the way, we had them last time, but go to 2020 and look at the facts that are coming out. Rigged, crooked elections. If we have areas, take a look at Detroit, take a look at Pennsylvania, take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta. Look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. It should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
The Constitution says it should be states that administer elections, Mr. President.
Yeah, they can, you know what?
He then says Melania Trump is a movie star. I'll play this clip.
Finally, I am extremely pleased to announce that this bill includes a newly designated, oh wow, movie star, Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. So she really loves the children, and she's had a tremendous success. So it's the #1 documentary in 19 years. Can you believe this? What do I get out of it? Get nothing out of it. Now I had a top model, I have a top movie star, but we have a great first lady. She loves children.
And then Kash Patel gave a appearance on state regime media, and he said that he's still 100% that Epstein died by suicide, which we all know at this point. That's almost certainly not what happened after reading these files. Let's play this clip.
You told me when we last talked, this is 8 months ago when we did an interview at the FBI in Quantico, that you were convinced that Epstein killed himself in jail. Today, 8 months after that, are you still convinced?
Yes.
100%?
Yes, sir.
And then Kash Patel is asked by Bret Baier, do you have any regrets about the way the files were handled, even right now? Like, we know that the victims and survivors have been re-traumatized. So a normal human reaction to a question, if you have regrets, would be yes. You at a bare minimum, you screwed up. But more likely, y'all were malicious and are covering up a child sex trafficking ring. But at a bare minimum, you were reckless. So be human and apologize. Not this regime. Play this clip.
Professionals involved.
Bouncing around, the Epstein files, the last tranche, we're told, put out. Looking back since the beginning, and you've been a part of talking about this, and DOJ has obviously produced these elements. Do you have regrets about how it's been handled?
Look, like any other hot topic issue, the American public and the world had a great interest in this. And what we did under President Trump's leadership is produce the most transparent DOJ and FBI in history. 3 other administrations had the opportunity to do this, and we produced everything we legally and lawfully could. We worked with our partners in Congress, we followed the statutes and the court orders, and we produced, 3 million some pages. So I think we got to the result in the right way. Could we have gotten there faster? I'm not really sure because of numerous court cases, multiple protective orders, multiple court sealings. And so now we've produced everything we can while protecting victims' rights and
Do you think that it...
Well, there you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Help us get to 6 million subscribers. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.MeidasTouch.com. All 100% USA union made.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free.
And as soon as I got this started, I'm going to go grab Monster and go have a cigarette. Well, actually, as soon as I get this stuff up to sell. So, not as quick as I was saying.
Following the money may lead to a connection between Jeffrey Epstein, Vladimir Putin, and back towards Donald Trump based on new allegations raised by the Daily Mail and old allegations that are resurfacing about the closeness of the connection between Donald Trump, his family business, and the Russians, and between Epstein and Putin. Did, for instance, Epstein run his child sex trafficking ring in order to benefit Vladimir Putin, many of the women being from the former Soviet Union or Russia? Did Putin use Epstein, the new reporting suggests, to ensnare powerful American men and use that against them for extortive purposes? Look, there's been allegations, including at the highest level of our intelligence community, that Donald Trump was an asset of the Russians. And many of the actions that he's done over the years suggest that he has, if not an asset relationship, at least a peculiar fondness for what is a mortal enemy of America, its democracy, and its way of life.
We're going to cover it all right here on Legal AF with the new reporting coming out of the Daily Mail and Raw story about the connection and connectivity between Epstein and Putin. Let me just give you the numbers that are staggering. In just the 3 million document or pages, which is probably, I don't think half, I think 1/10 of what the government should provide. 1,000 documents mentioned Putin. Another 9,600 mentioned Moscow. There's even a email exchange in which Epstein says to a Putin-connected person in his inner circle that he will provide information before Putin meets in 2008 or so with Donald Trump, right? To give him more information to prepare Putin for that meeting. So it looks like Epstein, based on this new reporting and what's in the files, is giving information, is giving evidence, is giving, he's ensnaring these men on behalf of who? Vladimir Putin. For what? For money. Money laundering through Jeffrey Epstein. We always wondered where this former school teacher, how did he get the hundreds and hundreds and billions of dollars under management in his investment company? Nobody ever heard of the guy. It would explain it. If you can't figure out where the money's coming from, it's usually coming from nefarious sources. And what would be the connection there? You're on Legal AF, by the way. Hit the free subscribe button. Hit the paid subscribe button. Do it all to support Legal AF. I'm Michael Popak. Okay. Robert Maxwell, the disgraced financier in London, was also part of this espionage ring and was able, according to this reporting, to bring in money, to bring in contacts into Jeffrey Epstein. Who's Robert Maxwell? Who's his daughter? Ghislaine Maxwell, the girlfriend, the madam, the co-conspirator in the child sex trafficking ring. You see how the levels of connection, see how the red string on the board get tighter and tighter?
Right arm, left arm.
Now, if it is true that if these allegations are proved out, that Jeffrey Epstein was in bed with the Russians, then you've got Epstein and Trump's close relationship and Trump's own relationship with the Russians. Look, there's been resurfaced reporting that Don Jr. in 2008 said that a disproportionate amount of the Trump family investments and assets are connected to the Russians, right? It gets worse. Eric Trump in 2014, during a golf game, told the person who was with him, and it was reported in the paper, that we have all the funding we need from the Russians. We don't have to worry about going to U.S. banks. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of Don Jr. and Eric at the time. Now, here's the missing piece in all of this. We keep talking about the Epstein files, and we allow the opposition to define them. The Epstein files that we're talking about are not all the files related to the money flow and money transactions at all. It's just what's in the Department of Justice's hands. That's all that the Epstein Transparency Act applies to. Department of Justice, which means whatever they had or needed for their prosecutions and investigations of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. What's missing? How about the Treasury Department? How about the Internal Revenue Service under the Treasury Department? What about the postal inspectors who do all of that work? We want everything that the federal government executive branch. That's the problem with the Epstein Transparency Act. It should have said everything in the hands of the executive branch, not just the Department of Justice. The Treasury records would show bank flow, money flow. How about the Securities and Exchange Commission? Whoever was doing the investigations related to the connection between Epstein and Putin. Look, the reporting is, and the allegations are, that the intelligence community believes that Epstein was running the largest honeypot entrapment system to ensnare, for Putin's purposes, men in compromising positions, or worse, give him those videos, those pictures, and the rest, which would explain all the audio and video, and then Putin could use it for blackmail. Now, there's also speculation that I want to share with you about Donald Trump and the closeness of his relationships with Putin as well. Okay, and so one aspect of the raw story about this is a bunch of connectivities between Donald Trump and Putin and Russia that are very hard to explain for an American president. For instance, hanging a photo of Putin and Trump in the White House, going along with Putin's destruction of innocent life in Ukraine and not doing anything to stop it. He recently, according to reporting, Trump burned a spy who was running an anti-Russia operation by giving out this diplomatic information. He keeps telling the world, Trump, that he trusts Putin over his intelligence community. Here's a clip.
I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. It made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business. But we'll have a good chance.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter,
Tulsi
YouTube,
Gabbard,
Steam,
who others
Xbox, and
believe is a
PlayStation
Russian
Old Mage
asset
guy
as
on
well,
TikTok as Mage.
in charge of national intelligence. Somebody who has basically spouted the Kremlin talking points since she's been in office. He went after, as if he were Putin himself, to try to undermine and destroy the European Union and our allies and NATO in a way that would be a wet dream for Putin. And he's trying to undermine the United Nations. He got caught in Mar-a-Lago stealing U.S. intelligence secrets and top secret classified information. He's used security forces in America against other Americans, military forces, to try to create a second civil war. And he's cut off foreign aid to stop suffering around the world, turning those people towards the Russian. If Donald Trump's not a Russian asset, Russia thinks he is by this behavior and this particular conduct. And then we had the reporting back in 2019 that we covered here on the Midas Touch Network and on Legal AF that Donald Trump admitted in 2019 or so to have dozens and dozens of secret phone calls with Vladimir Putin, which we will not find out about until well after he's out of office. Epstein, connected to Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, espionage, Kremlin Putin money into Epstein, the child sex trafficking ring run on behalf of Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump's family relationships with and Trump organization relationships with Russian and Russian money, as admitted in the past by Don Jr. and Eric Trump. Donald Trump's conduct and behavior that suggests that, because I mean, you could come up with a different explanation, but look at what he's done in terms of embracing all ways Russia and rejecting American values. You be the judge. I'm glad you're here. We're going to continue to follow what is coming out from the Epstein files on a daily basis. Donald Trump might think irrationally that the Epstein files have cleared him of his involvement in child sex trafficking, but this is a bigger story. The connectivity between Donald Trump through Epstein with Russia is a bigger story. I'm Michael Popak. I'm glad you're here. Hit the free subscribe button. Become a paid member as well. Till my next report.
I'm Michael Popak, and I got some big news for our audience. Most of you know me as the co-founder of Midas Touch's Legal AF and the Legal AF YouTube channel, or as a 35-year national trial lawyer. Now, building on what we started together on Legal AF, I've launched a new law firm, the Popak Firm, dedicated to obtaining justice through compassionate and zealous legal representation. At the Popak Firm, we are focused on obtaining justice for those who have been injured or damaged by a life-altering event by securing the highest dollar recoveries. I've been tirelessly fighting for justice for the last 35 years, so my own law firm organically building on my Legal AF work just feels right. And I've handpicked a team of top-tier trial fighters and settlement experts throughout all 50 states known as Big Auto Injury Attorneys, who have the know-how to beat heartless insurance companies, corporations, government entities, and their attorneys. Big Auto's attorneys, working with my firm, are rock stars in their respective states and collectively responsible for billions of dollars in recoveries. So if you or a loved one have been on the wrong side of a catastrophic auto, motor vehicle, rideshare, or truck accident, suffered a personal injury, or been the victim of medical malpractice, employment harassment or discrimination, or suffered a violation of your civil and constitutional rights, then contact the Popok firm today at 1-877-POPOK-AF or by visiting my website at www.thepopokfirm.com and fill out a free case evaluation form. And if we determine that you have a case and you sign with us, we don't get paid unless you do. The Popok firm, fighting for your justice every step of the way.
Now, as a Star Trek fan myself, I've actually played Star Trek Fleet Command a couple times over the years, either alone or with my live stream community. Star Trek MMO for desktop and mobile, and you can download it for free. Throughout the game, you'll build a starbase, gather resources, control a fleet of classic Star Trek ships, and assemble a crew from across the entire Star Trek universe and timelines. There's also currently a 7-day login streak. Just for logging in, you'll pick up daily rewards and unlock Romulan Captain Nero, who boosts weapon damage by 40%. You can run the game on both desktop and mobile with a linked account, and it's a pretty easy way to pass time during render breaks or long jumps through Quantum. So if you're curious, give it a go. It's free to download.
Let me respawn in Rome, please. Yes!
Our city currently has a population of 9. A farmer? I definitely need you. Aha! We have 21 now. Next, I gotta build houses for them. Too many things I need to spend money on, so I'll just build simple houses for the time being. Build a road first, with limited funds. Let's make do with this dirt road first. Agriculture is important too. Grow rice here, here, and here. What? It costs money to hire a farmer? Choose the cheaper one. Turn this area into a commercial district. Maximize the tax. Trade is necessary. What? The price of liquor has plummeted. Go bottom fishing and buy it all. Wait for it to skyrocket. No! The houses have collapsed in the snowstorm. Liquor's prices dropped even further. The tax is so high that residents are leaving. I can't keep the city running anymore.
In the summer of 1841, Florida doctor John Gorey faced a dire situation. Yellow fever, also known as the Black Vomit, was sweeping through his town, wiping out entire families. Patients came to Gorey's small infirmary jaundiced and burning with fevers up to 40 degrees Celsius. To cool his patients down, Gorey couldn't turn to refrigeration because that hadn't been invented yet. So he came up with the radical treatment. He suspended pans of ice in his infirmary, allowing the cool, dense air to flow down over his patients, providing much-needed relief. But this treatment was almost impossible to sustain because it required hundreds of kilograms of ice per day, and Gorey had only one way to get it. He relied on ice blocks that were transported thousands of kilometers through a now-forgotten ice empire, a vast network of ships and ice houses all built and controlled by one man, known to the world as the Ice King. Over the previous 35 years, he had forged a monopoly that spanned the globe, and anyone who wanted ice was at his mercy. Gorey only got a few deliveries each year, and now, by the peak of summer, the cost of just a few days' ice for the infirmary would have been more expensive than the average yearly wage, so locals began to refer to the ice as white gold. As Gorey's supply ran out, he was forced to watch his patients suffer and die. It was in that moment that he decided he would find a way to free the world from the grip of the Ice King. By the turn of the 19th century, most of America's ice came from the northern states, where thousands of square kilometers of lakes would freeze over for much of the year. The hard part was getting all that ice out.
To get ice out of a lake or river, first of all, you had to trust that it was deep enough to support your weight. Then there's no way to really tell. Then you had to walk out several feet onto this plane of ice, take a saw that's as long as I am tall, and then carve the very ice that you're standing on and just, hope to heaven that it doesn't sink. Then you had to kind of float it to shore, and a horse would help to kind of pull the ice into the back of a wagon. It was frequently common for the harvesters and their horses to fall through into the ice, sometimes to their death.
This dangerous and painstaking process meant that ice remained a rare commodity, available mostly to wealthy landowners. One of the few who had access to it was 22-year-old Boston merchant Frederick Tudor. In the winter of 1805, Tudor was thinking back to a tragic incident that had happened 4 years earlier. He and his brother came down with a bad fever while visiting the Caribbean. Back home, they would have just asked their servants to get some ice. But on the islands, ice was unheard of. With no way to cool down, the brothers cut their trip short and returned to America. And while Frederick recovered, his brother did not. Today, we know that ice wouldn't have saved his brother's life because he likely suffered from a rare case of bone tuberculosis. But at the time, Tudor believed that it was the lack of ice on the islands that was responsible for his brother's death. It was this painful memory that gave him an idea. What if he could be the one to bring ice to the Caribbean and, in the process, make his fortune? So Tudor got to work. He hired dozens of men to gather ice and approached investors to help finance a ship. But to the investors, this plan seemed ridiculous. Tudor wrote, "People only laugh when I tell them I'm going to carry ice to the West Indies," which is understandable because the journey would take 3 weeks, sailing through warm seas under the blazing Caribbean sun. I mean, can you really transport ice in those conditions for that long? Wouldn't it all just melt? It turns out people had figured out ways to make ice last a long time, even thousands of years ago. As far back as 500 BC, in the scorching summers of the Persian Empire, ancient kings like Xerxes enjoyed refreshing frozen desserts, even when the outside temperature climbed as high as 35 degrees Celsius. Now, ice in the desert might seem strange, but during the winter months, temperatures can drop dramatically. So the Persians filled shallow pools with water, which would freeze overnight, and in the morning, they would break up the ice sheets and collect the pieces. To make that ice last until the summer, they used 3 key techniques.
With USAA Safe Pilot, I can save when I road trip safely.
Or with USAA Safe Pilot Miles, I can save when I staycation.
We are not gatekeeping our life hacks, okay? This is how I prep for festivals with Capital One shopping. My outfits, Capital One hooked me up with rewards I didn't even have to look for at Free People and Nike. You have to stay comfortable. Hair, Dyson. Thanks to them I saved on this purchase and now I don't have to show up with frizz. And don't even get me started on the hotel deals. I have used my rewards on Expedia and TripAdvisor. This is real. All you need to do is add the free extension to your computer.
Let's try a simple experiment. I have 8 ice cubes spread evenly in one dish here, and I have another 8 ice cubes now stacked together in one mega cube in this dish over here. Now, if you leave these 2 plates to melt for a few hours, the stacked ice cubes fare a lot better. And that's because the main way ice melts is through heat conduction on its surface. So even though the volume was the same, the surface area exposed here is double what we had here. The key idea here is that you want to pack your ice as tightly as possible.
In fact, the best shape to minimize the surface area is a sphere. So if you think about it, a snowman is pretty much mathematically optimal to survive as long as possible. But you don't need perfect geometry to make ice last a long time. In the winter of 2010, the city of Helsinki dumped all the snow plowed from their streets onto this huge pile, around 30 meters high and 100 meters wide. Almost a year later, that very same pile was still around, despite being exposed to one of the country's hottest summers in decades. The main reason it lasted so long is because the ratio of surface area to volume actually decreases for larger and larger amounts of ice. For example, if you double the radius of this snowman, then the volume of ice increases by a factor of 2 cubed, or 8, but the surface area
The Trump administration is at war again, this time with federal Chief Judge Jeb Boasberg in D.C. over the fate of 137 people who were disappeared first to El Salvador and then traded to Venezuela, all without due process, in violation of the court's orders and Supreme Court precedent. We just had Jeb Boasberg cleared of any ethical violations by a chief judge in the last 24 hours. And now we've got the federal government filing their response to Jeb Boasberg's demand that they tell him why they cannot, in their control of Venezuela, provide 137 members of a class represented by the American Civil Liberties Union with due process rights, with habeas corpus rights, either remotely by Zoom hearing or get them back on a plane to the United States, put them into some sort of detention, but with a hearing to get before a federal judge. And now we've got the filing. It's another disrespectful attack on Jeb Boasberg, threatening him at the end that if over their vehement objection he orders an injunction, they are going to take this matter back to the Supreme Court or to the district court level for courts of appeal. Bring it. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF. Let's get to the new filing by the government on the heels of this very judge who they've attacked for ethical violations being cleared. So the judge ordered that by last night, the federal government supply him with comments about why they can't do one of several things related to these 137 men shipped to Venezuela. Just as a reminder of how we got here, back in March, the Trump administration designated these guys from Venezuela to be members of pursuant to the Alien Enemies Act, to be members of Tren de Aragua, a narco-terrorist group apparently we're at war with, which also justified going into Venezuela and taking their oil fields. Okay. When the judge found out about it, they were going to be shipped off on planes to El Salvador, a third country, and its torture prison, CICOT. He put a stop to it. He issued an injunction, the way judges do, and ordered that the planes be turned around. Well, they weren't. Planes continue to go because Kristi Noem, under orders apparently of Donald Trump and I guess Stephen Miller, sent the men there without due process. The judge held contempt hearings. The judge started in April probable cause to find criminal contempt against the Trump administration and Kristi Noem. Now, the appellate courts, because two Trumpers were involved, Katsas and Rayo, on the appellate court, they put a stop to the original contempt proceedings. But then they were restarted recently. Then they were stopped again by the appellate court, but not indefinitely. In the meantime, between the contempt proceedings, there's the underlying case. And in the underlying case, the judge ordered that they be given habeas corpus rights even after they were horse traded through the United States by El Salvador to send these men back to Venezuela before we invaded. I thought we were about to be at war with Venezuela. Why are we sending enemy combatants and narco-terrorists back to Venezuela? Of course, ridiculous. So what this
new filing is over is the American Civil Liberties Union filed
Vincent Jackson
their
says, what's going on?
proposal that the men that they represent be given the equivalency of due process rights to get before a judge by way of remote or by way of bringing them back to the United States, which, of course, the United States in control of Venezuela has more than ample opportunity to do. And this was the government's reply. Now, they rely a lot on Marco Rubio's testimony before the Senate about the situation in Venezuela. Let me show you a clip to remind you of what Donald Trump refers to as the viceroy of Venezuela, Marco Rubio, had to say about that. Play the clip.
I don't recall the president saying he's going to put troops in Venezuela. Where did he say that?
I'm asking you, what are your...
But that's what you said. I didn't remember
the president has already said that he was ready to put...
The president has said that he retains the right as commander-in-chief to protect the United States against any imminent threats. Maybe that involves troops, maybe that involves air power. We hope, but we don't anticipate that being the case.
Worry that you're playing fast and loose with our nation.
Well, I just gave you testimony here. How well things are moving forward, not as fast as everybody would like.
But you also said that in 6 or 9 months, if things don't go well, you're going to have to do something else. And the president's already said that he's not ruled out the military option. And you've already...
But every president retains the power to use military to protect.
So it's reasonable for me to ask you...
And I gave you a very specific example. Every president retains the right to defend the United States against an imminent threat.
Now, here's the threat they make at the end of their proposal, where they basically say, we can't give due process rights. One, judge, you don't have jurisdiction because they're not in custody in the United States. They're back in Venezuela, which was their gambit all along. The reason these men were horse traded and sent in a prisoner exchange between El Salvador and Venezuela was to get them away from federal jurisdiction and to get them away from Judge Boasberg's oversight, obviously. Now they're claiming you don't have jurisdiction. They're not in custody in the United States. They're in custody in Venezuela. But isn't Venezuela the United States? Haven't we seen plenty of testimony and plenty of statements by the Trump administration, including Donald Trump himself, that we're in control, we're in charge, we're running Venezuela? Play the clip.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
So if we're in charge and we're in control and we're running Venezuela, then why can't we give these men who are in our custody through Venezuela, why can't we give them the due process that they are required? Fly them back, right? You can lower the barriers of entry. You can bring them back, put them into a detention center and give them justice, which is what they want, to prove they're not members of Tren de Aragua. So, of course, they have another fallback. Even if they're in custody and even if they could file the writ of habeas corpus, we've also designated them to be narco-terrorists. They can't come back if they're narco-terrorists. It's this catch-22 that they keep creating, making a bad situation even worse for these people, 75% of which or more have committed no crimes. They say to the end, as a little bit of a middle finger to the judge, if over defendants' vehement legal and practical objections, the court issues an injunction, defendants intend to immediately appeal and will seek a stay pending appeal from this court and, if necessary, from the D.C. Circuit Court. Bring it. This judge is doing his job. He's well respected by the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. He was the roommate of Brett Kavanaugh. He's not afraid of the threats. And the thing that's Major League missing from this filing is any affidavit, any sworn statement to support anything that they're saying. This is just naked argument of counsel of Tiberius Davis some sort of counsel to the Assistant Attorney General and Brett Shumate. Gentlemen, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence that other than relying on an old, stale Marco Rubio affidavit from 2 weeks ago, where is your evidence about the situation in Venezuela and why you can't do these things? So, and then there's also this thing that I just want to touch on, which is they claim on page 5 that facilitating travel and granting parole to petitioners would be untenable because, and it's a factual non-starter, because it would require a certain level of diplomacy. Here's what they say. For one thing, this approach would not avoid the foreign policy harms vis-a-vis Venezuela and Secretary Rubio in his previous declaration. Whether done directly or indirectly, retrieving the petitioners to take them into custody would require diplomacy with top leaders in the Delcy Rodriguez interim regime or foreign sovereigns in third countries, and thus raise separation of powers issues. They're arguing that a judge can't order diplomacy. First of all, let's talk about Delcy Rodriguez for a minute. There's plenty of reporting that Delcy Rodriguez is effectively, in Spanish, during her own press conferences, giving the finger to the United States. Did you hear that? I mean, I'm not going to play it for you, but you'll have to trust me that in Spanish, during press conferences, she is basically saying that we're not going to be intimidated by the Trump administration. We're not going to let them take over our country and steal our oil. I mean, she's, now maybe this is not being translated back to Marco Rubio, who I think is a Spanish speaker, but she's effectively saying F you to the Trump administration. But the Trump administration believes they own Venezuela. And so I don't get why these are delicate negotiations about 137 people that can't be conducted now at all. And then when it comes to, and there's no proof, there's no evidence provided to the judge. Then when it comes to just give them back their travel documents, give them back their passports. They said, no, if we don't have any, and if we had them, we would have given them to El Salvador. You're going to have to go to El Salvador. So let me get this straight. We sent men to the dark, dank recesses of El Salvadorian's killer prison. We left them there. But we paid for it $6 to $10 million. We had, as the judge already observed in prior orders, complete control over them in El Salvador. El Salvador has told the United Nations that the U.S. had complete control over their detainees held in El Salvador. It was like a storage unit for humans that we, the Americans, paid for. And now they're saying, well, we can't get it back. It'd be in El Salvador, all their passports and identity documents. Really? There was a prisoner exchange. They just got sent to Venezuela, and we have no responsibility for getting them their identification documents so that they can get out of Venezuela?
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the US, and IQ of 115 to 145 is considered high, and an IQ 145 is considered genius. Are you curious to know where you stack up? You can take this 2-minute IQ test. That will give you detailed results on your IQ score and cognitive skills.
It just goes on and on. The judge is holding a hearing in a week. I'll report on it. I'm glad you're here on Legal AF. But you have not heard the last of Jeb Boasberg. I'm Michael Popak. Hit the free subscribe button. Great news. Over 250 people took advantage of our 35% off sale, became paid members of Legal AF Substack, and I want you to do the exact same thing. So I'm continuing to run the sale, 35% off on annual membership. So until my next report, I'm Michael Popak.
I'm Michael Popak, and I got some big news for our audience. Most of you know me as the co-founder of Midas Touches Legal AF and the Legal AF YouTube channel, or as a 35-year national trial lawyer. Now, building on what we started together on Legal AF, I've launched a new law firm, the Popak Firm, dedicated to obtaining justice through compassionate and zealous legal representation. At the Popak Firm, we are focused on obtaining justice for those who have been injured or damaged by a life-altering event, by securing the highest dollar recoveries. I've been tirelessly fighting for justice for the last 35 years, so my own law firm organically building on my Legal AF work just feels right. and I've handpicked a team of top-tier trial fighters and settlement experts throughout all 50 states known as Big Auto Injury Attorneys, who have the know-how to beat heartless insurance companies, corporations, government entities, and their attorneys. Big Auto's attorneys, working with my firm, are rock stars in their respective states and collectively responsible for billions of dollars in recoveries. So if you or a loved one have been on the wrong side of a catastrophic auto, motor vehicle, rideshare, or truck accident, suffered a personal injury, or been the victim of medical malpractice, employment harassment or discrimination, or suffered a violation of your civil and constitutional rights, then contact the Popok firm today at 1-877-POPOK-AF or by visiting my website at www.thepopokfirm.com and fill out a free case evaluation form. And if we determine that you have a case and you sign with us, we don't get paid unless you do. The Popok firm, fighting for your justice every step of the way.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress. And you get your best outcome guaranteed. Switch to TurboTax Full Service.
Free Tax USA, where federal filing is always free with no games or pricing gimmicks. Because choosing your tax software shouldn't be a guessing game. Companies may claim their federal tax filing is free, that is, minus the hidden fees, high prices, unwanted add-ons. No way. And when you're ready to submit, it's not really free. Not this year, my friend. You have found Free Tax USA. Say goodbye to forced upgrades and unexpected fees. The only trick up our sleeve is free federal tax filing for everyone. Plus, filing a state return is less than $20. Go to freetaxusa.com.
MAGA Republicans had a very bad day on Capitol Hill yesterday as finally Democrats in the House and in the Senate went on the offense in various hearings yesterday to expose the Trump regime, to call out the MAGA Republicans and bring transparency to issues that the American people care about. So the Democrats in the House and the Senate on a bicameral basis conducted unofficial shadow hearings, as they're called, regarding ICE and Border Patrol terrorism across the country. They had to do these as shadow hearings because MAGA Republicans want to cover up Trump's ICE and Border Patrol forces engaging in these terroristic acts and these killings against people in this country. So Democrats in the House and the Senate brought witnesses who are survivors and victims of Trump's Border Patrol and ICE terrorism, and they gave some of the most compelling testimony. We'll talk about what went down there. Then, in the House, MAGA Republicans wanted to hold a hearing on what they said is a major issue, men playing female sports, and they wanted to further divide the country with their social and cultural war issues during an election year. I'll show you how Democrats flipped the script, neutralized what the MAGA Republicans were doing, and then went on the offense. Then in the Senate, there was a hearing where the NIH director, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, was called to testify, and you had senators like Bernie Sanders cross-examining Bhattacharya and exposing him and RFK Jr. and the fatal consequences of the Trump regime's assault on vaccines and science and medicine. So let's go through what went down. So at the shadow hearings, you had the victims and survivors of ICE and Border Patrol terrorism testify. One of the witnesses was Miramar Martinez, who was shot 5 times by Border Patrol agents back on October 4th, 2025. Border Patrol agents then made up a fabricated story that they feared for their life because they said Miramar Martinez attacked them with the vehicle and she rear-ended them and they had to shoot her, and that's what happened. They then tried to have her prosecuted federally. They wanted her to go to prison essentially for the rest of her life because they said she attacked them. Then all of the videos and contemporaneous evidence showed that what the Border Patrol agents were saying was an utter lie. and the charges against Miramar Martinez were dismissed, but she still suffers as a result of being shot 5 times. Well, she testified before the shadow hearings before Democrats in the House and the Senate. And Democratic Congressmember Robert Garcia, who is the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, he was questioning Miramar Martinez, and he brought out text messages during the questions, which showed that the Border Patrol agents who shot her 5 times were sending text messages bragging about shooting her. And they would say things like, shot her 5 times and got 7 holes. Great work, boys. That's how you do it, boys. Watch as Congressmember Garcia reads these text messages while Miramar Martinez is testifying. This brought tears to my eyes. Let's play it.
It's disgusting, shameful, and it gets worse. Ms. Martinez, these are images of texts sent by the agent who shot you. And they're actually disturbing to read, but I think it's important for the public to see this. The agent linked an article about your shooting and texted, read it. 5 shots, 7 holes. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys. Oh well, it is what it is. Shit happens. This is someone that works for the United States government. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Now, he was talking about you, and it's our understanding that he was actually bragging about his aim shooting an unarmed American citizen. Is that right?
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy.
Correct. I'm so sorry, Ms. Martinez. DHS has allowed the agent who shot you to remove evidence and to potentially destroy it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Next, I want to share with you what Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett had to say as she flipped the script when MAGA Republicans were trying to do their own hearing, injecting culture war issues. Congresswoman Crockett brought things back into focus, called out Donald Trump's appearance in the Epstein files 38,000 times, and she called out the real issues.
In fact, we could not get any signatures onto that discharge petition to the extent that we shut down the entire House, and there was no business that was conducted in this entire country on behalf of our constituents. But let me be clear, the Republicans are going to protect girls and women, because that's what this is all about. It's not about the report, because the amendment says it's about a report. Like, miss me on being protectors. Just say that this is what you believe, this is what you're doing. But don't come at us and tell us as women what we should be okay with, what we shouldn't be okay with, because it's just kind of like the same thing where I should be telling a lot of women on the other side of the aisle, I don't know how it is that you are not protecting women as they need protections over their own bodies to make their own decisions.
And now I want to show you Senator Bernie Sanders cross-examining NIH Director Bhattacharya. Let's watch this beautiful cross-exam by Bernie Sanders. Here, play this clip.
That we have to address the deep distrust that has developed over the last several years by the public regarding...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't have a lot of time. You're right. There is deep mistrust. Do you think that deep mistrust now has something to do when you have an organization like the American Medical Association telling us that vaccines do not cause autism, but you have a secretary of HHS who says the very opposite? Do you think that causes concern and mistrust among parents?
You know, Senator, in 2024, there was a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association that said that only about 40% of patients still trust their doctors. As someone who went to medical school myself, it's absolutely shocking. And that's before Secretary Kennedy took office. We have to address this mistrust, but it has to be a bipartisan effort.
Let me ask you a simple question. Tell the American people, I appreciate your thoughts on measles. Do vaccines cause autism? Tell that to the American people. Yes? No?
I do not believe that the measles vaccine causes autism.
No, I didn't ask measles. Do vaccines cause autism?
I have not seen a study that suggests any single vaccine causes autism.
Okay, thank you.
Now I want to share with you Miramar Martinez's testimony. I thought this was so powerful and compelling as Democrats brought forward people who survived the terrorism or family members of people who got killed by ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo. So Miramar Martinez explains what happened to her, someone who was born and raised in Chicago, who on October 4th, 2025 was shot 5 times by Border Patrol agents. Play this clip.
I come from a beautiful family full of immigrants. I am proud of my roots. I am born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, where I learned the values of resilience, community, respect, love, and hope. Those lessons have shaped me since childhood and continue to guide me through my adult life. On October 4, 2025, those values were tested when my life was nearly taken by my own government.
Stream
She
Elements
then
says,
talks about
find me in
driving
other
past
places
the Border
Discord,
Patrol
Twitter,
agents and what happened.
YouTube,
Play this
Steam,
clip.
Seemed like
Xbox, and
time
PlayStation
stopped.
Old
I
Mage
knew
guy
from
on
watching the
TikTok as
news
Mage.
coverage of other Border Patrol encounters in Chicago that I was in danger. I watched the vehicle of Border Patrol agent killing Silverio Villegas Gonzalez just 3 weeks prior. I knew I had to get to safety before I was dragged from my car and likely beaten or killed. I drove forward and went around the Border Patrol agents, who jumped out of his car and pointed his gun at me. I moved to the far left lane, striking the curb on the far left side of Kedzie. The next thing I knew, I felt a burning sensation in my arms, legs, and that I had been shot by pepper balls, which I also seen these agents fire at people in our community. As I continued to drive past the Border Patrol agents, I could hear my back passenger window shatter, and I felt bullets continue to pierce my body. As I attempted to drive to a safe location, I began to feel lightheaded. I looked down and I noticed blood gushing out of my arms and legs, and I realized I'd been shot multiple times. As I became lightheaded, I became worried I will pass out and endanger other drivers on the road. I managed to drive a mile from where the incident happened, and I pulled into a parking lot of a mechanic shop, and I called 911. I told the 911 operator that Border Patrol agents had just shot me and I needed help. I recall some of the workers from the shop sitting me down in a chair as I was waiting for help, but I was losing this battle. I saw my life flash before me and slowly began to think this was the end for me. And before losing consciousness, the next thing I remember is the EMT putting me on a stretcher, taking me to the hospital.
You did good. You deserve this.
At the hospital, I remember seeing multiple agents standing around, watching me be treated for my wounds. My arms, legs, and chest were all wrapped in bandages. I had 7 bullet holes in my body. I remember the agents rushing the nurses to finish up so they could take me with them. I still felt dizzy. I was not able to fully process what had happened to me. After being at the hospital for less than 3 hours, I was discharged from the hospital and took custody of the FBI. As we left the hospital, I was escorted out through the back in a wheelchair.
She talks about being escorted out through the back in a wheelchair and how one of the agents took photographs of her. Play this clip.
After being at the hospital for less than 3 hours, I was discharged from the hospital and took custody of the FBI. As we left the hospital, I was escorted out through the back in a wheelchair. I observed over dozens of Border Patrol agents waiting outside the hospital. One of the agents came up to me with his cell phone and took a photograph of me. It was the same agent who had previously kept coming in and out my room, and I had to repeatedly tell him to leave. I told him I did not consent for him to photograph me, but he did not care. It still haunts me that this agent has my photo on his phone. Was this the agent that shot me? Was this a trophy for him?
And she talks about being rushed out of the hospital. Let's play this clip right here.
I was next taken to the FBI building for further processing. Because they rushed me, out of the hospital so quickly, the blood started soaking through the bandages. I heard the agents talking about how the jail will not accept me in this current condition. I begged the agents to take me to a different hospital to give me proper medical care. Seeing me stand in a pool of my own blood, they were concerned about my health. One of the kind FBI agents brought a bag of additional bandages and worked quickly to pour more dressings over my bloody bandages. The FBI agents agreed to take me to hospital where my wounds were treated again, and I received additional medical care before being released back into law enforcement custody the following day.
You know, I've been trying to think of ways to take better care of myself, and I feel like skincare often gets overlooked. Plus, it seems like so many people are just chasing trends and not actually looking at what works. And that's what really drew me to OneSkin. What I like most is how grounded it is in data. Something that caught my attention was that OneSkin was founded by an all-woman team of PhD scientists and rooted in real longevity research. I kept hearing about it from people I actually trust in the wellness and biohacking space, not just influencers pushing the latest thing. I've tried their OS1 face and the body lotion, and the face moisturizer is my go-to. It's lightweight, absorbs fast, and doesn't leave that greasy feeling, which honestly surprised me. I also love their eye cream for my dark circles. My skin just feels smoother and healthier without irritation. It stands out because it simplifies my routine. Fewer steps, better results, and it actually feels like it's doing something long-term, not just cosmetic. Born from over a decade of longevity research, OneSkin's OS1 peptide is proven to target the visible signs of aging, helping you unlock your healthiest skin now and as you age. For a limited time, try OneSkin with 15% off using code MIDAS at oneskin.co/MIDAS. That's 15% off. oneskin.co with code MIDAS. MEIDAS. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you.
Next, I want to share with you the testimony of Aliyah Rahman. And on January 13th, she was attacked as well by Donald Trump's ICE and Border Patrol, Gestapo, as she was trying to get medical treatment for herself, separately for a traumatic brain injury that she previously suffered. Here she describes what went down on January 13 when she was attacked and detained by Trump's Gestapo. Play this clip.
I pleaded for emergency medical care for over an hour after my vision had become blurry, my heart rate went through the roof, and the pain in my neck and head became unbearable. It was denied. When I became unable to speak, my cellmate pleaded for me. The last sounds I remember before I blacked out on the cell floor were my cellmate banging on the door, pleading for a medic, and a voice outside saying, "We don't want to step on ICE's toes." When I opened my eyes at Hennepin County's emergency room, I learned I was brought there to be treated for assault. The impacts of DHS detention on my physical, mental, and financial well-being and safety have been very severe, but I do not deserve more humane treatment than anyone else, U.S. citizen or not. And I am here today with a strong spirit and a duty to the many people who haven't had the privilege to tell their stories or see their loved ones come home. I am extremely distressed by the pattern that violence from law enforcement has been happening to Black and Indigenous communities for centuries, and to DHS survivors for over 20 years. We call ourselves a civilized nation, but we lack rules and accountability around what a person claiming to be law enforcement is permitted to do to another human being. I am not afraid. And I'm not afraid to keep working on this problem, even after ICE is gone. Thank you for your time.
Now, this next testimony brought tears to my eyes when I watched it live as well. You had Luke Ganger, brother of Renee Nicole Good, share what his family is experiencing right now, having lost Renee Nicole Good. Play this clip.
Thank you, Ranking Member Blumenthal and Ranking Member Garcia, and distinguished members of Congress. My name is Luke Ganger, and I'm here with my brother Brent. Renee Good is our sister. We're here on behalf of Nay's big family and those who loved her. We're here to ask for your help. I was talking to my 4-year-old last week when she noticed I was not doing well. I had to come here today and talk to some important people. She knows that her aunt died and that somebody caused it to happen. She told me that there are no bad people and that everyone makes mistakes. She has Nay's spirit. The deep distress our family feels because of Nay's loss is in such a violent and unnecessary way is complicated by feelings of disbelief, distress, and desperation for change. In the last few weeks, our family took some consolation, thinking that perhaps Nay's death would bring about change in our country, and it has not. The completely surreal scenes taking place on the streets of Minneapolis are beyond explanation. This is not just a bad day or a rough week or isolated incidents. These encounters with federal agents are changing the community and changing many lives, including ours, forever. And I still don't know how to explain to my 4-year-old what these agents are doing when we pass by. Our family is deeply grateful for the outpouring of love and support from the community in Minneapolis and from people across the country and around the world. The prayers and words of support have truly brought us comfort, and it is meaningful that these sentiments have come from people of all colors, faiths, and ideals. That is a perfect reflection of Renee, who carried peace, patience, and love for others wherever she went.
Here's Brett Ganger, another brother of Renee Good. Here's what he has to say. Play this clip.
My name is Brent Ganger, and I'd like to share some thoughts from the eulogy that I gave on my sister's behalf this past Saturday. When I think of Renee, I think of dandelions and sunlight. Dandelions don't ask permission to grow. They push through cracks in the sidewalk, through hard soil, through places where you don't expect beauty, and suddenly there they are, bright, alive. Unapologetically hopeful. That was Renee. And sunlight, warm, steady, life-giving, because when she walked in a room, things felt lighter, even on cloudy days. Renee had a way of showing up in the world that made you believe things were going to be okay. Not because she ignored the hardship, but because she chose optimism anyway. She chose to look for what was good, what was possible, and what was worth loving. Nene loved fiercely, openly, and without hesitation. As a mother, Renee poured herself into love. The kind of love that shows up every day, that sacrifices quietly, that cheers loudly, that believes deeply. Her children were and are her heart. Walking around outside the body. And she made sure they felt safe, valued, and endlessly loved. As a sister, she was constant. Someone you could lean on, laugh with, or just sit in silence beside. She had a way of making you feel understood, even when you didn't have the words yet. She didn't just listen, she saw you. She believed in second chances. She believed tomorrow could be better than today. She believed that kindness mattered, and she lived that belief. Many things were hard, and they looked for the light. And if she couldn't find it, she became the light for somebody else. It was the excessively ordinary things that made Nay so beautiful. There are billions of people who now know her name, and it would be so easy to fall into the false belief that great heroic things are required to overcome difficult things in the world. But as Tolkien wrote, it's the small, everyday deeds of ordinary folk to keep the darkness at bay. Small acts of kindness and love. That's why the image of dandelions feels so wrecked. People try to pull them up, overlook them, dismiss them, but they keep coming back, stronger, brighter, spreading seeds of hope everywhere they land. Renee planted those seeds in all of us. And her children? And her family? And friends, coworkers, and people who maybe didn't even realize they needed her light at the time. And sunlight. Sunlight doesn't ask for recognition. It just gives. It warms, it nurtures, it helps things grow. Renee did that for us. She helped us grow. She helped us believe in ourselves. She helped us see the good, even when life felt heavy. Renee is not gone from us. She's in the light that finds us on hard days. She's in the resilience we didn't know we had until we needed it. She's in the laughter, the memories, the love that continues to grow. Like dandelions, like sunlight, and like Renee. Thank you.
And I just want to contrast that testimony that was elicited, and that is what I think should be taking place at congressional hearings. Now contrast that to what MAGA Republicans were doing. So here you have MAGA Republican Senator Ted Cruz at another hearing that took place where they brought in Netflix executives. Here's what Ted Cruz had to say. Here, play this clip.
Did either of y'all watch the Grammys this week?
I did not. Just the tail end.
One simple question. Are we right now on stolen land?
I have no idea what just where we're sitting today. Nor do I.
So that speaks volumes that neither of you are willing to say, hell no, we're not on stolen land. And I will say at the Grammys, you see an entertainer say, nobody is illegal while we're on stolen land. And then you see entertainers leaping their feet, clapping so excitedly at the notion that America is fundamentally illegitimate.
And then going back to that House hearing where they tried to inject all these culture war issues about men and women's sports. Here's what Harriet Hageman, MAGA Republican Congresswoman, had to say. Play this clip.
Cisgender is a made-up word. Cisgender is that means nothing. Do not call me cisgender. I am a woman. This gentleman sitting next to me, he is a man. That's who he is. That is what our title is. That is what we have been described throughout history. This bill does nothing to prohibit men from competing in men's sports. I will repeat, this bill does nothing to prohibit men from competing in men's sports. It does prohibit men from competing in women's sports. It is that simple. All we have to do is look at what happened during the Paris Olympics, where we watched a dude beat the hell out of a woman in a boxing match, and we have people on the other side of the aisle who actually believe that that is okay. That man is not a woman. He has been tested repeatedly. That is a man, and he will not be allowed to compete against women in the future because he is a man. We do not want men beating up women.
I mean, do you see the difference right there in what the Democrats are focused on versus what the MAGA Republicans were focused on? Now I want to share with you Democratic Senator Hassan's cross-examination of NIH Director Bhattacharya. I thought this was a very powerful moment as well. Let's play this clip right now.
The patients had the resources they needed to get continuity of care. The commitment the NIH has to funding cancer research is undiminished.
Well, Michael, we've done a study to look at the impact, the harms that cancer patients have experienced. If they haven't, doing a good, objective, scientific study will show that. But have you done a study?
I mean, the NIH funds studies. You don't conduct directly the studies. But let me just say very clearly. I do not believe that patients' care was disrupted because I ordered, if there was any disruptions at all, that the patients would have continuity of care. If there were disruptions, then it is the responsibility of the researchers that were managing the patients, not the NIH.
That is really an unacceptable and outrageous response. You all disrupted funding. You can make an edict from Washington D.C. Oh, don't disrupt continuity of care. But that can be a very complicated thing. And I know that in my state there were disruptions in these studies that have really put patients at risk. And you all should be interested in that data, and you should be working to find out whether it happened. Now I'm going to move to another topic. No, I've got only about a minute 20 seconds, so I want to go to my next topic.
Well, again, there you have it, and you can judge for yourself, and let me know in the comments how you feel about it. But that shadow hearing on the ICE and Border Patrol terrorism held by the Democrats, I thought was incredibly compelling to hear from people who have experienced that. That's what should be going down in congressional hearings, not what MAGA is doing, but you saw for yourself. So hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers, and thanks so much for watching.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
We got some breaking news and that harrowing story
Does anyone
coming
know
out
where I
of
can buy
Fulton
the
County, Georgia, which encompasses Atlanta. Fulton County, its Board of Commissioners, have gone to federal court and filed a motion so far under seal, which means we don't have access to it, demanding the return of all of the 2020 voting data, voting equipment, scanning images that were confiscated by the FBI using a search warrant issued by a federal magistrate in a case that's being spearheaded apparently by an assistant U.S. attorney in Missouri, again going down Donald Trump's grievance list. There are so many moving pieces here in Fulton County, but the latest one to drop is that Fulton County is fighting back. Robert Pitts, who's the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, said the Constitution is at stake, and we know whose fingerprints are all over this besides Donald Trump, and that is Ed Martin, who until recently was the head of the Weaponization Committee, has been ousted from that position, but seems to still have his fingerprints on going after Fulton County on Donald Trump's wish list because of the connection between Ed Martin and this U.S. Attorney's office in Missouri. And the other thing that they're seeking in the new filing, which we will get our hands on eventually, is to have the FBI agent who prepared an affidavit that was provided as evidence to the federal magistrate, to have that FBI agent's affidavit unsealed so that Fulton County can see it, what the basis of, what was the new evidence that came up in the last 6 years about fraud, purported fraud in Fulton County. Likely none, and therefore we want to get to the bottom of whether this was a fraudulent FBI affidavit. And of course, we've got the linkage between Donald Trump and the FBI through who else? Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, who had nothing better to do than to put on a baseball cap and head down to Fulton County, Georgia, in order to supervise the search warrant execution, and then linked Donald Trump to the FBI agents. Remember, she doesn't head the FBI, for a phone call. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF on Wednesday. Take a moment and hit the free subscribe button. Let's get to the bottom of this story. Now, Donald Trump has announced that he's trying to nationalize, federalize state control of elections. Under the Constitution, it is the states that are empowered to run the means, manner, and time of elections, not the federal government, even for federal elections. Donald Trump doesn't like that. He wants to end mail-in voting. He wants to end absentee voting. He wants to, as he said on a recent podcast, on his former deputy director of the FBI, now returned as a podcaster, Dan Bongino, he said, I want to nationalize the elections in at least 15 states. Let's play the clip.
Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places.
The mask is off. Donald Trump today said very clearly what I've been saying for some time now, which is that somehow Republicans should seize the voting machines and nationalize the election in as many as 15 or more places. His goal is now out in the open, and he is nakedly talking about it. And that is why it is so important that we make sure that any funding bill precludes the federal government from seizing voter rolls, seizing voting machines, and allowing Trump and his lackeys to purge the voter rolls, to fix the vote, and to rig the election. The Senate did not pass my amendment. It did not include my amendment in the Department of Homeland Security appropriations bill. Now it's coming back to the House, and we're about to go to the floor, and it's being considered right now in the Rules Committee. Tomorrow, we very well may vote on it. I resubmitted this amendment, which would prohibit the federal government from seizing voter data, voter rolls, and voting machines and other electronics. The only reason that this government is doing that, the search warrant in Fulton County, the extortion and shakedown attempt of Tim Walz by saying that, Pam Bondi saying that immigration officers will be pulled out of Minnesota if the governor gives the federal government the voter rolls. The only reason is to fix the election, to rig the election. And we cannot provide a dime more to this federal government until we ensure that they are not able to attack our right to vote by purging voter rolls and by changing the ultimate vote. So we must not pass this bill in the House unless we prohibit the voter rolls and voting machines from being seized by the federal government and make sure that my amendment is in that bill.
Now, this unholy alliance within the Trump administration involving Tulsi Gabbard, who's trying to figure out what she does for a living. I mean, she was on a beach in Hawaii doing yoga, expressing peace to the world, while she should have been in Washington during the takeout and takeover of Venezuela, which is part of her remit as the National Intelligence Director, to which 15 different intelligence offices, including the CIA, report. I'll tell you what's not in her remit is voting. and you know that, for instance, that this is not in her remit, because watch Todd Blanche scramble to try to explain why Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, donned a baseball cap to go to Fulton County to oversee the search warrant execution by the FBI. Play the clip.
But let me move on to Georgia. Earlier this week, the FBI went into the elections office in Fulton County, Georgia, to seize 2020 ballots, voter rolls, scanner images, and the president told reporters, quote, they got into the votes. You're going to see some interesting things happening. What interesting things is he talking about, and why was he so involved in an FBI and DOJ raid?
Well, just because he said that doesn't mean that he's involved. I don't believe he was involved. This is a criminal grand jury investigation, and I can't comment on it beyond what you just said, which is that there was a search warrant that was authorized by a federal judge, by a magistrate judge in Atlanta, that allowed us to go and seize those records, and they have been seized by the FBI as part of an ongoing criminal investigation.
He said interesting things are happening, so it sounds like he was briefed on it.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not around when the president's briefed or not briefed. What I said is that this is a criminal investigation, so it's a tightly held, as it must be under the law. It's a grand jury investigation, and that's how we're proceeding.
What are they investigating?
As you know, we can't talk about specifics of any grand jury investigation. I will tell you, as I said on Friday, as the president has said, election integrity is of the highest importance to the American people, hopefully to everybody in this country, Democrats and Republicans alike. And so we are doing everything we can to make sure that we have free and fair elections.
Okay, and as you well know, that when it comes to Georgia, claims of voter fraud there, because they got the 2020 ballots, have been debunked over and over again. There were multiple recounts. Why was the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, present at an FBI raid?
First of all, it wasn't an FBI raid. It was a search warrant being executed by FBI agents in the middle of the day.
Now, Ed Martin, we've covered a lot on Legal AF. Disgraced former acting U.S. attorney for D.C. who got bounced, got sent in-house to be Pam Bondi's chief henchman to go after Donald Trump's enemies list, right? I'm sure he was helping Lindsay Halligan, who had to resign in disgrace as the Eastern District of Virginia prosecutor going after Letitia James and James Comey. He's been thrown out of his own office. He's now just been reduced to the pardon lawyer for Donald Trump and no longer is the head of the weaponization committee or department. However, on the day of the raid, from whatever perch he occupies, he posted a photo of himself with Sidney Powell, of all people. Remember her? She was indicted and convicted, pled guilty in Georgia for her role in election interference. She already pled guilty to that crime. She was the crackpot who said that there was a conspiracy between a Venezuelan businessman, Dominion Voting Systems, and Smartmatic to use software to flip votes from Trump to Biden, right? Remember her? Here's a clip of Sidney Powell just to remind you.
Over President Trump tonight and the surprise turn in Georgia's election interference case. Trump's one-time attorney, Sidney Powell, who claimed Venezuela and Hugo Chavez, who is dead, by the way, was behind Trump's loss. Well, Sidney Powell suddenly pleading guilty today, now agreeing to cooperate with prosecutors. So what does this mean for Trump? Here's Aaron Katursky.
Sidney Catherine Powell.
She was at the center of Donald Trump's effort to overturn his 2020 loss, publicly pushing outlandish claims of election fraud and privately meeting with the former president inside the White House. But tonight, just one day before her trial was set to begin, Sidney Powell pleading guilty and agreeing to cooperate with prosecutors.
Ms. Powell, do you understand the charges that are against you here today?
I do.
Powell spread the false conspiracy theory Georgia election machines were controlled by Venezuela, even pointing a finger at the country's former dictator Hugo Chavez, who was dead.
This was exported from Venezuela and by Maduro and by Mr. Chavez. This is the consummate foreign interference in our election.
In an Oval Office meeting on December 18, 2020, Powell allegedly suggesting Trump name her special counsel to investigate election fraud. In that same meeting, Trump and his team allegedly weighed seizing voting machines, even declaring martial law. As part of her plea deal, Powell is now required to testify against her co-defendants, including the former president.
And David, Trump and his legal team were caught completely off guard by the guilty plea. Powell must now serve probation and write a letter of apology to the citizens of Georgia. David?
Aaron Katursky on this again tonight. Thanks, Aaron.
And that's who Ed Martin decides he's going to try to rehabilitate and reclaim back to Team Crazy to say she was right all along, apparently. Is that what this is all about? Now, the Fulton County's doing the right thing. You got to have states fight back against overreach and abuse by the federal government. I mean, you have the voting, which is a sacrosanct process, voting data, which is highly privileged and confidential, now just being grabbed by a random search warrant by the federal government. Here's what's going to happen next. We're going to know more about the federal judge who's been assigned. There's going to likely be a hearing. There's going to be motion practice about the unsealing of the FBI, warrant and affidavit that was used. And ultimately, the federal judge is going to determine whether all that material should be returned and taken away from the federal government. We'll follow it right here on Legal AF and on the Midas Touch Network. Hit the free subscribe button. Become a paid subscriber, all the better. And I'm running a sale on Legal AF Substack, 35% off on Legal AF Substack for annual membership, so you can support what we do and give us the resources we need to succeed. So until my next report, I'm Michael Popak. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that
I was muted and didn't even realize it. Well, that doesn't help matters. So I apologize if it seemed like I was ignoring anybody. I was not.
Welcome to Uncovered. It's Wednesday. I'm Anthony, he's Ron, and we're about to uncover the MAGA propaganda that is not covered by the mainstream and corporate media. Ron, finally some pushback by Democrats when it comes to these ICE raids around the country, the ICE Gestapo, as Ben likes to call them, and we should probably all start to call them. This is the Democrats running kind of shadow hearings, something they've done before. When they did it last time, it didn't really last very long, did it? And we were saying, you know, why are they not stepping up? I mean, they could go beyond shadow hearings. They could go as far as operating a kind of opposition shadow government like parliamentary system countries do. So just take us through what happened yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's something you've called for in the past, right? Putting together a shadow cabinet, holding daily press conferences. So, this is there's several things reads to take from this before we actually get into like what happened at the hearing from a political standpoint and a strategic standpoint. Today begins the clock, a 10-day clock, on the shutdown of DHS funding, which was passed yesterday. They agreed to pass the 5 appropriation bills which were non-controversial, and they only agreed to a 2-week CR on the DHS funding over the issue of ICE reforms. Now, many Republicans have already said, "Oh, this is dead on arrival." But to me, this is very smart politically, very smart strategically, because now they can shut down the most objectionable part of the government right now, Democrats can, without being blamed for shutting anything else down. So it's really like they have all the leverage right now in the negotiations. And I saw some very savvy Republicans say that this was a bad strategy by their leadership to split off DHS from the other funding bills. So this hearing took place the day before that clock is going to start, that tight window is going to start to run. So we get to hear all of the worst abuses that have been committed recently in the last few weeks by ICE. The American people get to hear all this right as we begin negotiations on ICE reforms. So that's my other take on this. The third take I'll say is this: I don't know how much mainstream coverage there was of this hearing. I don't think there was hardly any at all. We covered it live. We posted clips. The clips went super viral, and they were all over social media. And so I think that this also illustrates that third thing, which is the power that independent media can have to amplify voices that mainstream media tends to ignore.
And it's essential that corporate media cover these, because otherwise, as you know, people would not even know they were going on. And because people do consume media kind of in their information silos, it's frustrating, isn't it, that when Democrats do put their best foot forward, the media is, or the corporate media is stacked against them because of Republican-associated media ownership. Let's take a look at the here. Go on. Do you want to say something before I?
No, I was just going to say, in the context of today's Washington Post layoffs, the massive layoffs. You know, we were all having a discussion at Midas on our group text this morning about it, and you know, one of the things that we talked about is like, they all follow us. Like so many mainstream reporters follow me, editors, reporters, publishers, everything. You know, show producers, and they like my work. You know, they read it and stuff. But they
Stream Elements says,
I mean,
find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Like that. They will never share a Substack, for example, an independent media thing. So, you know, that's the thing, is like they want us to sort of people with huge, like most of them don't have any social media traction at all. So they want people like us with huge social media followings to help them out and repost their stuff and put it out. And I do that more than anybody. I mean, I put out a lot of articles from mainstream media on to millions of people, but they will never reciprocate. And it's just sort of like, they have to sort of break, and I understand them not, you know, reposting like highly partisan stuff, but there's plenty of stuff that isn't. And this hearing is a perfect example. You know, we put the clips out, but you know, there were some mainstream journalists that at least put the clips out, and that's helpful.
I'm going to play, to start with, this clip of Robert Garcia reading out text messages from an agent bragging about shooting Marimar Martinez. I want to remind people that obviously the mainstream and corporate media have covered the assassinations of Alex Pretty and Renee Good, because they are white and middle class and, you know, kind of more identifiable, I guess, with the readers and viewers. But ICE have killed, is it 9 or 11? I can't remember the latest count, but there is a large number of people that have died in ICE custody. And not to mention all the additional people that have been shot or hit by pepper balls, or you know, one woman got her hand blown off, right? Tear gas, you know, and do you remember when Trump went for his photo op all those years ago by the church with the Bible and that whole shenanigans?
How could I forget?
Right, and they crossed over, and you know, the I can't remember if it was the National Guard, but the military were there clearing people. There was a helicopter buzzing people. They were using, you know, tear gas or similar, and it was the first time we ever experienced the military turning against not just protesters but American citizens, and it felt historic and exhaustive, and we were like, let this not ever happen again. And now it's happening every day.
Also because of where it was, you know, right in front of the White House, you know, and in front of a church. They used the rubber pellets there to shoot people and move the crowd, along with the military. Yes, I think one person lost their eye in that, just so they could, like, forever, just so they could move those people out of the way so Trump could hold the Bible upside down.
The reason I bring it up is because at the time it was so shocking that it was the first time the military were being used against Americans. And of course the military, as you know, as a veteran yourself, as a you know, Marine, the military are designed to protect American citizens. I mean, that is the role of the military, and to turn it and switch it, that is authoritarianism, and it's only getting worse. Let's take a look at Robert Garcia.
It's disgusting, shameful, and it gets worse. Ms. Martinez, these are images of texts sent by the agent who shot you. And they're actually disturbing to read, but I think it's important for the public to see this. The agent linked an article about your shooting and texted, read it. 5 shots, 7 holes. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys. Oh well, it is what it is. Shit happens. This is someone that works for the United States government. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Now, he was talking about you, and it's our understanding that he was actually bragging about his aim shooting an unarmed American citizen. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Martinez. DHS has allowed the agent who shot you to remove evidence and to potentially destroy it. Is that correct?
Correct.
We're going to hear more and more of this kind of secret communication that goes on where, you know, these people, I hate to call them, they're federal agents, but I hate to call them police officers. I mean, they are thugs, they are
criminals,
goons, they are a private paramilitary force, and they're getting off on this stuff. They actually enjoy it, and it is a game to them.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, yeah, exactly. It just goes to show you that they love this. They love the cowboy stuff. They love thinking that they're Rambo, you know, or in Fallujah on the American streets. Most of these guys never served in the military. They're wannabes. They're yahoos. There are people who dreamed of serving in the military but didn't. And so this is the next best thing. And it actually pays better than the military. So go figure that. So, yeah, I mean, think of how disgusting that comment is. He's bragging about, oh, 5 shots, 5 hits, like as if you needed to shoot someone. Even if you needed to shoot someone, you don't need to shoot someone 5 times. And that wasn't necessary in this particular case to shoot at all. So he's bragging about his shooting acumen. Then, of course, the 7 holes is a misogynist statement. He would have used 6 holes, I suppose, to describe shooting a male. So you have that as well working in there. And just their whole attitude is, it was the same thing after Renee Good was shot. What did he say? Effing bitch? Like,
yeah,
they're not sad about. I've been 29 years as a criminal defense lawyer. I say this a lot, but you know, I handled thousands of cases, dealt with many cases where police officers shot people. And invariably, they almost always traumatized themselves. That's why they're put on administrative leave right away. It's not because they necessarily did anything wrong. It's because even when you're defending yourself and you kill someone or you shoot someone, that should be to a normal human a traumatic experience, an experience that should affect you the rest of your life, even if you were legally justified. But for these guys, it's fun. It's fun in games. It's exciting to them, and that is a problem.
Well, they've been given the authority to do it. I mean, this is the thing. They are literally following orders, to coin a phrase. Just so people know, where I am in the UK, the moment that a police fires their weapon, and of course we don't have police with guns on the streets, we have kind of special armed units that are called into situations that require an armed response. But the moment a bullet fires from a gun, it automatically goes into a system whereby the police officer is relieved of their duties instantly, and it goes to an independent police complaints commission, and the process of the investigation is started. And, you know, in Europe, police do not kill civilians. They don't even kill baddies. They arrest people. It's only happening in America in this way. And to normalize it is to really fall by this authoritarian sword. And it's only going to get worse.
It is.
We have a clip now which is very difficult to listen to, and I kind of pre-warn you, it's very moving, of a young lady that people may have seen in the clip of her driving her car through a traffic jam, trying to get to a doctor's appointment and having her window smashed by ice and being dragged out the car, despite her being having a disability, and explaining that. Very, very moving, and this formed part of this hearing that we saw yesterday.
My name is Aliyah Rahman, and I am a resident of South Minneapolis. I'm a Bangladeshi American, born in northern Wisconsin, and I'm a disabled person with autism and a traumatic brain injury. Not all autistic brains do this, but mine fixates on sounds, numbers, and patterns. And while what the world saw happen to me exactly 3 weeks ago today on video was a terrible violation, it is still nothing compared to the horrific practices I saw inside the Whipple Center. So I am here today with a duty to the people who have not had the privilege of coming home, and I offer this data because these practices must end now. On January 13th, on the way to my 39th appointment at Hennepin County's Traumatic Brain Injury Center, I encountered a traffic jam caused by ICE vehicles and no signs indicating how to get around it. I had not wanted to pull into a blocked, chaotic intersection, but verbally agreed to do so and rolled down my window after an agent yelled, "Move! I will break your effing window!" His first instruction. Agents on all sides of my vehicle yelled conflicting threats and instructions that I could not process while watching for pedestrians. Then the glass of the passenger side window flew across my face. I yelled, "I'm disabled," at the hands grabbing at me, and an agent said, "Too late." I felt immersed in a pattern, and I thought of Genoa Donald, an autistic black man killed by police during a traffic stop in 2021. I remembered Mr. Sliberio Vega Gonzalez, who was killed by ICE in his vehicle last year. An agent pulled a large combat knife in front of my face, which I thought was for cutting me, and later learned was used to cut off my seatbelt. Shooting pain went through my head, neck, and wrists when I hit the ground face first and people leaned on my back. I felt the pattern, and I thought of Mr. George Floyd, who was killed 4 blocks away. I was carried face down through the street by my cuffed arms and legs while yelling that I had a brain injury and was disabled.
Ron, this obviously is starting to get, more than serious. I mean, to say that, ICE are crossing lines, obviously they racially profiled this woman. There was an opportunity because she was trying to, get around the traffic. They weren't pulling her up on a traffic stop. They spotted her, they racially profiled her, and in their mind, this was another person that would satisfy their daily quota of arrests.
Yeah, when this happened, which the incident happened 3 weeks ago, and she also, by the way, in her testimony went on to describe it probably got even worse, because she went on to describe the horrific conditions at the Whipple detention facility there in Minnesota. You know, people sleeping on concrete, freezing cold, denied medical care, denied feminine products, basic things, people screaming and yelling, agents taunting them all during the night, hard to sleep.